Great, Council. Thanks. I'll just call this meeting to order. Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova. Councillor Fry, not in the chamber. Councillor Swanson. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Weeb. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bai, not in the chamber. Councillor Kirby-Young. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much. And before we begin, I want to, of course, acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Squamish, Musqueam, and Tsleil-Waututh. And we thank them for having care for these lands for time immemorial. Again, I had the pleasure of talking to all three chiefs on Friday, and I know our relationship's strong, and as we work together building this great city, there's nothing but good things ahead. So thank them for working with us. Also want to have a whole bunch of staff here. I just want to thank them and also all the staff in the city for all the great work they do, and much appreciated. It's a tough job, but it's a great city, so I guess that that adds up. Just wanted to remind councillors that immediately following the public hearing this evening, we'll convene in council meeting from Wednesday, January 22nd, to reconsider 2 items of unfinished business. Also like to remind those attending the public hearing that regarding public conduct or conduct in the public gallery. So I'd ask you to please refrain from addressing council members without permission or applauding or otherwise interrupting a council member or a speaker addressing council. Also asking that you respect my directions as chair so we can create a respectful environment for council, public, and staff at today's meeting. A couple of announcements too. Speakers have 5 minutes to make their comments. Although we're doing an item with debate and decision, we do have some speakers for later this afternoon. You should limit your comments to the merits of the report being considered, and it's great if you say whether you support or oppose the application in front of you. Speakers may only speak once and should follow along on Twitter at Van City Clerk for updates on the progress of the meeting so they don't miss their turn to speak. Any comments on the agenda items can be submitted to publichearing@vancouver.ca. Those speaking on behalf of persons or groups will have 8 minutes to speak, and only if those represented are also present and identified at the public hearing. Finally, if council does not conclude the public hearing, we'll announce a plan a little later today as to when we might hear the next, hold the next meeting. A reminder that the council's role at a public hearing is to be a quasi-judicial body. It means that council is to only consider the merits of the rezoning application or heritage designation. Council members may ask clarifying questions from speakers, including the applicant, or technical advice from staff, but should save debate for after the close of the speakers list. After hearing from speakers, council may approve in principle the application made at the public hearing, refuse the application, or defer the application for further consideration. So now we're moving on to 3600 East Hastings Street. On Tuesday, January 21st, we concluded hearing from speakers and closed the speakers list and receipt of public comments on this application. Further correspondence received at that time, after that time, cannot be considered. I want to clarify that the application for items 4 and 5, that is 3600 East Hastings Street and 3680 East Hastings Streets, are completely independent, and the processes must be considered separately. So now we can move on to closing comments on 3600 Hastings Street. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Applicant's here, I think. Okay, thanks. Staff have any closing comments? Nope. Okay, thanks. So I have just kind of put a list up here. So if council have any questions for staff, please put yourself on the list. I have Councillor DeGenova here on the list. Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
Thanks so much. Mr. Mayor, I understand that we have to consider the 2 applications separately, so I may be asking these questions twice. But in looking at the 94 units of secured rental housing, with 20% of those being secured at moderate income units, how much closer does this bring us as a council to meeting our goals of our ambitious goals of more rental housing in the city? How much closer does that bring us with the 94 units in this application? sorry to put you on the spot on that one, but we have made we've set some goals through our housing strategy and our targets.
Yes, thank you, Councillor. Dan Garrison from Housing Policy and Regulation. So we've set some ambitious goals, as you say in our housing strategy, to deliver about 20,000 new units of secured rental housing over the 10-year period of the plan. And in that, because we conceived of or set a target for about 4,000 of those units to be at the moderate income rents. So you can see these unit targets. It's actually, there's a table on page 11 of the report to note. Will take us to nearly 100 units towards the overall target, with 20% of those, or 20% of the floor area, being towards the moderate income. So we think this is, while each of these projects is sort of a small contribution towards that total, they all are required to add up to get us to those ambitious targets.
Okay, thank you. And further to that, another question that I had is, in this neighborhood specifically, how much new rental stock at these income levels are we seeing right now? Is there quite a demand for this? Is this, the first wave of looking at new stock in this area that I suppose would be called Vancouver Heights?
Mm-hmm. So it is an area where we have seen some new rental development, largely through the Rental 100 program over the last number of years. I don't have the specific number of units we've approved, but there have been several projects in this area of East Hastings Street, sort of Renfrew and East. So it has been an area where we've seen some new rental development. I think the real this is the first one, however, that we've seen under the moderate income rental housing pilot, where we'll see not just new rental, but also new rental with secured affordability in a portion of the units. So we're hopeful that this does set a sort of not a precedent for projects, but does set a tone that we will be seeing both rental and affordability going forward.
Thanks. I'm happy to move the motion, but I see others on the queue, so I'll...
Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, this is a question for staff. I'm wondering if you've done any investigation into what the rents are in the surrounding apartment units in the 35 and 3600 blocks of East Hastings are, the existing apartments.
Yes, so certainly we have, we understand what the rents are through the CMHC data for Vancouver East, for this sub-area that this is part of. Newer rents, particularly in the area, which would be for newer units, they would be higher rents. I won't go through them. On page 12 of your report, there's a table laying out the comparable rents. Certainly, we have not gone to looking at the units that are particularly in the rental buildings that are right around the area where this project is, because we use the CMHC data as our primary monitoring source for the rental information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks very much. There was a number of speakers that raised the issue of traffic, and specifically two issues. One was the traffic related to the bridge and the pileup that happens along Hastings. And the second is sort of traffic within the internal neighborhood itself. That's, I think, more specifically south of Hastings, but definitely adjacent, in the adjacent area. So I'm wondering if you can tell me whether these two developments, in your opinion, will exacerbate those two issues or not, and regardless of whether they do or they're not, what are our plans as a city to address those issues?
Thank you for your question. Rosemary Draskevich with the Transportation Division. So I guess I'll answer the second portion of your question first, related specifically to these two developments. Combined, the two developments were studied, and a transportation study was submitted with both applications, both rezoning applications. The results of the study did identify, I guess, under existing conditions, that the adjacent signalized intersections or the adjacent major intersections do experience some queuing or do experience queuing during the peak hours particularly, but overall they do operate within acceptable limits and don't experience significant regular delays. The developments themselves, the new vehicle trips generated from those are considered to be minimal and will not have any meaningful or adverse impact on the existing roadway conditions surrounding the site.
Okay, there were some speakers that also raised, at least one, raised the fact that there was insufficient transit to be able to handle the increased demand for transit arising from these two projects. Can you run by me? Don't we just have a new Hastings B-line bus that's on that route? Will that serve these people?
Yeah, that's correct. So they are located proximate to several transit routes, the Kootenay Loop. As of this year, the B line has been sort of upgraded to what is now called the Rapid Bus line, so they've improved, just recently improved service along that line. I'll also note that currently the city and TransLink are working together to improve transit priority across the city, and the Hastings route is one of them. So we do have a goal of improving reliability and reducing delays, particularly on this line as well. However, TransLink is also still the ultimate authority and service provider for transit, so the city is somewhat limited to resources and funding and the ultimate decision by TransLink.
Okay.
Can I jump in real quick on this? So I think, thanks. I think you made really important points. I definitely heard loud and clear from many of the speakers that we have traffic and parking problems in that neighborhood, and I think it's in many ways unrelated to this project. We've known that. The Adenac closure, the Fortis project raised a lot of those issues, and so I've already engaged with the general manager of engineering. We need to have a broader conversation separate from these projects, just about a bunch of those issues, the rat running that's going on and general parking issues that we heard about, people fighting for parking spaces and stuff. So I think we'll need to have that conversation separate from these projects, but that's definitely something that has kind of come to light out of this for me.
And that will ensue.
Yes, we need to do that, and we will. Yep.
All right, that's great. And you raised also the parking, so I was going to also raise that, but you've already addressed that, so I'm assuming that there will be follow-up from staff with the neighborhood on that issue. Okay, and finally, quite a few people also raised the need to build community and particularly local serving retail. So what can the city do about that? There's a lot more people that are going to be there, and there are, as some said, a lot of sort of wedding dress shops.
Hi, Paul Chang, Senior Development Planner and Urban Designer for the City of Vancouver. I guess maybe the best thing to do is to actually cite a couple of examples that we've seen happen in other parts of the city. About 10 years ago, the Norquay Neighborhood Center Plan was passed by council at the time. It was really interesting at that time. That stretch of Kingsway was mostly basically a place where people drove through and didn't even note what was actually there as storefronts. A lot of tire shops. There was a Canadian Tire with a giant surface parking lot. There were some drive-through burger places and stuff like that. And nobody really considered it a place to actually go to for any neighborhood goods. 10 years later, we have something of a mini renaissance, if I dare call it that. We have a new grocery store there. That's great because people don't need to drive to get their groceries anymore. They can walk instead. So that will help reduce the traffic. Kingsway is a lot like Hastings Street in the sense that Kingsway is also one of those main roads that people take to get to the other municipalities outside of Vancouver. So it's not just about the neighborhood itself and the projects, but it serves a wider scale as well. So we do have to deal with that traffic, and we do have to actually facilitate that traffic, but it doesn't mean that we can't have a shopping street next to that traffic as well. In Norquay now, I think that it's very, very well noted that there's a lot more sidewalk pedestrian action happening there than there was 10 years ago. people are actually getting out of their apartments and actually also getting out of their houses nearby and their new townhouses that are there nearby. And they're walking to the new restaurants and the grocery store, the drugstore, and the new bank branch that's there. I'd like to attribute it to a certain amount of extra density that's more than just single-family houses. And what that does is that actually creates a certain confidence for certain businesses to start opening up their branches there.
I'm going to stop you there. We're at 6 minutes and 30 seconds. So I did take the answer that was important because a lot of us have been thinking about it. So that's why I allowed the extra time. Councillor Dejanova, we're kind of on our second round.
To move the motion.
Okay. I don't see any other questions, so please go ahead. We have a mover, seconder. Thanks. Councillor Dejanova, you have the floor. 5 minutes.
Thanks so much. I appreciate the comments and some of the concerns that I heard from residents of the neighborhood. Also heard loud and clear that there is a need for more affordable housing, not only throughout our city, but specifically in this area. And I think that our staff just hit on that point. It's not about single detached family homes. It's creating community and bringing people together. And I see this as offering options that will do that and will help us to meet our goals. And we did put forward goals. And at that time, we looked forward at the broad goals. And each of these units, they weren't homes at that moment. They were numbers. But these will be homes for people. These will be. Not only will there be 94 units of rental housing here, they'll have inboard bedrooms. I think that that's also important to note as well, because it's something that could make or break the difference between, we were hearing here at council, even in the past term, that people had their kids living in pantry closets or even bedroom closets and had created beds for them and areas in there. And then it was a question of, was it good enough to have an inboard bedroom? Well, but was that better than the closet their child was living in? Because the City of Vancouver doesn't allow dens, technically, for that very reason. So I appreciate the fact that staff did look at those innovative design principles that also can be attributed to affordable housing. I also think that it's important to note that, in looking at the referral report that came to council that's included in this rezoning package, that it said that this is a modest increase of height and density, and it's in fact not as high as what was recommended or could have been recommended by staff. So in looking at that also, but also looking at the community, the idea of having the grocery store and the live above, shop below model, I would hope that maybe some of these people who contribute to the traffic might have the opportunity to live closer to their work or live closer to their family and not only get out of their cars, but not generate as much traffic in the neighborhood for that reason. I think that that's something certainly that we're seeing on another side of it. So considering the fact that it does have the moderate income rental pilot program component, I certainly will be supporting this, and I think that it will bring 94 much needed homes. Happy to see that 20% of those homes will be under our MERP program here at the City of Vancouver. And on top of that, the third added benefit of exploring inboard, or also called board light bedrooms. So for that reason, I certainly will be supporting it, and I'm hoping that we will see, as we discuss in this council chambers, when we talk about policy, when we talk about our housing strategy, that these are the homes that equate to the numbers, and people will live here. And I've heard loud and clear from our staff. I've heard from some of the speakers that although there's some concern about the traffic, that they're also looking for affordable housing and more amenities in their neighborhood. And I'm hoping that this will help to contribute to the community. So for those reasons, I will be supporting it.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr?
Happy to second it.
I think I heard a second.
Oh, you did hear one? Okay,
No, second.
that's great. Thank you. I will not be speaking in support of the inboard bedrooms. I'm not really a fan of that. I like fresh air and light and direct light into people's rooms. However, I am speaking in support of this project, and I feel that support is warranted for the following reasons. People came to talk to us, and many stated their concerns around traffic, and I understand those. I've seen that bridge traffic back up, and I know how aggravating that can be. And I've talked to people within the neighborhood about their neighborhood issues with parking and people rat racing through their neighborhood. So I get it. I have heard very clearly from staff. Thank you, Mr. City Manager, for saying that there will be follow-up on those issues, because I think this neighborhood really needs that follow-up. I also heard clearly that these particular projects are not going to be have the exacerbating effect to mitigate and mitigating by not developing is not the answer. Mitigating the traffic is the answer, and that can be and by doing that can easily accommodate the extra people. What the extra people will do through this project is answer another problem, which is building community. And I heard people say very clearly they wanted to see that community develop more. And there is a direct tie, as we also heard from staff, between the number of people. I love that example of the Norquay area. It's a great parallel, that you bring more people in, variety of housing, more density into that area, and you enable the investment by the retail sector and hopefully a lot of the set of small local serving businesses that people so want along that strip. I was also very happy to hear Patricia Barnes of the Hastings North BIA talk about their desire to expand out to Boundary. They're a dynamite BIA, so I'm hopeful that will really see results for the local neighborhood. On other points, there's zero displacement of people currently living. There's 19 affordable units. I am very happy that those 19 units will be offered to people in the moderate income range at 30% of their income. That is what everyone knows to be affordable, and those units will be affordable. And my final point is, I love the fact that it has a green roof.
Thanks very much. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, so I'm concerned that there's no pollution mitigation because it's on a big arterial. I heard what the speakers said about the traffic. I live in that neighborhood, so I know it's true, particularly when there's a backup on the bridge, and I'm hopeful that staff can look at how we can deal with that, especially just to get transit through, because I know I've waited on the number 14 bus for 40 minutes to go from the Kootenay Loop to Skeena, which is 1 block, because something's backed up on the bridge, and it happens a lot during rush hour. I'm also concerned about the continuous reduction in livability, standards like closet-sized windowless bedrooms. But as usual, I'm looking at what the developer gets. The developer gets a density increase from 3 to over 7 FSR. He gets a $1.8 million DCL waiver. He doesn't have to pay CACs. He gets to make a profit from 75 market units with no limit on rents for the next 60 years or however long the building lasts. But my biggest concern is something that I don't think anybody raised. And I did a little survey myself. Right now, there's several apartment buildings with, I think, about 100 tenants in the 3,600 and 3,500 block of East Hastings. And when I talked to some of the people there and asked them what their rents were, and the range I got was $620 to $1,000. One of them was $800 for a 2-bedroom. So I'm really afraid that this project is going to gentrify this neighborhood. we might get 19, we would get 19 moderate income units, but will we lose almost 100 units that are relatively affordable right now? This is what happened when Woodward's opened. I think this is a huge problem. I think the city needs to think about the impact of gentrification in all of our rezoning decisions. What happens when you have increased FSR is it pulls up the property values all surrounding it. It pulls up the taxes, and it creates more pressure to evict low rent paying tenants in nearby apartment buildings. We see this all the time. If we had vacancy control, I wouldn't be doing this. Hello, province. But yeah, I'm really concerned about it, and I don't think we should put the tenancies of these existing 100 or so people at risk.
Thank you. We have a point of order from Councillor Dejanova.
Mr. Mayor, we're in a quasi-judicial hearing where we were told that we were not to speak to anyone or consider evidence or testimony that was not submitted properly, which would be through the proper correspondence channels or from people who stood here at the podium and gave their testimony to us. So I was very clear, and I watched anything that I missed, but if someone else is considering, and I just heard a council member speak to say they were considering a survey they did themselves that happened outside of this correspondence in this matter, I'm just very concerned that that may jeopardize the process we have here.
So, Councillor Swanson, I kind of caught part of this concern. Is there anything you'd like to add to this about the kind of surveying folks while we're supposed to not be talking to folks?
I did it months ago.
Months ago. Okay. So before this was sent to public hearing?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So that's fine. But it's a proper point of order, and I think we want to protect the integrity of this process. But we can continue. Is there anything else, Councillor Swanson, that you'd like to say? Okay, thank you. Councillor Kirby.
Thank you. It was a good process to hear from the speakers on this one, because I think what struck me was a lot of the neighborhood residents, and there was a couple of them that said, I really support this project, but we have to deal with the issues in the neighborhood. So they didn't feel that the issues in the neighborhood trumped the addition of the new rental units, but they did raise, I think, significant concerns that the city should be paying attention to, and that really relates to kind of workable and walkable communities. And we heard loud and clear around traffic management issues in terms of traffic flow, calming measures, and parking being particularly important. But I was really struck by a couple of our speakers. I think we had Ms. Brown, who said that she supported the program, and I think those were her words, we need to deal with those neighborhood issues. And other folks have said that too, when we had a couple of young renters that came in. And we do know that we have a rental shortage in the city. This is not new news, so I'll try not to repeat some of the other comments that were made earlier. And we need to deliver more units. So we're bringing in on this particular project 75 new market rental units, 19, as has been stated, which could be moderate income for 30,000 to 80,000 household. And I think that's significant. And in terms of the comments around the need to support local serving retail, 100% we need to be doing that for walkable communities, but there also needs to be an economic impetus for that. So the stores will also locate where the customers will be. It's a bit of a kind of a cart and horse in terms of the timing of how that plays out. So I think we have to be realistic about that, but we also don't want to be creating communities that force people to drive because they might have the rental or they might have the transit, but they don't have the local amenities. And I think we've seen some of that in the Canby neighborhood, for example, where we have a fantastic candle line and we have a lot of housing going in, but we've lost, and there's really no, I wouldn't say it was the right word, provision, but no local retail has really played out. All of that has been lost and it's not there. So that's not the type of community that we want to be building. But this just provides for some CRUs and commercial space. It does fill a significant housing need. It meets the policy in the program. And I think it was interesting that there's sort of an article in the Globe and Mail today and studies that are starting to come out that are sort of starting to debunk this myth that's raised sometimes by the public and some of my fellow councillors that new rental build displaces people. And not necessarily the case, because there is an argument to be made for the fact that we do need more rental units to supply for people because we have such a low vacancy rate and we need a continuum of housing choices and housing options. And I go back to the comment that I'm going to make probably pretty frequently in some of these hearings. Currently, 53% of the households in Vancouver are renters, and it's not going to go down. And we have a shortage. So I think we need to support that, but I think that separate and outside the public hearing process, we need to deal with the very real issues in the neighborhood. And I just want to thank and acknowledge all the speakers for coming and really bringing those to light for council and for staff. Thank you.
Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
So what this is really about is giving additional height and density in exchange for certain conditions with the developer. There should be no doubt about it. This property could be developed, just not at this density. So really what is at question here is the trade-offs between enabling that density in exchange for 19 affordable quote-unquote units. What I heard from the neighborhood was general opposition, not about density, but scale was an issue in it, and amenities were an issue, both transportation and other community amenities. And these should not be overlooked because we're seeing this increasingly as we're pushing the narrative of building more rental and continuing to build generally along the lines as laid out under the Housing Vancouver strategy. So I question the MERP program, and I question the targets that we are pushing towards. That said, as I'm looking at these developments, although I do think the developer could have tried to stay within the existing parameters, I do a sort of a checks and balances back and forth on it, and even though what I heard, and I wrote as a quote from a member of the community that came here, was that the negatives outweighs the positives in this development. As compared to some of the other MERPs that we've seen, this one at least is on the arterials. It has the ability potentially to increase some retail at grade. But I wouldn't be jumping up and down and cheering about it. It's the lesser of evils given a MERC program and an overall housing strategy that I will say, and I'll say this every chance I get, deserves re-examination because we have to look at the numbers that are of the population that's growing and what the real need is, not this sort of insatiable push to build more. So I know that'll get me into some hot water, but I'm going to say it anyway. In the end, I'll likely end up approving or supporting this application because it does conform with the MERP program. But in the larger sense, I think we need to be having another look at what we're doing here.
Thank you. Point of order, Councillor Dejanova.
I just heard some criticism of policy, and I just wanted to ask you, Mr. Mayor, to rule on if we're supposed to be here to debate the policy or to see how it applies to this project.
Well, a couple things. On the points of order, we're supposed to cite specifically the section we're challenging under. But secondly, debate and decision is kind of a wide open period for us to talk about all aspects of the project. And so it can include, to some extent, MERP is involved in this. Questioning MERP is, I think, okay. So, I mean, it's, but in the end, Councillor Hardwick came back to this decision particularly, so I think in this case it's okay. But, wild tangents, you're right. We should try to avoid those, but so far so good. So thank you, Councillor Deschanel. Oh, okay. Right, Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. And following on my colleagues, just a couple of brief comments. I will be speaking in support of this proposal, and I'll speak to a couple of things. My colleagues have already highlighted the importance of housing diversity. We've heard loud and clear that we need a range of housing and that, in essence, for many years, the city really wasn't meeting that right supply. And I believe that this project proposal contributes to that right supply in terms of the market rental units, which includes family-sized units, but as well the 20% dedicated to moderate income rental housing units, which effectively includes vacancy control. And so I think there's a real positive to that. And if you look at from a location standpoint, to our east in Burnaby, you have a similar size, so in terms of scale, similar sized I don't know if they're strata or market rentals across the street at 13 and 16 stories. But what I heard in terms of residents who came out and spoke was I did hear a large number of people indicate they did support this development and they understand the need. But like my colleagues, I would echo, I did hear very clearly the need to, and I do agree with the city manager on this point, is that the concerns around transportation, traffic, parking, congestion, I do believe it's above and beyond these proposed developments. It's actually a long-standing issue in the, like every part of our city, this is a unique part of the city in that it is adjacent to a freeway and several freeway entrances and exits. And so, as Councillor Swanson pointed to, the challenges we face in that neighborhood. And so I appreciate that staff are going to be working with the neighborhood and the community. It was indicated in the report that there are plans for a public engagement process. I have specifically asked in my questions last week was that we consider the boundaries of that to capture north of Hastings as well as further west in Nanaimo because of the interconnectedness around those neighborhoods and the transportation flow. That being said, to public amenities, we also heard that from residents that while they support this, there is a challenge in terms of public amenities. That's why I was asking last week as well about the application of CACs to renewal of facilities like the community center. And I do want to acknowledge one of the things that a number of the residents indicated that they appreciated the engagement of PCI and some of the neighborhood conversations. So I want to acknowledge that. I think engaging people, involving people in the conversation as you're moving forward with a proposal like this, I think is helpful and beneficial so people can fully understand what's contemplated and what the possible impacts are, but also to share their concerns. I appreciate this. This is also close to public transit. And we are, as staff noted, there's that in the transportation submission that was made to TransLink, Hastings is identified as a priority corridor and I expect we'll see significant changes in the long term. They've mentioned the addition of the rapid bus, but for that reason, it's another, I think, valuable project. Lastly, I'm going to comment on commercial and retail and the fact this is at grade. A number of people talked about the benefits of that. We want to have walkable neighborhoods, complete neighborhoods. I will just say I'm cautiously optimistic about that because what I am seeing is that we have these new developments with the retail commercial, and we're not necessarily seeing the type of small businesses and services that people want to access. And I think that's a policy question that it goes beyond this proposal about how do we get those grocers in there and those other smaller businesses versus the Money Mart or, so I think we have some work to do around that. How do we encourage that, foster that? I just think providing a range of services in those areas so that people can walk and get out of their cars. And but I appreciate that it's embedded in this. So just to be clear, I think that's a positive as well. So thank you to the staff and to the applicant and others, and also to all the speakers who came out to share their perspectives on it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova, you have 1 minute and 15 seconds or so?
No, I'm sorry, that was a holdover.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And I'll keep my comments brief and stick to the application at hand rather than getting into what was in the media today or various op-eds on the subject of supply versus demand. I will highlight that I have had issue with a lot of the DCL waiver projects in the past because I do feel that we're shortchanging the commensurate amount of public benefit as we add density. That being said, I do think that the MERP projects are achieving some good affordable housing that we do actually need to really focus on. So I'm supporting this project on that basis, but I do want to highlight that we have heard that there is I think a general sense that this is an orphaned part of Vancouver and that we're really failing on delivering some of the amenities to this particular part of Vancouver. And obviously in the absence of any CACs or DCLs that come with this project, we're going to be increasingly challenged to deliver the kind of complete communities that we really all ran on. And I think that's going to be important, especially as we add more projects of this nature, to make sure that we're achieving the kind of public benefits that every other neighborhood in the city has relied on and expected, and increasingly we're going to be more challenged to deliver those kind of things. So I do want to highlight that ongoing concern, but unlike the previous DCL waiver projects that didn't achieve any real affordable housing, I am supportive of the affordable housing that this particular project will be achieving, so I will be supporting this.
Thanks very much. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I'll also be brief. I think my colleagues have all said this well, but I appreciate all those who spoke, and I watched over video to catch up on what I missed. And I note we might hear from some people on the next item who, because of the timing, weren't able to speak on this one. So glad they'll stick around. I also am glad to hear effort to address the traffic, which has been a challenge right around Hastings there and really along a large stretch of Hastings for quite a while. I'm also glad to see increased walkability in the neighborhood and hope that we'll see some small and local serving businesses in there rather than just a big dollar store or other large stores that we often see move into larger buildings like this. And I appreciate that this is a significant number of affordable, vacancy-controlled, transit-oriented homes for folks who need them. So I'm happy to support it.
Great. Councillor Weep?
Yeah, I will be supportive, but I am struggling with some of the inboarding units and some of the bedrooms being of 8 feet 2 and 8 by 8 feet 4. I mean, that's under the 70 normal feet. I would barely be able to fit crossways on either direction in a bedroom of that size with no windows. So for me, I think that we need to recognize the livability of some of these projects. I also find the amenity space on the projects to be smaller than would be desirable for the amount of units in this area and the green space available. I think having an amenity space this size is difficult. The panel talked about how the trees on the 7th floor, are they going to be able to survive with the narrowness of the kind of treatment that they have currently in the plan. It also talks about the lack of connection for the biking to connect to Adinak, and it's important that when we develop these, we really recognize the neighborhood. So if I was a cyclist, do I have an easy entrance into the building, and is it being made? Because when you look at a lot of the comments, they talk about small areas, small common space, difficulty to move around. So I think there is still a lot of concerns I hope staff recognize and look through a lot of the elements on the actual livability of these buildings. I don't actually see a green roof, so I'm not sure where the green roof component came, because on the sign behind me it talks about having high reflectability. And I know as we move into creating stronger green standards on our buildings, it would be nice to really showcase every new building to have elements of green technology that are above, and that's a blue roof or whatever it is. I don't see it in this design, and hopefully through the process that can happen. And so for me, it's difficult to see. I want to see more livability in the project. I do like the fact we're delivering on affordability, even though hearing from one of the other colleagues that the livability around the region is actually stronger than it currently is, that we'll be delivering in the MERP unit. So are we getting more for the area? Because I think when we look at MERPs, we're looking at a citywide, and I think when we have these kind of pocket neighborhoods, we really need to look at what are the rents in the neighborhood and do the kind of feedback and what happens 5 years after this is built to really recognize how our policies are affecting neighborhoods and what is the retail that we are delivering with the spot. So for me, I will be supportive. I think there's a lot of work still to be done to make sure this building fits in with the community elements. I see that there is the proponent here that can work along those challenges, and I do think that this is a great opportunity to really be a catalyst to deliver some of the amenities, create a complete community, and the city needs to stand behind that. So there's a lot of good components, but I think there's work to still be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. I'll keep my comments brief, as my colleagues have spoken to a lot of the pros and cons of this project, and I think the reassurance to really dive into the traffic plan and routing for this neighborhood has been heard by residents, and thank the speakers for coming out and sharing their perspective. The only thing that I haven't heard, just to sort of try and reflect on something new, is we did hear about the small, I think, what was the word, overstressed bus loop, and I think there is a tension when we look at city planning development around our responsibility as a City of Vancouver to increase density in order to then be able to increase the ridership that then triggers transit to look at that area. And so to tease out one perhaps smaller consideration, but still relevant, because we did hear this from folks, is that when we bring in more residents, transit typically will then respond, even if a little slower, with more service. So we do have to look at this particular neighborhood. And I echo Councillor Fry's comments around amenities. So I think transit and multimodal transportation is really important for us to consider, with reduced parking, which I think we know is part of our priorities around green and climate action, and also making sure that we're able to service. So this is on an arterial. It is a lot more density than the neighborhood perhaps has been used to, but I think it is going to bring a positive, and we heard that from speakers, so I will be voting in support.
Thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova, you have a minute and 20 seconds.
I think as a closer, I had a little bit more, or as a mover of the motion, I have a little bit more. But I'm not going to take all of that time. I just really wanted to thank speakers who either weren't able to come out and watched from home and sent us their comments through the correspondence channels that we have here for public hearing, but also to those who took the time to come out, and those who have chosen to speak on the next item. As was noted, I think that it is really important that we not only hear from you, but that our staff hear from you. I think that there's a time for consultation, which brings us here. But there are bigger issues, and some of them I think that the city manager touched on, which was certainly issues that I've heard that aren't specifically relevant to this project. It would be relevant to the same project or a similar project up the street or down the street. That being said, I think that when we look at, to other councillors' comments about higher density, more transit, needs more ridership. What's that doing for our transit network in Vancouver? The more ridership we have, the more likely we are to be able to draw on those opportunities, which I think is really important. And I think that it's important that not only is the community united in speaking to council about that, that we also look at how many people will be able to live in Vancouver that maybe work in Vancouver, contribute to Vancouver, that can't currently live in Vancouver, or that want to continue to live in Vancouver and otherwise would have to leave. So I just wanted to note that I really did appreciate Mr. Garrison and staff's comments on how this brings us closer to meeting our rental housing targets and goals. They're very ambitious that we set out. And we think about those as numbers, but I see these now as 94 homes. So that's one of the reasons that I will be supporting it, as I said, and I hope there will be support for this, so they will turn into 94 homes. Thank you.
Thank you, and that's it. So we can, for speakers, so we can call a vote on this one. Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Before we make the decision, though, we had a few council members who were absent for a portion of the public hearing. So if you wish to vote, you must confirm you have reviewed the proceedings of the meeting. So when I call your name, please indicate if you have reviewed the proceedings from January 21st and if you will be voting. Councillor Bly. Thank you. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dejanova. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Swanson. Okay. Council will now make its decision. We can vote. Great. That passes with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Thank you very much. We're moving on to the next application, which is for 3680 East Hastings. And if the clerk can read the application and summary correspondence, that would be great.
This is an application by PCI Development Corporation to rezone 3680 East Hastings Street from C2C Commercial District to CD1 Comprehensive Development District to permit the development of a 14-story mixed-use building with commercial uses at grade and 118 secured rental housing units, with 20% of the residential floor area being secured as moderate income units. a building height of 48.8 meters or 160.2 feet, and a floor space ratio of 6.96 are proposed. The General Manager of Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability recommends approval, subject to conditions as set out in the summary and recommendation of the public hearing agenda. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 60 pieces in support, 66 pieces in opposition, and 3 pieces regarding other aspects related to the application. This represents all correspondence received up to 5 p.m. today.
Thank you very much. And we already received the presentation on this item during the item 4 presentation, so we'll move on to the applicant. Does the applicant wish to speak to this application? Okay, thank you very much. And so we'll move to questions to staff or the applicant. So this is your only chance to ask the applicant questions. I don't see anybody on the list. So we'll move to the public. And again, remember, Council, you can always ask questions to staff. In the next segment, just moving to the list now. So for 3680 East Hastings Street, we have Susan Long, and then Gabriel Hasselback, and then Aaron Robinson, number 3. So is Susan Long here? No? Okay. Gabriel Hasselback? Great. Thanks for coming, and up to 5 minutes.
All right, I have a little handout if you don't mind.
Yeah, the clerk will grab the handout from you.
Well, you've heard every argument under the sun, and you've heard from me before, and there's probably not a lot of new things to add to all this, and I just saw how the last vote went, so this may just be all moot point, but I would like to ask if you have consulted with Burnaby City and with North Vancouver, because this traffic issue will affect both of those.
Right, so it's just an opportunity for you to say your piece, not
all right, I
really
won't
question
ask
and
you then.
answer,
I'll just say that if you haven't, then I would suggest it might be good. We know what happened with Grandview Woodlands, so I would like you to know that I oppose this. I am all for rental properties in Vancouver. I know that has to happen, and I applaud council's accomplishments in a lot of different areas. Each of these pilot programs has ramifications that can't be foreseen or are not being foreseen. I know we're going to experience stuff like that with the viaducts. So just so you know that this has ramifications that may not be envisioned at this time. Now, one tower is enough in this area. I mean, if you're going to have one, you've got one in there. But don't forget that this is really a sweetheart deal for the developer. He's got income coming in for years and years and years and can control all that. I don't think the city's getting enough out of it. I think having both towers there is kind of a knee-jerk reaction to a housing shortage without examining all the ramifications. And offering units with inboard bedrooms and in the cramped neighborhood and stuff is really kind of offering a very pittance of a project to a community, considering what the developer has to take from it and the negative ramifications that it will affect the area. My recommendation, and I think this is an ideal scenario that everybody could live with, would be a 5-story building, which is commensurate with the rest of the buildings in the area, with a community center in the commercial level. We have a lot of commercial units that are empty now that just don't ever get used. The whole building across the street is empty. And that could be turned into housing, as a matter of fact. But put a community center in the commercial level because there's nothing in the area. The small commercial center is over down Hastings, closer to Nanaimo. That's the only thing that's there. I would say get a rental freeze on other buildings in the area so the gentrification doesn't affect those residents, because you don't want to gain rental and then lose a bunch of rentals too, because we're talking about affordable housing. Some people can only afford those kind of rents. I would suggest that those the rental units, the MERP units, income go directly to the city, not to the developer. I think that should be something the city is getting, not only because they can control it, but because they deserve a little more out of this whole project. And that money could go to the area to increase amenities, whatever. And I do think it's possible to create more parking in the area if done properly. There's building width. There's area right at the Cassiar where Hastings meets Cassiar that could be developed into just street parking, because Burnaby does a good job of that. They put parking lots at different areas throughout Burnaby, and it works really well. Now, the transit services and that kind of follow-up that everybody's talking about should be done before the building's approved, not afterwards, because the solutions after the fact really don't mean a whole lot. So I don't really have a lot more to say, except that the community center, if you're going to add anything, a community center has to be there, and two double high-rises are just too much in the area.
Thanks very much for coming in. No questions? Thank you. Next is, let's see, we had Susan Wong, Aaron Robinson. Nope. Okay. Number 4 is withdrawn. Jason McGarry. Jason McGarry. Powell Slowski. Chris Carew. Ellen Featherstone. Recognize you there. Thanks for coming in. You know the drill. Up to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. When I was here the other day, I threw out my notes because there were a number of issues brought up that I felt had to be brought up to the attention of Council. Some of you missed them, but I hope you'll go and take a look at them to do with the DCLs, and I may get onto that a little bit later. I support this project because this is accommodation for families and the middle class. That's something that we're sorely missing, really, are advocates for the middle class. The lower income people have a great lobby group and highly paid consultants, etc., who lobby for them and make lots of noise, and they get their message across. The middle class has nobody who speaks for them, really. They don't have a great lobby group or anything else. And so therefore, this is really important. The middle class have given up buying houses or buying condos in the city of Vancouver because they simply can't afford it. And the question is, what are we going to do for those people? And although there are some negatives to this project, there's negatives to every project. Doesn't matter, you can never satisfy everybody. But the positives are that families are going to be able to live in the city of Vancouver, and the people who are employed in the city of Vancouver are going to be able to live there. And that's really important. We're giving up a small amount of DCLs in order to get a little bit of affordable housing. Now, I know that's a concern, but little grains of sand, when put together, become a great pile of sand. And the DCLs, and I just want to make another comment about that because I think it's really quite important. The DCLs were initiated in early 1990s by the province for the city of Vancouver into the Vancouver Charter, and they were done for a large area called Downtown South, which was being rezoned from commercial to residential. At the same time, Concord was being developed. The Marathon property was also being developed on Cole Harbour. So nobody was paying really any attention to these areas. There was nobody lived there really. There was nobody who spoke for anybody who did live. There were a few SRR hotels, the seedy hotels and seedy beer parlors. Nobody was really speaking for them. I was part of a group that took on to speak for that area. We came up to City Hall, took that rezoning, which the city had no plans for. They were just going to rezone, and changed it into a planning process. And at that time, there were no parks, no streetscapes, no anything in Downtown South. And the only way it was going to be paid for, those amenities were going to be paid for, were through DCLs. Now, that was a major accomplishment at that time. Now, when it comes to DCLs in small projects like this, yes, they're important to pay for amenities, but where do they go? The DCLs goes into general revenue. Maybe it'll be spent on something. They're not specifically specified for somewhere around that project. And if they were, that would be fine, but they're not. And so maybe that's a suggestion if you are concerned about DCLs. But the DCLs being given up means there's going to be some affordable housing for people. And that's really what counts. Now, there's lots of arguments against this. I noticed that the committee opposed to practically everything has got an excuse as to why not to support something, and that's fine. But, you know, middle-class housing is important. And I think many people who would support this project and support this idea, they're not here because they're away working. And so they can't make it up to City Hall in the middle of the day. I'm lucky. I'm retired, comfortable, so therefore I can come and complain about these sorts of things to keep you on your toes. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much for coming in. You have a question from Councillor Hardwick.
Mr. Featherston, how are you? Over here.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Hardwick.
Yes. So what is it that brings you here in particular today?
Well, I have a concern about housing, and middle-class housing. As I say, you weren't here the other day. I was part of the, in 1989, I was invited to...
But why today? Why this project?
Well, because this is I would have been here for the previous project that was on the other night, but I wasn't really aware of it because there wasn't much that I read about it. But this project, these two projects in particular, I noticed that there was some objection to it, and I was getting sort of burning a little bit about the CACs. And I realize that CACs are important, and there's no getting away from them. They are important. But as I say, they go into general revenue, and for the previous project that was discussed last Tuesday on that particular issue, there was a concern about it. And, the amount isn't really that much. It would just go and it would be lost and nobody would think about it.
So you don't live in the neighborhood?
No.
And you're here on at 4 o'clock on...
yes.
And out of your commitment to middle-class housing?
Yes.
Wow.
I've been involved in city issues since, the mid-'80s.
I know, I've known you that long. Okay, well, that's interesting to hear. And also, again, one of the biggest complaints, apart from mobility, is the weakness of the community infrastructure to support this. So abandoning CACs and DCL waivers are perhaps not in the best interest of that community building if you look at it through that lens.
Yeah, yes, and no. I think that it's a trade-off. And it is a trade-off. That's exactly what it is, and that's what I'm arguing. It's a trade-off. It may not apply to other projects, but these kind of projects where you get middle-class housing, that's what's really important. I mean, I live in the city of Vancouver. I'm here, my tail's in the gate. But the people who are, work downtown, whether retail or in offices or, up to middle management, they can't afford to live in Vancouver. They've given up trying to live in Vancouver. And because of that, we've got problems on the freeway, problems with transit, problems, trying to get to New Westminster, to Surrey, to Langley and beyond. The city has to be inclusive, and that's what's the most important aspect of all of this housing policy is being more inclusive for everybody.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
Thanks for coming in. That's it for questions.
Thank you.
We have, let's see now, Rory Hunt. Rory Hunt. Oh, okay. Nathan Davidovich. Thanks for coming in. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I support this project. It's at least 30 years too late, and it's still too low compared to Burnaby. So, it's just... Now, Councillor Carr was asking some question and other people. Hastings is the #1 corridor in the city for bus service. Has more buses per hour or 24 hours, whatever, than any other corridor in the city. Broadway is the #2 corridor. TransLink cut down the number 14 Hastings that Councillor Swanson wanted to take. There's no more service after 7 o'clock at night. There's no bus service between Renfrew and Cassia. People at the Hastings Community Center bus stop, they wait there. There's no sign on the bus stop or anything that there's no bus service, and they don't know. After a while, they realize that they see the express buses going by, But I asked Councillor Swanson and Councillor Dominato, and they live in the area, and they didn't know that there is the express trolley wires on Hastings Street. The only city in Canada that had express trolley wires, the number 34 bus, and it's still there. The wires are still there. And if we do believe in climate change and so forth, you should do same as other cities. Tell TransLink, you have 5 years. Take away all your diesel buses. We want the electric buses all in Vancouver. And you can do that. You have the power to do it, but you don't want to do it. And the Metro Vancouver Regional District, they don't want to do it either. The main thing is that the situation was way worse prior to the construction of the Cassiar Tunnel to connect to the Second Narrows Bridge. It was all at grade. The traffic was 2, 3, 4 times worse than what it is now. And now it's the people that moved to the area after the 90s, after the construction of the tunnel, they don't even know how bad it was back then. The problem is, of course, when you have a 10-lane Port Mann Bridge fitting into 6-lane Second Narrows Bridge. So there will always be delays. They promised us back in the 90s that they're going to widen the Second Narrows Bridge to 8 lanes by adding 2 more lanes for buses, but it wasn't done. So the congestion will persist unless we build a new bridge or possibly, if it's possible, to widen this bridge. But, Hastings and Nanaimo, there's no left turn bay. The only major street in the city that has no left turn bay, and they even allow left turns during the morning rush hour. It's only in the afternoon rush hour that they banned it.
Can we just steer you back to this particular property?
Yeah. No, I'm talking about the traffic on this. Yep. No, I support the project. I mean, that's, as I said, but I'm just talking about, in this particular project, I can talk about need for a wider sidewalk because you need a proper size a bus shelter because there's hundreds of people waiting on that block to go east into Burnaby. There's hundreds and hundreds of people. So unless the sidewalk is wider than what it is now, again, we're going to have some problems. The city manager says there's going to be a report or whatever, but who knows when and what? And council, after this public hearing, they can just pass a motion to bring proper reports to the on transit and transportation, hopefully to the new transportation committee that you're going to appoint, because we are the only city in Metro Vancouver that doesn't have a transportation committee.
Thanks very much. I'm going to end. Stop it there. So that's the 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your input today and your advocacy for transit. Very, very noted. Thank you. Okay, thanks. And no questions. So we're moving on to Niall Murphy. Mr. Murphy, thank you for coming in.
I actually had some handouts.
Sure. The clerk will help you with that.
Sure. And some of them would actually answer some of the questions that were asked on the previous.
Okay.
Okay.
Thanks. We'll take a look at those as you're going, and we'll start your timer now up to 5 minutes.
Hello, my name is Neil Murphy, and I live at 3596 East Pender Street. From my kitchen, dining, and living room windows, I'll now have a direct and unobstructed view of 3600 Hastings Street. In fact, the 14-story building, which actually presents to the south as 15 stories, will now eliminate half my view of open sky. So thanks for that. Also, as a pedestrian, I will have to take extra caution crossing an increasingly trafficked laneway to access transit on Hastings Street or returning to my home. And my partner and myself are already cautious as we have witnessed a pedestrian who worked in our neighborhood struck and permanently brain injured in front of our house, and another pedestrian in 2010, familiar to my wife as a fellow transit user, struck and killed by a bus in the crosswalk in front of 3600 Hastings. We've also survived our own personal near misses by distracted and speeding commuters on Pender, Kootenay, and Hastings streets. Like the rest of the neighborhood, we've tried to engage with the city about our traffic concerns for over a decade, but all has fallen on deaf ears. That's why I was particularly offended when a Johnny-come-lately, profit-motivated developer has more traction with the city than the neighborhood and receives kudos for throwing the distant community policing office a few dollars and also forming and holding 3 meetings with some kind of hand-selected traffic working group. But apparently, we shouldn't worry. An additional 200-plus units and their visitors accessing their homes through the lane to exit onto Kootenay or Boundary will not affect us. For living car-free, unfortunately, this neighborhood, despite the bus loop, doesn't even score very well for transit or walkability. Outside of nearby Franklin Elementary and Adanac Park, even the community center is at the planning department's outside range. Look at my handout. The commercial district is pretty terrible, despite the recent addition of many multifamily developments in our 3-block strip. The area caters to fast food, cannabis, alcohol, vapes, smoking, sexual services, and wedding stores, but not much else. The very unpedestrian-friendly wasteland west of Cassiar makes the distant East Village, with its grocery stores, drugstores, financial institutions, restaurants, and coffee shops, beyond walkable. My main issue with these developments is the size and scale. If you look at the handouts, you can see that the 3 blocks from Cassiar to Boundary already house more multifamily buildings than from Clark to Nanaimo, from Nanaimo to Renfrew. We even have more 6-story buildings at 3 than the single 6-story between Clark and Renfrew done by the same developer. And just a note, the commercial tenants, their development attracted are Tim Hortons and Dairy Queen. Not really great anchor tenants for community building. The other space remains empty. Looking at my handout, east of Boundary into Burnaby, it is much the same. These developments are solely based on the anomaly located diagonally across Boundary and Hastings, which is a completely different style of development. It sits not on a 105-foot deep, 10,000 or 15,000 square foot lot with minimal to no setbacks, but on a full block with huge setbacks surrounded by multifamily housing, as do the 2 other towers along Hastings and Burnaby. I took an hour out of my weekend and went and knocked on the 11 doors of the single-family residents that back onto the planned developments. 1 was not interested in talking about it. 2 couldn't speak English. 3 weren't home. But the remaining 5 that I did contact that could speak English were all appalled by the size of the development and what it meant to them personally and the impact on their everyday lives. They were as amazed as I was that the city would even consider not 1, but 2 projects on this scale on these sites. The outrageous relative scale of going from 15-story to 2-story was acknowledged in a single line by the planning staff as being not ideal. These residents also feel betrayed by the developer's summary of the public response at the meeting they held in December of 2018, and again by the planning department's summary of the June 4th, 2019 open house. They had the same experience as me. A vast majority of people angrily opposed to the scale of the developments, and that the city staff, with no knowledge of the area or the residents' concerns, were just there to check boxes and not to engage in meaningful consultation. While the senior planner for the project, who is here today, looked on and remained silent, another city staffer responded to the concerns of me.
Thanks very much. You're at your 5 minutes.
I have like 10 seconds. I waited here.
No, but when you start to call in individual members of staff, then we have to stop you there, and you're at your 5 minutes. But you do have a question, and I just remind you to show respect to everyone in the room. Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes.
Hi, over here. Yeah. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your presentation. So you're not saying no development here?
No, we're not. I would be, in my last line, I was going to say that myself and the people that are directly affected by these developments would prefer that it stayed within the either four-story zoning for strata or six-story for purpose-built secured rental.
But apparently, that 4 to 6 story range is the numbers don't work for the developer to be able to provide affordable housing.
Well, if you look, there was a project that was built on Skeena within the last couple of years that was 6 stories of secured housing. There's also 2 development applications that were approved in 2019 for a further 2 6-story developments. One where there was the old A&B Sound or Rocco's Gym, and the other one is adjacent to the Esso gas station.
So the argument will be made again that because these are on the arterials and there's obviously a lot of traffic flowing through the area, that is a preferential place to be locating something with this kind of height and density as opposed to within neighborhoods.
Well, I was sort of interested that the developments so far that I've heard go through with the MERC program are all like 6 stories. And people are screaming about the setbacks and what that's going to look like from across the laneway. And there's absolutely no way you can hide a 14-story, which actually presents as a 15-story on the south side, from the neighbors who are across the lane. There's not even an attempt for it, and it's not a walkable neighborhood. As I've seen on my handout, I believe 15 of the commercial businesses are empty. There's an undeveloped lot as well. It's like this is not a successful commercial zone for the residences, and we've seen, if you look at the numbers in the area, we actually have relatively high density compared to Hastings Sunrise down between Renfrew and Nanaimo.
That's very useful. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and that's it for questions. Thank you very much for coming in. We have a couple of extra speakers who've signed up. Lisa Pinoni. Lisa Pinoni. Thanks very much for coming in. There's a handout there as well. Thanks. The clerk will come and get that for you. And just whenever you're settled in there, up to 5 minutes, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stewart and council members. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this matter. I am saddened that 3600 has been approved and has not been delayed for further investigation. I hope that my comments will not fall on deaf ears. This project has been compared to Boundary View. Boundary View has the same amount of suites, 212 in 2 towers. One is 13 floors, the other one has 16. Now, Boundary View is 35 years old, and it's also on 2 city blocks of land. So this project is actually being built on half or less than half of the same space. Now, Boundary View has 1 parking spot for each complex. Actually, it has 320 residential stalls, 113 commercial stalls. There's 2 exits for parking, Boundary and Esmond. The streets around the complex also allow for parking. So on Albert as well as Edmonds. So this would, Albert Street would allow for 30 parking spaces depending on the vehicles. Esmond has 20 actual painted stalls. Boundary View has 58 outdoor visitor stalls. So that's already 100 parking spaces. That's not within the complex. For Boundary View, each suite has a parking space with the exception of the penthouses, which come with 2. Boundary View also has 3 bike rooms, and they allow bike racks to be mounted on the walls of the parking stalls. And the townhouses that are across on Albert actually have their own parking. The complexes on 3600 and 3680 are being built on less than half of the space that Boundary View complex has. Also, Boundary View does not have an alley going through its property. There are 11 houses that will be using the same alleyway as the proposed complexes. The houses have garages and or driveways, which owners have vehicles in. As an everyday living thing, so not even as an exception of a one-off. How are these people going to get their cars out of their garages or in when people are coming out of the apartments, and heaven forbid, the garbage truck is going to be coming. So also on garbage pickup day and recycling day, there will be industrial bins that will take up more room in the alley. So realistically, the logistics of that is not going to be working. Also, the concern with 2 or more years of building dust, noise pollution, workers' vehicles is something that I'm dreading. What health concerns should me and my neighbors be worried about from the construction? I'm pretty sure that the bus stop on 3600 Hastings will also have to be moved, but to where? Upsetting transit, let alone the potential of the curb lane being closed for the massive equipment that's going to be needed. This will present a danger for anyone going east on Hastings wanting to turn on Boundary. This is a smoke and mirrors show. The contractor does not have the neighborhood's interest and are not acting in good faith. They are truly only concerned with company profits, and they are cashing in with the discounts and all of those other alphabets that I don't understand, but I realize that they're getting discounts. This project is based on bent rules, which does not have the neighborhood in their best interest. It doesn't have enough 3-bedroom suites. It's not catering to families wholeheartedly. It's being pushed through, like the Teen Alcohol Center at 3400 Franklin, being slipped through because the number of people living there does not require neighborhood consultation or approval. A person making, so this is on moderate income, correct? A person making a minimum wage, $13.85 an hour, working 40 hours a week, makes $28,800 or $2,400 per month. 30% of that gross would be $720. None of the rents are even in this area. So a hard worker or even a single parent doesn't even qualify to live here. So you are excluding low-income families, therefore creating a discriminatory environment that is not what I want in my area. A person working at a minimum wage job isn't less valued in a community. You probably work harder than a higher paying person. A person making $14.45, working 40 hours, they make $30,056.
And we're at the 5 minutes.
Sorry.
Goes fast, I know. But you do have a question, though?
They would be at 30%, a person making $14.45 an hour, they would be making the $30,000 required for this. But the 751.
I'm going to cut you here. We do have a five-minute time limit, and thanks very much. But you do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Please go ahead, Councillor Hardwick.
Hi.
Hi. Your opening, you said you acknowledged that the other building has been approved.
Correct.
So now that it's been approved, do you think it makes any difference if the other one's not approved?
Well, you know what? I came here, and with my handouts, I actually drew what I am going to be seeing with 3600 being built. So yes, I got my ruler and I did do it to scale with a Sharpie, but this is my new view, right? Like, you know, I presented a resolution in that in the 2300 block of Hastings, there's a 6-story suite, and I think 63 suites are in that building. So 2735, it's a 63 suite building, 6 stories. It's been approved. There's like 98 parking spaces or something. But my solution would be put two of that building on it. So you would have over, and my solution would also be to put 10 suites for low income, so anybody making less than 30,000, and then you can do you can do 10 suites for moderate income. So we have a big homeless problem here. We can all agree. So one way to solve a problem is to examine what the problem is. Low income is one of those problems that's contributing to homelessness, and with the moderate income, you're discriminating against people who make under 30,000, and that's not fair.
I have another question for you. This particular site is right on the corner.
Correct.
Of 2 major arterials. So if you're going to locate density, the logic is this is the kind of place you want to put it.
Okay, so recently I spoke to a mortgage broker, and with the developments in around Brentwood Mall and around Gilmore Station, what I've been told is that because there has been a change in the banks and their position with foreign money, that there was a situation where a person had 4 suites. Yes, they were a foreign investor, and at this time, the only mortgage that they could obtain was one for 12.5%. So the projection is that this year and in next year, there's going to be a flood of foreclosures. So we know that Gilmore Station, they've already torn down the Gold's Gym, and they're building like a couple of huge complexes there. If somebody wants to live in a complex, you know what? SkyTrain is right there. Yes, you know what? They have sort of like a bus loopy thing where a lot of buses can be caught. If a person wants to live in a high rise, that's where they would go. Why wouldn't they? They have Brentwood and everything. Why would they want to live on Boundary and Hastings? Because, you know what, like the last speaker did speak, the choice of stores that we have now is, marijuana and vape and a liquor store that's half a block away from a school. So I really, really encourage you to sort of take this away and then re-examine both projects again and make them 6 stories. I'm not against the project. I'm against the project of how it's been presented, because come walk and stand on my block and then look up and you can see, like, imagine what you can see.
But the argument is that the developer needs this heightened density to make the numbers work.
Then I think that the contractor needs to re-examine his numbers.
Thank you.
Thank you. You have another question from Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much for coming to speak to us today. I know that we weren't sure when exactly we would get to hear from speakers, so it's difficult, but there's a process for it, so thank you for coming to speak. Further to the questions that Councillor Hardwick was asking you and some of your answers, you were talking about taking a portion of those moderate income rental pilot program housing units and having them become low income. By low income, do you mean for earners at $30,000? I mean,
less than 30.
Yeah, less than 30. Are we talking about shelter rate housing?
No.
I mean,
so minimum wage, which there are people that work minimum wage, right? Their gross yearly would be $28,800. Could we have that? Like, so if you have a minimum salary, they should be able to afford something, right?
So
make that available.
Sorry, I have limited time. I did want to know that, and I appreciate you answering that, because there's different rates of low-income housing. There's shelter rate. There's a little bit more that people get for care if they have a disability. I've worked in the nonprofit housing world, so just trying to understand that. And then looking at sort of, as you've been speaking back and forth on the questions here with other council members at the policy report, first of all, we don't actually get to tell the developer or the applicant what to build here. They come to us and we decide if it conforms to policy, so we can't tell them what to build. We can tell them what our policy is.
Move to the question.
My question, and I'm preempting the question with that. If this went back, we're not sure that the developer might want to do that. So is that a concern that we'd lose all of this affordable housing if we kind of gambled and did that and asked the developer to go back, because they'd have to redesign and look at that and go through all the costs and the hearing again?
I don't think that should be a concern. Currently, there is a 4-story suite being built on the other corner, right? On the other corner of Hastings and Boundary and the Burnaby side, sorry. But that building is proceeding. Right? So just like, they haven't built like a 15-floor tower there. And you know what, that space would sort of mimic the one that's where Oscar's is now or where Vaglio's is.
I can't comment on
No.
another landowner's
No,
property,
that's
but
fine.
I did want to ask you the question of it. Just in my experience, looking at this, if this were to actually the model that you'd like to see, with lower income being supported at lower rents, if that meant more height and density to be able to offset those costs, would that be something you'd be willing to live with? You don't have to answer my question. I just wanted to.
Right. You know, like visually with my handout, you can see that, and maybe I should have blacked it out even more, but I'm going to be looking at, you know, cement, right? You know, my worry is also with the removal of the viaducts. That's also going to contribute to more traffic. Like we have a whole bunch of things that's working everywhere, and everything contributes to everything, right?
Exactly. And that's why I had to ask the question. I'm not even sure that it would be possible, but would you be willing to live with more height and more density if it meant lower income units?
No, because I want it to be 6 stories.
Okay.
That's my solution, because I live there. I'm pretty sure that none of PCL or whatever, I don't believe that any of them are actually my neighbor. So I don't believe that they will be moving in.
I'll ask staff a question about the height and density later on. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and that's it for questions. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, we've got Nadir. Sorry, I'm just looking at writing here. Nadir Panoni?
Yes, sir.
Hopefully I got your pronunciation correct.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. My name is Nadir Panoni. I guess, well, I don't like this project. I think it's like way too high. You heard everything about the parking, about the traffic, and everything. I wrote a bunch of things down, but everybody said something. Everybody said everything I wrote down. And the 13 stories, I think it's just way too big for where I am, like where the neighborhood is. Like from Boundary to Cassiar, let's say it's 3 blocks. They've already built 4 places that are 4 to 5 stories high, and I don't see why we need a 13-story. I totally, I'm not much of a speaker here, so I'm totally good with the moderate housing, but I still think they can still do the moderate housing, but not with 13 floors. So, I don't know, I don't have, and the 20% thing, I really don't understand the square footage of the flooring. I would have thought it would have did with how many units are there, but I guess I'm wrong on that part. Yeah. Yeah, and the parking, like even for instance with the parking, today I got off work a little bit early to come here, and I went to go home, and there was no parking in front of my house. And what's going to happen when they build another 200 and something places there, that I'm going to have even less parking. Now with all the alley homes and everything, and like everybody around our neighborhood has problems with their parking. And then the traffic is just crazy, like people speeding through. You guys heard everything already. It's just our skyline's going to all change because of the 13 stories. And yeah, I don't know. That's about all I have to say. Like, I don't agree with this project. And they keep on saying they can't afford to do it. But we have some apartments down the street that are all on Hastings again, that are all renters. Like, how do they do it? Like, it's a 5-story building. How do they do it? Well, that's it.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay, thanks.
That's
You have
all
a
I got to say.
question from Councillor Hardwick.
Hello.
Hello. Have you ever spoke to City Council before?
Never. I never spoke to anybody. There's so many people at once. So,
So what inspired you to come and do it today then?
well, the 13 stories, I think, is just too big for our neighborhood. Like from Boundary to Cassiar, like I said, it's all 5- and 6-story buildings. And then from Cassiar to Clark, there's nothing that big. Like everybody, we talk about the Boza buildings there, those 2 big, they have parking for everybody. Yeah, it's just it's not going to look good. I'm happy with the moderate housing and everything. Like I agree on all that. On we need more places, but yeah, I don't. It's just too big for where we are for our neighborhood.
How long have you lived in the neighborhood?
30 years.
A little while then.
Yeah, I've been living there like all my life almost. Well, not. I won't
Adult
say
life.
old I am, but yeah, I've been living there a long time.
Okay. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks, and no other questions?
Okay, right on. Well, see you guys. Have a good night.
Come back anytime. Okay, thank you, Council. That's it for the speakers list. I'm now going to call for speakers. Is there anybody else that'd like to speak to this project? I'm getting head shaking from out in the lobby. No, I'm going to call a second time. One more time. Does anybody else want to speak to this application on 3680 Hastings Street? Okay, I don't see anybody else. Seeing there's no more speakers, the speakers list is closed. As few or no public comments were received on this item after 5 p.m. today, I suggest we now close the receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments, asking questions to staff, and making a decision. Does the applicant have any closing comments? Okay, thank you. Staff have any closing comments? Okay, thanks. And any questions for staff? I have Councillor Dejanova on the list. Go ahead.
Thanks very much. My question for staff specifically is related to the low-income housing that was asked about by previous speaker. Would it require in the pro forma more height and density to achieve integrated housing of those units? Could we just take the MERP units and turn them into lower income housing units? And would those lower income housing units serve the need and meet our housing strategy?
Again, Dan Garrison from Housing Policy and Regulation. So the MERP program is was carefully designed to create the opportunity for viable projects at the heights and densities that are proposed and that are supported by the policy. So looking at the proposal for a C2 zoning district where the MERP proposal allows up to 14 stories with 20% of those secured at the moderate income rents, if you were to lower the rents in those units, it would reduce the revenue in the project and mean that you would need to do one of two things. You would either need to increase the height and density of the market units to try to offset those costs or the reduced revenue, or you would need to reduce the number of units that you secured at those lower rents. So that would be the impact on the project to try to achieve lower income units. Back to the point about the housing strategy and what it is we're trying to achieve across the board, really the strategy is to look at the various parts of the housing continuum and see how we can meet the needs across it. The moderate income rental program is a program that's really designed to try to work with the private sector, with the development industry, to try to deliver rental housing with a secured level of affordability. As we start to get into households that are lower than that 30,000 range, we're starting to get into the area where we look at mixed income nonprofit housing projects and a lot of the work that we do with the community-based housing sector. So if you think about our housing targets, we have 20,000 targeted units for rental, about 4,000 of which we're trying to secure at these moderate income rents. We also have 12,000 units of community-based nonprofit housing that we're trying to work with our partners at BC Housing and other places to secure. And so the city contributions to those, as well as funding contributions from other levels of government, are really what allow us to get even deeper and meet the needs of households with lower incomes than we can through programs that are just really about incentives to the private sector alone.
Thanks. You answered my second question before I even asked it about the nonprofit housing. To put into context for me what the speaker had proposed and talking about really not changing the design or form, density of the proposed project, but instead changing the rents, then, for instance, like MERP rents wouldn't have worked above the fire hall that we see in Marpole. That was specifically nonprofit housing. So is it designed in the pro forma to integrate and mix incomes based on the number of units, the height and the density that the policy recommends and the applicant's proposing?
Yes, that's essentially right. We're looking at trying to mix in the sort of market level rental rates, which are, as we all know and agree, are increasing significantly, but trying to secure some of those rents that are affordable to households with moderate incomes and secure those in perpetuity so that they continue to perform that function in the housing system over time. So that is exactly what we're trying to do with the program.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thanks so much. Actually, Councillor DiGenova asked my questions with one exception. I really wanted to pinpoint as well the point made by one of our speakers around getting housing at the affordable level for under 30,000 incomes. So, Mr. Garrison, if you wouldn't mind just explaining, can we achieve that? It's not the objective of the MERT program, I understand. So how do we get those kinds of units?
Yeah, so the primary way, and again in the housing strategy that we've laid out to address the needs of households under $30,000 a year is through our nonprofit housing program or social housing program that we do a lot of work with the community-based housing sector, both nonprofits and co-ops, as well as our partners at the provincial and federal governments. BC Housing and CMHC both have pretty substantial investment programs underway right now to do that, and we're doing a lot of work with them to secure that funding. It is one of the things as you get to providing housing for lower household incomes, therefore the rents are lower. It does mean that more financial contributions are required into those projects. So those are the ones that really require us to work with those partnerships where there are provincial and federal investments to secure those lower rents for households that have lower incomes.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Carson.
Thanks. I have a question just around transportation. So quite familiar with North Burnaby, having served up there for 4 years, and traffic is a mess, really, just because you have the highway intersecting with the bridge and Hastings Street. So, but because it goes across municipal boundaries, there's federal interaction there. Who's in charge of making a plan for that area? Like, really, is anybody in charge? Because we can do it to boundary, but we can't. I know the Hastings itself is a provincial highway, so. From my understanding. So who's in charge of that? Because that's what we've heard. If traffic was a little better, then maybe people wouldn't be so upset about what's going on in their neighborhood.
Sure. Thank you for question, Rose Madraskovich with the Transportation Division. You're correct, Mayor. I guess our jurisdiction ends within the limits of the City of Vancouver in cases where there is, cross traffic or, roadways that go through several jurisdictions. There may need to be coordination on some of those larger pieces, and that's typically how it is. But generally, we are bound to sort of improvements that we can make, on the local and arterial roadways within our city.
So, so who do we usually ask if we have kind of cross-jurisdictional problems, and like this one, and there's other intersections and things that cross our municipal boundaries? Who do we use? Is it the province, TransLink? Who do we?
It's a number of stakeholders depending on where the roadway is crossing. So if it's within another municipality or if it's a provincial roadway, we would consult with those appropriate stakeholders. If it's a transit route or requires transit improvements, we consult with TransLink. It's really dependent on the situation.
We don't have any authority to make decisions about the bridge, for example, really.
We wouldn't have final authority on that. We would be similarly like the other municipalities and jurisdictions, another stakeholder on something like that.
In the past, how have we if we had Lionsgate Bridge problems, how have we, or any other major crossing, how have we sorted those out in the past? Do we have to initiate it, or do we kind of pressure other governments, or how does that all work?
I don't have, unfortunately, details of how we've done it in the past.
Right, that's okay.
Right, like it sort of stems from a local issue, and then it's up to sort of each municipality to forward, and it depends on who almost notes it first. And
so, would it be out of line for us to say send a letter to the province and kind of raise our concerns here? Is that something we've done in the past? I'm sorry if I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm just wondering. Like, this concerns are significant. Yeah.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. We're veering a little outside of the topic here.
That was also part of my technical.
I just finish?
Yep.
But that is definitely how we would do it. And I think it would be quite appropriate for us to raise concerns via that manner with them. We do it with the railroads, we do it with other infrastructure, so that's an appropriate avenue for us to go, and then could start a dialogue with the province around the issues you're raising.
So my other question is it appropriate to kind of add in as I mean, it's not a condition for the developer, but that's actually something, so it wouldn't be appropriate, I guess, to add that in as a condition because it's not something the applicant, okay.
I wouldn't recommend doing it as a part of this,
yes, I
this rezoning, but we've definitely heard issues today. Staff can go off and do that. We don't need council direction to do that, and we're hearing this loud and clear these issues are coming up.
Thanks. So content and process, I understand, but I'd be happy to help with that in any way because it seems like a much bigger issue. So,
thanks.
So that's not a question. I get it. Okay, thanks very much. Councillor Dejanova, you're on the list.
I was prepared to move.
Okay, nobody else, so we've got it moved. Seconder. Councillor Carr, thank you. Councillor Dejanova, you have up to 5 minutes.
Just really wanted to thank the speakers who came out and spoke to us. I think in really wanting also to make sure that speakers understand the process in that we can't tell an applicant what to build on their land. And in fact, they could choose not to build any housing, or they could come back to us and build within other policy, and it wouldn't be helping us to meet our targets for affordable housing. I'm also hopeful that being that this is an area that is very transit oriented and these projects, if passed, and we have more people not only living in Vancouver, but the mayor through the mayor's council, and I've been learning a lot about that lately at TransLink, we can advocate for more bus service. We can advocate for more transit options. We can advocate for more dollars to come to Vancouver. So although that's not what this is about, I think that it is important that to the speakers who live this every day because they have concerns, that they know that that is something that, as our city manager said, staff see this. They take a holistic approach to this, and it's about building community. That being said, I see, the benefit of 94 more units that will get us closer to our housing goals overall. And as someone who clearly stated that was something that I was choosing to run for city council, not just this term, but in the past term, to make sure that there were advocates for housing, for what was called the missing middle, for middle income earners. I think it's very important that we provide housing for lower incomes as well, and that's why I've dedicated much of my career to working in non-market, nonprofit housing to secure housing at shelter rates. That being said, the numbers don't work, and I heard from someone, one of the speakers, that I asked if the numbers did work because I had to wait to ask staff questions until the speaker list closed. If the numbers did work, would you be okay with more heightened density in your area, in this building? And the speaker said no. So in respect of that, but also in respect of the fact that this is the moderate income pilot program that we have for the city, rental pilot program, I think that it's very important that we look at the fact that we have other pilot programs and we don't necessarily amend those to up the rents to make them moderate income. So I appreciate the housing strategy that this clearly states in the policy report, referral report that we have as a part of this package, states that this does meet those policies of our Housing Vancouver strategy. Really appreciate the work that staff have done to not only address some of the concerns, but also give us an idea of what this could do to create community. So for that reason, similar to my comments for the previous project, which I understand are two separate rezonings, I wanted to support this.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes. Sorry, I got my...
I too will be supporting it. I just second it. Similarly to this 3600 East Hastings, but a bit differently. I note that the speakers here did, again, raise the same kinds of issues around traffic and congestion and parking. And I'm going to assume that the answer we received from the city manager on our previous item at this public hearing will hold true. It's the same area, and that is that the city will be responding to those issues moving forward from here. And those issues have been persistent over many years. So I'm really, really hopeful, and I will be tracking the staff's work on those particular issues, noting, as others have, that some of those issues are definitely not just within the city's control, in that the Trans-Canada Highway runs through that area. In terms of the building of local community, I really want to make a point there about the amenities. One of our speakers did talk about that, and I know that CACs and DCLs have supplied money for amenities, but they are not the only sources of funding for amenities, and it's really important to recognize that we do fund amenities also through just our budget, and so any attention paid to the community center that's in the area or any other amenities, and definitely can be accomplished that way, but it does take a focused effort to say what is needed. And again, this is the area where local serving retail, hopefully, as per the previous item, can be really developed in a new and exciting way, as happened in Norquay. The final issue is one of affordability, and staff were asked about that and did respond to say very clearly it is very hard to, in fact, near impossible when you lower the height and lower the density to achieve levels of real affordability, that is 30% people paying no more than 30% of their household gross income on housing, unless there is some sort of outside subsidy. So social housing with support from the province, nonprofit societies, that is, as Mr. Garrison, our staff person, indicated, really the way that we achieve housing at that level. So it's frustrating, I think, for everyone that we don't get as much of that housing as we definitely have the need for within the city. But the fact that we're going to get, I believe it's 24 units of housing at 30% of income levels in this project, I think is a win, and that's why I'm supporting it.
Thanks very much. Councillor Hardwick?
Thank you. As with the last application, I'm torn. The general comment from the residents is that the negative outweighs the positive on these developments in terms of height and density, but we're doing the trade-off in acknowledgement of the need for additional rental housing. I cannot make this statement about this without generally calling into question the MERP program and the Housing Vancouver targets, which we continually say that we're trying to meet the targets, and I will be bringing forward further exploration of that. But for the time being, again, the location of this on the arterial, I am persuaded that under the circumstances that I will have to support it.
Thanks. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you. Yeah, I will be supporting it. I won't reiterate the reasons that I did for the previous project because they really are kind of inextricably linked. But I will say that this is 94 additional units of much needed market rental housing, 24 units of MERP, so sort of permanently affordable, both of which we desperately need in the city. And I think the additional comments that I'll make specifically here really relate to the comments made by Mr. Featherston Howe, one of the speakers, and I thought he framed it well, that we need people who are employed in the city of Vancouver to be able to afford to live in the city of Vancouver. And we see that increasingly where we have a lot of our service folks, whether it's teachers, firefighters, police officers, and others that don't. And that has real implications in terms of not just sort of the fabric of our neighborhoods, but service response and a number of other impacts. So I really take that to heart. And I also want to make a comment too that sometimes we have speakers that come and there's sort of a suggestion raised that we need to be focusing on low income, and yes, absolutely we do, but we also need a continuum of housing, and council is undertaking a number of efforts for housing on the sort of for the social and looking at more affordability on the lower end of the spectrum, but we really do need to support a continuum of choices, and particularly for that missing middle and sort of the working folks who we really don't hear from a lot at council because guess what? It's the middle of a weekday afternoon and they're actually working. So I just wanted to sort of make that comment there that, you know, I hope when we're looking at these projects, we're looking at them individually on their merits. We're looking at them how they fit into the housing continuum and that we're not pitting individual groups against each other, but we're acknowledging that we actually need both in order to have a city that works and has the diversity and of folks that we want to be able to live and work and stay here and that can sort of live together in our neighborhoods across Vancouver. So I will support it for those reasons. The one other comment that I'll make, and I was very impacted by the speaker who came and spoke of his personal experience with relation to pedestrian significant serious injuries as well as fatalities. And I will be following up with staff. I know that I think they've heard a lot of the comments, but I do think there's a lot that the city can do as it relates to looking at traffic measures, infrastructure, calming, visibility for, signalization, pedestrian crossings, whatever those areas are. And I know that we have a goal for sort of a zero sort of fatalities in the city. And these are significant injuries that really impact people's lives. We want people to feel safe in the neighborhoods. And I'm trusting that staff heard that as seriously and took that feedback away as much as I did. But I'm also going to follow up on that separately outside of the hearing process. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And that's it for comments from the debate section. So I guess we can call a vote on this this project. Councillor Hardwick. Thanks very much. That has passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Thank you, Council. Just 1 second. So we're at 5 o'clock. We're going to take a break just after I get to Councillor Dejanova's point, or perhaps of something. And so 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. we'll have a break, and then we'll come back and deal with the final public hearing item, which is the rezoning of certain properties in the Nanaimo sub-area of the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. There are a few speakers signed up for that, so I just ask you to be patient with us, and we'll be back at 6. Following that, we go to Council to deal with a couple of outstanding items. Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I just had a question just around our timing and whether council would be interested to hear the speakers to the next item so they don't have to wait through dinner, and then we could get the presentation from staff afterwards in the Q&A.
It is a good suggestion, although it is a little different in the public hearing process because we have to call at the end, and often we have staff presentations and stuff, so we kind of have to follow it in order on public hearings. It could in a normal council item, so in this case we have to. We wouldn't be able to squeeze them at this point, so we'll do the whole thing just starting at 6 at that, but good question. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, thanks. So we'll see you back at 6. Okay, Council, we're back in session now, and we're dealing with the next application, which is will be read out by the clerk now. Item number 6.
This is an application by the General Manager of Planning, Urban Design and Sustainability to rezone portions of the 2300 block of Charles Street and the 2300 block of Kitchener Street from RT5 and RT5N duplex and multiple dwelling districts to C2 commercial and RM8A multiple dwelling districts, and to rezone portions of the 2400 block of East 12th Avenue, the 2800 block of Nanaimo Street, and the 2400 block of North Grandview Highway from RS1, one family dwelling, and RT-5N districts to RM8A and RM12N districts, and to make related policy amendments to the Grandview, Broadway Commercial, and Nanaimo subareas of the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. The following correspondence has been received since referral to public hearing and prior to the close of the speakers list and receipt of public comments. 4 pieces in support, 7 pieces in opposition, and that represents all correspondence received up to 4 p.m. today.
Thank you, and we have a point of order by Councillor Bly.
Yes, thank you very much. I'll be recusing myself from this application. I live specifically on the address under the Nanaimo sub-area, and an abundance of caution by our legal department have been recommended to recuse myself, so I'll do that now.
Okay, thank you very much. Great. Okay, thanks very much. So we have Andrew, I'm sorry, I don't have my glasses on, Andrew Pask from the Community Planning Center, and here to present the application. And since we have speakers, we'll probably move ahead with it. And so please proceed.
Thank you very much, Mayor, members of council. Andrew Pask, I'm with the Community Planning Division and was also the lead planner on the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. With me tonight to answer any questions are Neil Hershui, Assistant Director of Community Planning, and Marie Lanahan from our Urban Design Division. I'm going to run through a quick presentation, which I hope will set out the purpose of this evening's hearing and give you some context as well. Sorry, I'm just looking to see if we can get this to work. Oh, thank you. Great. Perfect. Marvelous. Okay. Thank you very kindly. Okay. So, what we're here to do this evening in sum is look at a series of recommendations really focused around 2 key areas. One is a set of land use changes on 2 blocks in the Nanaimo sub-area of the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. The other is to look at a series of miscellaneous updates that we are recommending for the Grandview Woodland Plan policy document. And then there are 2 other smaller items that we are recommending for future planning. These are 2 discrete items within the larger context of a multi-year process to implement the Grandview Woodland Community Plan along Nanaimo Street. In summary, we'll be looking at the plan background, a little bit of information on that, the specific Nanaimo Street sub-area directions, and then the 2 blocks under review this evening, a bit about our engagement approach with those blocks and our recommended next steps. So by way of background for the community plan itself, this was a 4-year community plan process, and the Grandview Woodland Community Plan looks at a wide array of directions on a number of topics at the community-wide or neighborhood-wide level: housing issues, transportation, public space, heritage. It develops a number of directions for those. It also focuses in a number of ways on specific sub-areas, 7 sub-areas in total in the plan, Nanaimo Street being one of those. Our process in doing the community plan was very extensive. It's one of the most and deepest engagement processes we've had in neighborhood planning in the city. It involved 4 years of activities, everything from asset and opportunity mapping, questionnaires, workshops, principles workshops, thematic and sub-area activities, some lasting several hours, some full-day activities. We had the city's first citizens assembly convene as part of this work, and a number of policy testing exercises as well. The plan itself sets out a number of activities. Because we're focused on housing this evening, a very quick overview of some of those community-wide directions here. So the plan contains a number of policies focused on the area's significant stock of purpose-built rental. And we're not here to talk about that this evening, but I know that that's a topic of particular interest to this council, and so I wanted to alert you to that fact. The policies within the plan really try to deliver an array of housing choice to meet the needs and a diversity of needs across the entire neighborhood. This includes things like secondary rental, secured rental, non-market housing, secondary rental opportunities, ownership opportunities via duplex, townhouse, and multifamily forms of development. And we're focusing this evening really on a couple of areas where we're looking at new townhouse and multifamily ownership opportunities. These are two types of housing that in particular are in particularly short supply in Grandview Woodland. Along with these, some secondary rental opportunities as well. I will say that in delivering the plan policy that we have in the plan, we primarily focus on two types of intervention and implementation work. There's a portion of our activity that takes place through privately initiated rezonings, and there are a number of rezoning policies set out in the plan, including some on Nanaimo Street. And this is the focus of our talk this evening, city-initiated processes. And these are primarily directed to the missing middle typologies that we have, townhouse, up to about 4 stories, multifamily, and so on. Now, specifically in the Nanaimo Street sub-area, Nanaimo Street is a former city boundary. It's a street with a considerable right-of-way, about 100 feet. It is the former easterly boundary of Vancouver. And our study area, even though Grandview Woodland as a local area stops halfway across Nanaimo, our study area back when we started out the plan was extended across Nanaimo to bring planning treatment to both sides of the road. And that's why our policies provide that attention in a larger context. The general notion or work that we delivered through the plan centers around a series of urban design principles that looks at the commercial areas and Nanaimo as sort of the epicenters of community life. There's policies intended to support the expansion and enhancement of these, and the real driver behind that is the creation of walkable, compact neighborhoods where people have access to their daily needs, delivery through an array of housing choices, including missing middle typologies, a focus on medium density, multifamily forms at these commercial nodes, and then transitioning down into the surrounding neighborhood. And I will say one other thing to note here is that one of the key drivers for the housing choices in the neighborhood, and this came about through extensive conversation with the community, was that block orientation was a key factor. So you'll note if you look at the map of the street there, blocks that are oriented north and south tend to, not exclusively, but tend to utilize duplex form. Blocks that are fronting on the Nanaimo Street tend to be the higher density townhouse and multifamily forms. I will note one other thing by way of context, and that is that Nanaimo Street, if anyone's been there lately, is under construction. There's a fairly extensive bit of city work happening there. It's been motivated by sewer separations, but it will also be delivering a number of street improvements, including the removal of a travel lane where excess vehicle capacity exists, upgrading 10 pedestrian crossings and intersection redesign, the introduction of a bike lane, and a number of other components as well. Specific to the implementation work that we've been doing on Nanaimo Street, there's been quite a fair bit of that in the last few years. The plan was approved in 2016 in July, and since that point, we've undertaken a number of activities, starting in late 2016 and carrying on into 2017. There was the development of a new RT5 duplex zone. That is sort of the darker yellow color on the map there. That introduced expanded opportunities for character retention in the neighborhood. There's a lot of character buildings in the Grandview core. This was intended to support those and also enable two-family housing. And parts of the blocks under review were initially rezoned to the RT5 district schedule. There is also, in addition to that, work to introduce a 4-story apartment form, RM11, a 3.5-story arterial townhouse form, the RM12. Both of those took place in July 2018, as well as the expansion of the commercial nodes with the introduction of some new blocks of C2 in July 2018. And lastly, most recently, the comprehensive implementation work involved the introduction of RM8A residential townhouse zones as a form of transitional housing and some blocks of the neighborhood there. So the present work today really deals with some of the final pieces of implementation work on what has been a fairly extensive process and one that has involved a fair bit of consultation and conversation with the community. So as we shift to the 2 blocks under review today, I guess the timeline here to alert you to is the fact that during some of the implementation work in 2018, city staff were approached by residents of the 2 blocks in question, independent of one another, with a request for some reconsideration around the land use options, and in particular around the fact that their blocks had been rezoned to RT5. And they had a number of different reasons for this, which I'll go over in a moment. Suffice to say that at the time, city staff took a look at these requests that were made and agreed that they had some merit and suggested some process around this. And so the first thing that we did is we actually called meetings with all of the residents of each of the 2 blocks, and we held 2 meetings with them just to alert everyone to the request that had been made of city staff. And through the course of that discussion, the sort of rationale for both the rezoning requests was established. On the 2300 block, we'll refer to as Block A tonight, the request specifically related to a number of changes that had taken place or were anticipated. First and foremost, to the west end of that block, Lord Nelson Elementary School had recently gone through a seismic upgrade process, which resulted in a new school being built on the eastern side of the school site, so essentially on Garden Drive. There was a request through the neighbors to try and address that interface with Lord Nelson School. At the same time, there was also attention brought to the fact that that block in particular also has a rezoning policy on it, and that there is a proposed mixed-use building on the northeast corner of the 2300 block. And so both of those, either anticipated changes or actual changes, prompted residents to say, can we look at this again? The transition in particular between these 2 higher buildings into duplex is a bit abrupt. Planning staff agreed with that. And I will note as an aside, our earlier planning work in the neighborhood had actually proposed townhouse forms in this block between Garden and Nanaimo. And at the time, community members had raised some concerns about the uniformity of that approach, and we had revisited it. So in a way, we're revisiting an earlier planning decision. On the 2400 block, Block B, the primary driver for the request for reconsideration is the laneway configuration there. Currently, that block only has the west 3 lots fronting Nanaimo rezoned to RT5. As I mentioned earlier, our primary focus in arterial fronting implementation work was actually to introduce townhouses. Usually that was accompanied by an intervening lane. In this instance, these were rezoned to RT5, and residents raised a legitimate question about shouldn't we be looking at this in a more consistent fashion, and so we agreed that there was merit to that as well. Both of those sets of feedback from the community were reported to council in July 2018 as part of the implementation work report we did. And at that point in time, council directed staff to do some additional work around both of those blocks. They also asked to do some other activities relating to some blocks further north in the Cedar Cove sub-area. I'll address those at the end of the presentation. So to carry on, just a little bit of context around the 2 blocks in question and our recommendations around them. This first block here, Block A, the 2300 block, you can see at the bottom of the picture there, the renewed school site. This is sort of at the western end. At the sort of middle left side, there is the existing 3-story mixed-use commercial building. Across the street, across Nanaimo, towards the top center of the picture, you have the existing commercial node there. Flanking that on either side are areas that have been rezoned to C2. So this is sort of right at the heart of one of the new and enhanced commercial areas that is being addressed as part of the plan. The 4 lots that are not included within the yellow boundaries there are the 4 lots that are part of the rezoning, site-specific rezoning process that is not part of the present discussion. So Block A, carrying on, I think I mentioned most of those. A couple more pictures here just to show you the 3-story building. The view at the top there is from the school site into the block. At the bottom, it gives you some sense of some of the scale and context of neighboring buildings. What we did as part of the process is, after we had that initial meeting and received council direction, is we proceeded to initiate an engagement process in November and December, where we went out to the community. We held a meeting with residents of the block and the surrounding area. We advised them of the request that had been made and the council direction to explore this further. And then we went through a presentation that looked at the different types of land use change that had been made elsewhere in Nanaimo, the different townhouse typologies, the residential apartment zone that had been developed, the C2 areas that had been introduced, as well as the existing RT5 that was in place already. And for ease of input, we wanted to get people's feedback on what they felt were appropriate land use changes, if any, for those areas. For ease of input, we actually divided the block in question into 3 parts so that people could, if they chose, address the areas that were closer to Nanaimo Street, in Area 3 there, the Garden Drive fronting or proximal areas in Areas 1 and 2. So they had that opportunity as part of that. And we gave them the opportunity to present a number of ideas and look at the different options and to share their feedback. Coming out of that process, we had a number of points of feedback raised. And as part of the conversation, we heard that there was support for overall change in these 3 portions of the 2300 block, but that there was not necessarily agreement on what that change should look like. For example, in Areas 1 and 2, there was a lot of interest in the residential townhouse form. But there was still interest in other choices. For Area 3, for example, there was a fairly even split between folks that wanted C2 as a type of change and those that wanted an arterial townhouse form. And of course, there were a number of people that also wanted the RT5 to remain. We took all of this information back and we did some additional technical analysis. We came up with a series of recommendations for this, which we felt honored the spirit of the plan and allowed for additional housing opportunity and an ability to address the concerns that had been raised. So Area 1 and 2, our recommendation there is to rezone these from RT5 to RM8, the residential townhouse form. For Area 3, we're recommending a process to rezone those from RT5 and RT5N to C2 mixed use to complement the expansion of the commercial node there. The rationale behind this is it supports improved transition, it locates additional housing near bus routes and amenities, and it responds to concern about the proximity to Lord Nelson School and the proposed changes at the commercial node. And in addition, it also offers additional retail space to enhance that node. And here's just an image of that recommendation. And so I will say, in addition to that, when we went out to the community and we shared our proposed approach, we got just shy of 60% indicating support or strong support for that. So moving on to the second block, Block B, the 2400 block. Here's an image looking north. You can see in this image there, just on the east side, a small non-market housing, townhouse housing project off of Kamloops. The majority of these lots, the 10 that are oriented north or south, are currently zoned RS1. The 3 on the west are zoned RT5. There is, as you'll note on that image, the L-shaped laneway and some irregular lot sizes as well. And primarily it's comprised of 1 to 2 story homes at present. Staff utilized a similar process with this, where we presented a number of options, we explored the different building types, and we engaged with residents to understand their thoughts around the future of the area. What we heard back from the community there led us to a number of recommended changes, those being to rezone areas 1 and 3 to RM12N, arterial townhouse forms, both because Area 1 fronts Nanaimo, but also because Area 2 fronts onto Grandview Highway. We felt it could accommodate some additional height and density there, the 4-story form, which would better optimize land use on the site. Area 2, we recommended an RM8 residential townhouse because it's fronting onto East 12th, and the context there is immediately onto another residential street. The urban design rationale behind this: again, improved transition into the neighborhood. It locates additional housing near bus routes and amenities. And most importantly, it creates consistency with some of the other townhouse blocks on Nanaimo Street. So that's the overall recommendations around land use change. I'll just turn very briefly to the other recommendations there, and that is to update the community plan policy to reflect both the proposed changes tonight, but also previous implementation changes that have taken place over the last couple of years. And what that means essentially is that right now the policy document reflects the policy aspirations in 2016. When we did our subsequent implementation work, there was some additional technical analysis. Some of the figures, whether they relate to things like setbacks or density allowances, have varied slightly in the development of the district schedules. And we just want to make sure that the district schedules that we have now are aligned with the policy document so that we don't have any confusion there. I'll note that there was one typo on the front page of your report there where we referred to the commercial the Broadway commercial plan as requesting an update to that. What we actually should have had is the commercial Broadway station sub-area of the Grandview Woodland Community Plan. And with that, the last item just to note is that as part of the work with the community, both coming from council direction but also our engagement with the community, we received feedback from residents on the 2300 block that they wanted to see the same attention, the same sort of opportunities for additional townhouses and other types of land use changes extended to the south side of Kitchener and indeed all the way south to First Avenue. There was about 55% community support. We tested the idea with the residents. We are not recommending that change at this point because it is outside of the initial direction from council. However, we are suggesting that that work could be advanced through future activity with the Vancouver plan, or at least when the Vancouver plan is sufficiently advanced to enable us to draw on any learnings from that. The other piece I mentioned earlier is that the Nanaimo East component was part of the council recommendation. This is a little bit more complicated in this area here. We did some technical analysis around this, are suggesting just in terms of the questions around land use in this portion, because it does co-join with Hastings Sunrise and immediately into the neighborhood there, that this might also be deferred until the Vancouver plan is sufficiently advanced to inform this. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay, Council, we could again, wait, we're going to, sorry, yes, I refresh myself where we are. Great. So are there any questions from Council to staff? Right, no applicant in this case, so. Of course, we could hear from public and then also have another round of questions, just to remind you. So, yeah. So if I don't see anybody on the list, I will proceed to calling for the public. But if you'd like to hold your questions until after these good people who have been sitting here for a while have a chance to say something, then it has the same impact. But I do see people on the list. So, Councillor Swanson, please go ahead. Up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Do you know how many renters are in that area now? In both renting houses and renting suites in houses?
We do have, I think it's in the council report, there are on Block B, I believe there are 5 secondary suites, if I remember correctly. One of them may It may be 4 because there is now a vacant lot there. And with the other one, I believe it was Block A, 8 secondary suites. Those are the secondary suites that we were able to access through our normal data searches. I'm not sure if there are additional houses rented at that point in time, or at this point in time.
So for the houses, they could be owned or rented. Then you talk about net benefit in terms of the increase in units. We'll have it right here. I figured out that you were thinking that we could lose about 76 existing units.
Lose 76?
Yeah.
No, it wouldn't be that many. There are 13 lots on the southerly block. There are 10 lots under consideration on the 2300 block. I think the figures that you're referring to talk about potential net increases that we have. It depends. There is a little bit of variability there in terms of the redevelopment potential because the district schedules allow redevelopment under a number of different forms. But as an example, you would be looking at somewhere between 100 and say 10 to roughly 175 units being created, a net increase of about 75 to 150 depending on the development scenario.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. We're just doing a timer reset now. Is that it? Okay, we're good. Okay, so Councillor Carr.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for the presentation, very clear. I'm just questioning the process around the consultation, and thank you for outlining the various points of consultation. There was consultation in 2018, just after the election time period, right, November time period, and then also in 2019. Now, the 2019 consultation, was that in follow-up to the 2018 consultation with the more specific changes arising out of the 2018?
Correct. Just to give you a quick recap, there were actually 2 discussions in 2018. The first one was during the other implementation work we were doing, where we were approached by residents of the block. We then called a meeting of all of the residents of each of the blocks. I believe that was April of that year.
Okay.
It was reported to council in July. We got our direction from council. We then went out in, I believe it was November. I'll have to look the date up. And that was with the call out to the residents of the block, but also the surrounding blocks as well, to ensure that they had an opportunity to weigh in.
Right.
And then that information that we gathered through that process was refined into a recommended approach, subject to additional technical analysis, and then taken out to the community in 2019.
Great, okay. And in the cases of the fall 2018 and the fall 2019, those notifications you said went out to the surrounding blocks. That's per the normal public hearing notification process, is that right? So it's publicly posted and anybody could actually attend, even though it's directed in terms of specific contact to those within a certain number of blocks?
So it wasn't advertised in the media, which is sometimes used for public hearing processes. What we did is we actually went out and hand delivered information packages to somewhere in the order of about 200 residents in the area there. And we did hand delivering because we wanted to make sure people got the packages and were able to have a chance to weigh in as well. We then followed up with a hand delivery of a synopsis document that came out of that. We received additional feedback after that. So we tried to make sure that we were as thorough as we can with that. And the intent was to try and involve people that were definitely in the block, but also facing the block and then across the street as well and further down in the catchment.
When you talk about being approached in I guess it was July 2018, or sorry, prior to, well, whenever that, yes, April 2018, by people on the block, was that a few people on the block or most of the people on the block, or how many of the people on the block approached you?
My recollection, it was a handful on each. Some neighbors had gotten together and said, "Hey, this is this is what's happened. Hey, let's go talk to the city at this event. I confess, Councillor Carr, I don't remember specific numbers for each,
Right.
but it was, I would say, a handful on either side. We did want to make sure at that point in time, and the reason that we had that initial meeting in April was to be clear just how many people on each block were interested in these land use changes. We would not have proceeded if it had been one or two residents who said, this is what we'd like, and the rest were not on board.
And to be clear, in the end, in the October, November 2019, it ended up in the open houses with 59% support, and on the first one, and then 92% on the second.
Correct. That was, and there was some variation there in the numbers because they are different based on you remember we divided each block into three components each, or three areas. So they varied slightly based on that, but they were all supportive. Yep.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hardwick.
Hi. So you described at great length the Grandview Woodlands community plan process that went over multiple years and was passed in 2016. Do you have any idea how many people in raw numbers were involved in that process?
I'd have to look through our records, but it was thousands over the course of the planning process, and in a number of different ways. It was very extensive.
Understood, and it was also, I think, understood at that point that this plan was going to be in place for a period of time.
Mm-hmm.
So here we are 4 years later and contemplating changes in the community plan that have only involved people that are in a number of blocks that are specifically referenced in this report. Is that correct?
With the planning process, what we did at the time was set out a series of policy directions in each of the sub-areas with a full understanding at the time and with council support that we would need to do subsequent implementation work. And so that then necessitated more detailed engagement in sub-area contexts, and also in this case as a piece of remaining work within a much tighter and more focused area.
Well, then why do you think that we've received the correspondence we have from the Grandview Woodlands Area Council saying that they're not having any objection, it seems, to these individual blocks and the changes that have been requested, but the larger changes to the plan, or that they, from what we've heard, have not been informed about. So my question is really, if we're making larger changes to the Grandview Woodlands plan, why are we doing that in addition to focusing on the two blocks that you focused on specifically?
I'm sorry, I don't have GWAC's correspondence in front of me, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, but could you clarify what you mean by larger changes to the plan?
Well, this is not just the changes to the two blocks that you've described here. There are administrative changes that will affect the whole of the Grandview Woodlands plan, correct?
There were administrative changes that were already approved by council as part of the implementation process of the plan. So what we're just trying to do there is not change the plan in any way that hasn't already been attended to through the implementation process. What we want to do is make sure that there's no dissonance between what the policy document says and what the more refined implementation tools, the district schedules, say in those areas. So as an example, if you look at the policy document right now and you look at the Grandview sub-area, there was 4 or 5 bullets in there that set out the intention behind looking at what at that point in time was partial single-family zoning and partial duplex zoning, and how these might be addressed. What we did to implement that work after the fact is develop the new RT5 district schedule. In the course of doing that, there were variations made in terms of some of the details of specific details. And this is a natural consequence of the more detailed technical work that comes with these. What we want to make sure is that there's no dissonance between that final implementation tool and the 2016 policy document.
Well, I'm sure we'll hear about dissonance from the community who feel that they haven't, and I'll happily share what we've received.
Thank you.
You've used percentages rather than hard numbers in what you've been citing. We did say that there are 200 residents, but when you're quoting percentages like 59%, or could you give us actual numbers Because again, it's different if we're looking at a 2-block radius or we're looking at the whole of the Grandview Woodlands area. And I'd like to have a better sense of this because it seems to me we're going into a close area instead of the broader community plan.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. And it's a good point. So I just point out in Appendix E of the council report, you have the hard numbers there coming out of the consultation overviews that were prepared as part of that. So depending on the area that we're talking about here, for the example with Block A, you had 13 people who wanted no change, 18 people that did. This is for Area 1. For Area 2, 14 versus 17. For Area 3, 14 versus 18. So in aggregate, the folks that wanted change exceeded those that didn't. If you go to Block B, the 2400 block, you had actually a high degree of unanimity amongst the respondents. All 10 people on Area 1 wanted change. Ditto for Area 2, and for Area 3, there were only 9 people that responded. There were 0 people that wanted no change. There are additional graphs there, but all of the numbers are contained in the appendices.
Thank you. My point was small numbers, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much. On to Councillor Dejanova, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much. Further to the questions about the existing housing on site, how old on average is this housing?
It varies. So the southerly block, I believe there is one house that dates to 1946. The remainder, the other 12 or so are 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. With Block A, I'm just looking up the numbers for you there. There are a number that are older than that. Let me just get the figures for you. Sorry, just bear with me here. It's in the council report.
No worries. I did see that. I was just wondering overall, and happy for you to to speak about them. But I'm more looking for staff's recommendations on would this be infrastructure that largely would be replaced over time in, I suppose, per legal lot right now if it wasn't being assembled for something like this, and as you'd spoken to residents about, and I'm just wondering if that would be, fair to assume considering our housing strategy and what we suggest for homes built after a certain year. Or...
Yeah. If I understand the question, and by the way, 5 apparently are pre-1940s. So under the provisions of the RT5 district schedule, there is a requirement to do a character merit assessment on those homes. That opens up a series of options for any future redevelopment, and it tries to encourage the retention of character buildings where character merit has been determined. If they are post-1940s, it allows the redevelopment into duplex form of housing, or indeed some variations on that. So it's entirely conceivable that there would be redevelopment. In fact, there are on the Kitchener side some newer homes there that have been developed in that fashion, pre-RT5 district schedule. So yes, natural redevelopment does take place. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I just had a couple of follow-up questions. One was just with respect to the Grandview Woodland Plan and what we're being presented today. Was that, in terms of the Nanaimo sub-area, with what you're presenting today, was that contemplated in the plan in terms of the policies there? Because in my experience with the Grandview Woodland Plan, there seems to be a myriad of interpretations of what that plan intended and but was that contemplated as what we're seeing today?
What was contemplated in the plan was a series of directions around different types of housing along Nanaimo Street that included arterial townhouses, that included duplex forms, and that included opportunities to expand and enhance the commercial nodes, primarily through site-specific rezoning processes. The subsequent implementation work that we did over the last 2 or 3 years allowed us to look closely at those directions, to do some refined analysis, and to have specific conversations with the community. So some of the directions in the plan have evolved into specific types of implementation where you see C2 introduced now as a way to expand the block. And that was something that had community support at the time as a way to bring some further energy and intensity to the future commercial nodes by expanding them further and connecting two of the smaller nodes together. So that's outside of the plan, but it came about with the subsequent implementation work. And I think in the spirit of the plan, it actually is consistent with it. There were a lot of conversations at the time around those particular aspects of introducing housing choice, expanding and enhancing the nodes. And so the implementation work gave us an opportunity to actually revisit that and go deeper in that work.
Okay. Now, just a couple more questions, just with respect to the residents who came forward, and appreciate we were kind of responsive to that. Was there a view, and obviously in the one case looking in Block A around a shift to the RM8, is that correct? Is that right? I'm getting
two of the sort of three parts we're recommending as RM8.
part of it. Was the perspective of the residents is that they're wanting to see more accessible family type of units beyond the duplex? Like, was that part of the motivation of those residents in bringing that forward?
It certainly was part of the idea of additional opportunities for housing choice that could allow that. I think the primary motivation of people in that first block, reflecting on those conversations, was the question of transition between Lord Nelson and the site with the privately initiated rezoning, and our recognition that the townhouse forms could help to achieve that as well and support that. I think. My reflection on the southerly block, the 2400 block, was yes, that the question of different housing choice and options was also an active part of that request as well.
Okay. And then just further to Councillor Hardwick's question about, she referred to sort of administrative changes, and I'm looking at Appendix B, where I think I'm seeing a lot of that. Could you just speak to that and maybe clarify for council and anyone who's following sort of what that represents in the context of a plan? I've done a lot of policy work, so I appreciate sort of shifting. I've developed strategic plans, and you have to shift in terms of some of your objectives and some of your action plans that flow from that. But I'm just curious, like, what does this represent? Is this a significant deviation from what was there, or is this clarifying, or is this alignment? I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around that part.
Yeah, no, that's a good question. What's covered in these appendices there is basically a set of updates that have already been brought to council and approved. When we did the plan, as I mentioned to Councillor Hardwick, we set out, in most cases for these areas, 4 or 5 bullets. It said, here's the general notion of how we think housing opportunities should look. Or some characteristics around the building types and so on. What we then went away and did between the fall of 2016 and into 2018 was actually take that and refine it into a series of district schedules. So the actual regulatory tools that will guide that development. And in that process, it meant a lot more technical analysis. It meant working with our law department, our architects on staff to really refine that. And in the course of doing that work, there were variations that emerged. As one example, in the RT5 area, I believe the plan, I don't have it in front of me, I believe the plan says that the FSR will be 0.75. In the district schedule, it allows slightly more. And so we just want to make sure that you don't have a policy document that says you can do one thing and a district schedule that says you can do another.
Okay.
So that's really the substance of a lot of the changes there. It kind of covers the gamut of the implementation work that has been done. And, more often than not, what it does is it says, instead of all of the bullets that I just mentioned, it says, see the RM11 district schedule. And it tries to point people to the right place.
Thanks very much.
It's not intended to deviate in spirit at all.
Thanks.
Thanks. Councillor Swanson, you've got time left here, I think. 3 minutes.
So I found what I was thinking of on the bottom of page 17, where it says, it has it broken into the 3 areas, and it looks like for the first area, there's going to be a net increase, but looks to me like there would be 20 units lost in the first area, 10 in the second, and 8 in the third. Is that right? So for a total of 38?
You're looking at the bottom of page 17?
17?
So there are 23 parcels in total.
Uh-huh.
And those parcels, the column, the middle column is the number of parcels. Those may have one unit on them or one with a secondary suite, depending. But the 23 at the bottom is the number of parcels. And then the redevelopment potential on the right column speaks to what may emerge, assuming full build out. And what we've done is we've broken them up here, not by block, but actually by the different district schedules that are proposed, whether it's the arterial townhouse or residential townhouse.
But when it says net increase, I'm assuming that means that there's some units that are already there that are going to be gone.
Oh, right. Yes. 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 If there was a redevelopment process that were to take place, yes, the existing units would be turned into the new units.
And when you add that up, it's 38?
I'll have to do the math, but it shouldn't be 38 units. No, there are, as I said, 10 blocks on one, 12 on the other. I'll have to do the math and get you an exact figure there.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation. I'm just zooming in on, and I know this isn't the subject of this application or rezoning, but in Appendix F, where it talks about the northeast corner of the 2300 block, the 2336 to 2366 Charles Street, has that rezoning been approved?
No, it has not. So the site was subject to a rezoning application. That application was in front of the urban design panel, and the panel recommended resubmission. My understanding from my rezoning colleagues is that a resubmission has actually just been received, and they're in the process of preparing notifications for that. But it has not been approved. No.
So and do we? I mean, I gather from just research and stuff. So the plan was approved in 2016, and their first application for rezoning was later that year in 2017.
I'd have to check the date, but
it appears to be from that. Is that fairly typical to have, like, because it seems quite a discrepancy between what is being prescribed for the northeast corner, and then it's almost like we're shifting the rest of that block to meet the proposal for the northeast corner, given that there was such a discrepancy from the two-story townhouse to the six-story apartment.
If I understand your question correctly, it's to do with the relationship between the six-story rezoning and the surrounding block. I'll just reflect again the discussion we had earlier in the planning process, where initially there was a notion that we would have townhouses between Garden Drive and Nanaimo. And at that point in time, the discussion around transitions between higher buildings and the interior of the neighborhood was broached. And at that point in time, there was conversation around the abruptness of transitions between duplex forms and the higher buildings. It is indeed something that we think needs to be addressed, the transition opportunity that comes from Lord Nelson on one hand, and the higher building could be accommodated through this housing change, but this is not being driven by that rezoning.
So, but it's also the Lord Nelson then. And sorry, what's the height of Lord Nelson? Just
I think it works out to the equivalent of about 3 stories.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah. So the work that's going on Nanaimo, I mean, I keep hearing that the Cambie corridor upgrades weren't sufficient to accommodate the increased density, and we weren't adding the sewer infrastructure on Cambie when we had the opportunity. What's happening at Nanaimo Street? Are we adding significant capacity for our I know it's a sewer separation, but are we adding more capacity at the same time?
That's my understanding. The sewer process is underway there, and I would have to defer to my engineering colleagues to get you the specifics on the capacity side of things. But it was something that was in the works for us for some time. It's not connected with the community plan necessarily. Our engineering department tries to deliver sewer upgrades on an ongoing basis around the city. But as a consequence of that, we've been able to look at other changes in the area to try and meet some of the feedback we got from the community.
So there's not definitively a capacity upgrade at this time, though?
I would have to check on that.
Sure.
But either way, I will just say that the changes that are proposed under the plan were assessed by our engineering department, and they did not feel that they would generate any significant demands. The upgrades are not as a consequence of the land use changes taking place.
Can I jump in here, Mr. Mayor? Generally, as a matter of course, due to climate change, when we have an opportunity to change pipes, we're making them bigger now. And that's my understanding of what we're doing here. I don't believe that we're making them to the scale that we're doing like on Canby, where we're accommodating up to 50,000 households in the next decade or two. So I think in this case, we are making them larger, but not to that extent.
Yeah. And I guess lastly, are there any inquiries or applications in stream for any of these lots that we're considering right now?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. That's it for questions from council at this round anyway. And so we can move to the folks that have signed up to speak. We have Steve Bohas, Dave Pessin, Mika Wasco, Tom Wong, and Carol Rossett. Mr. Boas? And you have a presentation.
I have a presentation that should be coming up. If you just please make it full screen.
Yeah, we'll just wait for it to get all set up, and I'll start your timer.
Okay, yeah, and if it could be streamed, that would be great to the live stream. Yeah, so my name's Stephen Bowes. I have a degree in landscape architecture. I followed the plan for years. I'm a renter in Grandview Woodland. And before I get into my presentation, I'll mention that there is a webpage on vancouver.ca/Grandview plan, and it supposedly shows the steps. And here it just says upcoming public hearing, recommended land use changes on these blocks have been now referred to the public hearing on January 21st. That's today, but there is no talk about the quote related plan amendments. And I'm going to speak a lot about these related plan amendments. And you all have the Grandview Woodland Area Council letter. It's part of the record. It's from the 21st on the council page. But I'm going to talk about my concerns. I'm going to ask you to defer any changes to the actual text of the plan, because it's incomplete text, it's incomplete diagrams. If there are differences between the diagrams and the text, what is correct? There has been no vetting of this in a public forum. There's been no notification to the wider community. And I'm going to ask you to sever the Grandview Woodland community plan changes from the lot rezonings and split that item. So that could be done separately. Any plan amendments need proper consultation with the full community, with the full final text proposed, and the full final diagrams for discussion. I think that is due process with the time that was spent on this community plan. And there are many unrelated plan amendments, and I'm going to get into those. The plan also has some factual errors that I pointed out in July of 2016, just factual errors. The 2016 census is out. It actually does inform population figures. And there's an important review that actually didn't take place within 3 years in section 7.15 with respect to the pace of change policy and the whole idea of having redevelopment of the 4-story zone that's rental to allow for some 6-story. That hasn't happened. So if we look at the actual text here, staff also are not recommending any changes to the 6-story rezoning policies as outlined in the Grandview Woodland Community Plan, as this is in the report. And actually, in the actual plan, it says that following 3 years, report back on the state of development and the outcomes of that activity, and that has not happened, but staff are recommending changes to the plan. I'm also going to ask to, if you are going ahead and considering the lot rezonings, please strike in accordance with the amended Grandview Community Plan from each of those draft bylaws, so that text is in there I'm asking you not to amend the plan without the consultation. If we look at the, quote, further policy updates, there are, I'm not going to go into this actual text, but if you look at Appendix A, there are update diagram this, diagram that, in terms of figures. We don't see the figures. There's a discrepancy, and there's something else in the figure and in the text. They're both correct, and we know this from the Mount Pleasant Community Plan that caused a lot of issues. If we look at the actual text there's a page 102 add, so just add an entire section to the plan without the vetting, without the review, and without the full public consultation. And there's update this figure to reflect changes, blah, blah, blah. And then same thing over and over again. And then if you look at the fine text, minor modifications to the above wording may be undertaken. So staff are saying they don't even have, wherever they have fine wording, to make, quote, minor modifications. And I think that's very, very loose. It doesn't meet the rigor for a public hearing. If you look at Appendix B, I think that's even worse. It's looking at these minor modifications. Their update diagrams, update entire land use plans. East First Avenue has nothing to do with this area. Victoria Drive, lots of figures. And if you look at all of these figures, there's the Safeway site and the figure on that area. And if that's going to be changed without community consultation with the ongoing rezoning, I think that's very concerning. Safeway site, the Citizens Assembly actually wanted 12 stories maximum, and now we're looking at what, 36-story equivalent tower, and that map might be changed. CA wasn't there, and the plan's not being followed, as we saw with 1535 Grand Street with respect to the 12, or I should say, should have been 20-foot setback, and more discrepancies. And finally, I think the C2 should be oriented this way and not be 4 lots. And
thanks very much.
About that.
That's your 5 minutes. Appreciate you coming in as always. We have Dave Passon next. Just wait for the... No questions. Thanks for checking. Great. Thanks for coming in. Same with you, up to 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, Council, it's a pleasure to speak with you this evening. I'm here to speak to you particularly about the 2300 Charles and the 2300 Kitchener plots. There's a few things, and I have to take exception with what was discussed earlier. One thing I want you to be aware of, that yes, there will be a net loss of rental units because there are a lot of secondary suites in that area. I think that has to be put forward now. So let's be accurate on that. The other thing we have to be accurate about is the fact that at the first meeting pertaining to what Councillor Fry talked about, the project, the 6-story project at the northeast corner or southeast corner of Charles Street, as a resident on the south side of Kitchener Street, we were not included in that. And at the next open house, we had to be asked to be included in any planning for that neighborhood. So I think that needs to be made clear. There's a few things that are problematic. At the last open house, we were given a representation of what might happen, and it included 58 townhomes with infill and a 4-story project at the corner of the northeast corner of Kitchener and Nanaimo. At that time, it looked like it was the first 3 lots on Kitchener. Now, if you see tonight, they want to include the 4th lot into a C2. At that time, I asked staff if anybody really believed that would be a 4-story building, because there's a 6-story building, as Councillor Fry alluded to, right across the street with an FSR of 3.2. No developer in his right mind is going to build a 4-story building when you can possibly get a 6-story building with a higher FSR right across the street. So to say that some of the issues that we faced were disingenuous, I find it rather awkward that some of the residents were not included in some of this, some of the planning. I find it also interesting that I think everyone here will talk about the south side of Kitchener Street forward through to First Avenue, which has already been rezoning, because anybody drives down First Avenue, you'll see the signs that said rezoned approved. You can't operate in isolation. This seems to be density for density's sake, for a simple reason that, and it's an isolation of a neighborhood. So you have a 6-story building, you have a possibly 4 or 6-story building, and a bunch of townhouses with infill, and that's just what we have now. Who knows what's going to be presented for the future? So what I'm here to ask council to do is, there's no hurry to do this particular rezoning. As Mr. Pask alluded to, there's no current interest in rezoning the houses, the homes in question. So I'm asking council to table this particular rezoning pertaining to Charles, send it back for community consultation involving Kitchener Street, the south side of Kitchener Street, because we are greatly impacted by what happens. And I should point out to Councillor Swanson that virtually every house on my side of the street has a rental suite, with a couple of exceptions. So I'm asking that it would include Kitchener, Grant, and Gravely, so that you can operate and you can have a program and a redevelopment of an area that encompasses an area so you can actually plan as opposed to develop in isolation. So you can develop a comprehensive community from First Avenue all the way down to Charles Street and then incorporating Nanaimo Street, so you don't have single-family houses next to a single six-story building, next to a four-story building, next to townhouses. You can have smooth transition throughout the neighborhood. There's no hurry to pass this evening. It can easily be tabled, sent back for community involvement. And I don't think anybody here is against the density. So this isn't a NIMBY issue. It's about proper planning for the neighborhood. And we all want to see increased density. We want to see better housing. I should also point out that every one of these is not rental that's been proposed. It's in discussions. It's all about condominiums and market condominiums. That's another issue. So if you're looking at affordable housing, this isn't the plan for it. So I point out other projects which are you can check Ella and Nanaimo, and there's several others being marketed as market projects, and that's fine. And they have retail components, that's fine. But please don't isolate a certain area and exclude everything else. We're in no hurry here. You can easily get a plan done that'll incorporate everything else within a year or so, and you can move forward then. And I think then you'll have much more buy-in from residents, you'll have less opposition, and I think that you'll find that you'll have a better relationship with your planning department as well. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And you have a whole bunch of questions here. Councillor Hardwick?
Yeah.
Up to 5 minutes.
Mr. Payson.
Good evening.
I'm hearing two different things, what Mr. Bohaus said and what you're saying. Mr. Bohaus was talking about what we got from the Grandview Woodlands community group was to specifically look at the related plan amendments and return them for larger public consultation within the community. And as we'd heard before, there was an extensive process undertaken previously, and so having these kinds of broad and non-site specific changes, the suggestion was that those were the things that ought to go back for further consultation, as opposed to the site-specific recommendations in this report. And yet, I heard you comment on Charles, Kitchener, Grant, and Gravely. Mm-hmm. So I'm getting two different pictures here. Could you help with that?
If I may, Councillor, I guess what I'm saying is, if you're going to look at this project in isolation, you can't look at it in isolation. You have to look at a broader picture. So you're opening up a can of worms. Is really what you're doing. So I don't disagree with Mr. Bohaus. I think he's right. But if you're intent on operating and looking at this block at rezoning, then you have to look at the bigger picture as opposed to a single isolated block of homes.
Well, I think we'll have some more questions of staff after we get through this. But so, what is your recommendation? What I heard there was sever and pass part of it, but not other parts. You're just saying to send the whole thing back?
Actually, I'm just pertaining to that, the 2300 Charles, I would ask you that you sever that from the other part of the motion, send it back to staff for review. Table it and send it back to staff for review. That's really what I'm asking for. And I think my other neighbors here will be speaking to that as well. And I think you'll see almost all of us are here, so many of us are here.
Would you characterize the Grandview Woodlands area as being a well-organized community?
Yeah, I would. We have a very active community organization that looks after things. I think everyone knows what the problems were with the Grandview Woodlands plan and the Citizens Assembly. We have one member here that was quite active in that and became very disillusioned with that process. So you can ask her questions.
Okay, so going back to, we have a very engaged community. That being the case, why do you think we're receiving letters that are saying the community wasn't consulted on this?
I think it goes back to the original part of the process. In this particular instance, I'm on the south side of Charles. We weren't consulted the very first time. In fact, some of our neighbors here gave us the letter that the city had sent, said you should come, and we did. And then we got asked we asked specifically, and I think Mr. Pask will remember that we got asked to be we had to ask to be part of the process, and the city graciously included us in the process.
So what you're saying is there's two different things between notifying the community around a site-specific rezoning, which would normally be a 2-block radius, versus engaging the whole of the, in this case, the Grandview Woodlands community and changes that will impact the community plan at large.
I think you've got to look at it that, I mean, the Grandview Woodlands plan at large, but you're having rezonings within that plan, and it seems to be the spot rezonings in that plan are the problem here, not the plan at large. I mean, we've seen issues with Broadway and commercial. We see issues here. We see issues all over the place, because I think what's happening is that you saw the overall overarching part of the plan that wanted certain things, but now you're seeing where they're drilling down and it's causing issues, because I think what's happened is there was a lack of clarity, to be quite frank with you, in many of these.
But in this case, it's not a spot rezoning specific to a specific rezoning. It's 3 blocks that are being considered as part of it. So it's a different animal slightly than what we would be seeing with the site-specific rezoning process.
Yeah, I guess you could put it that. In this case, it's one specific, or 2 blocks actually, north and south side of one specific block, as opposed to an area, if you will.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Payson. Thanks for being here. I appreciated your comments around sort of the single-family homes that have rental suites now, because I think that's always a consideration. I guess my question is that if, hypothetically, council were not to pass this, and so I'm looking at recommendation B1 right now, which suggests changing it from currently zoned RT5 duplex to RM8 a townhome, theoretically, people could redevelop to duplexes, and we might lose those single-family suites, or those basements.
The way it looks now, yeah. The way it reads, I mean, they're talking about, 3-story townhomes and that kind of thing. I doubt that they would be rental. They'd more than likely be market condominiums.
Right. But if we were not to approve this change and the current zoning of duplexes existed, maybe put the question another way, we could conceivably have people develop duplexes and lose the rental units.
What I'm finding is
Is
often
that right?
that could be the case, but often they find that people do rent part. I mean, I can think of 3 instances in our neighborhood where a duplex has been built and part of the duplex has been rented. So it may not be a loss if it's transformed into a duplex.
Okay, and then do you have a kind of a perspective, because this is something I think that council grapples with a lot in terms of providing a breadth of housing types and choices. So if I look at, for example, the proposed shift from RT5 to C2 district schedule, and your comment that this is not necessarily going to provide the affordable housing, it's not social, it's not necessarily rental, et cetera. But aren't those units potentially more affordable than single-family homes?
If you look at the land, I should point out, in part of your package tonight, you're looking at rezoning the 4th lot on the 2300 Kitchener, which would make it C2. That's exactly what happened on Charles. So you're looking at a 6-story building on Charles with an FSR of 3.2. More than likely, a developer is going to buy those 4 lots, and he's going to want the exact same FSR as what the other ones. Now, Councillor Carr pointed out earlier that the project on the southeast corner of Charles has been sent back, and I understand now it's being replanned, or there's been redesigned for a variety of different things. I'm sure a developer would take into account the issues that project has faced and take them into account, but more than likely it'll be, I asked staff at the last building, it'll more than likely be condominiums, at market condominiums, just like Ella and several of the others. Nowhere. I should say, and I should point out to council, nowhere in any of these presentations has the topic of rental housing come up, affordable rental housing come up, or affordable market or subsidized market housing. None of that has ever come up. It's always been townhouses and condominiums. So that should be made very clear.
Okay, but still more affordable choices than a single-family home? Would you say yes?
It depends where you live.
Fair enough.
If you're looking
Fair
at,
enough.
I would say, judging what Ella is, they're, I believe, 1-800 to 1.2 million, somewhere in there. So if you call that affordable, I guess in Vancouver, that's affordable these days.
Yeah, affordable is a tricky word. I agree. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Yes.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Mr. Pazin. I think you might have mistaken me for Councillor Carr at one point there.
It's the hair.
It's okay. It happens all the time. People get us confused all the time. I want to just go back onto that subject of the 2300 block and the north. It's the northeast corner, yeah. I believe it's the northeast.
Southeast corner.
Is it the southeast or the northeast?
Southeast. Northeast. No, it's southeast. It's. Sorry, you're right. Southeast. Yeah, it is southeast. The northeast corner is the 3-story building that has the retail units.
Okay, well, in any event.
Yeah. The big one with the wings. We'll call it the wing building.
Okay. In any event, I'm wondering if you could walk me through, as I look over the sort of timelines and stuff, the plan was approved in July of 2016. The first rezoning application was in April of 2017. I'm wondering if you can walk me through what happened in the real estate market as far as the lot assembly that allowed that rezoning to take place. Did that happen immediately after the plan was approved? Did that trigger this sort of lot assembly and real estate spec?
My understanding, I can't comment for the homeowners that sold their buildings or their homes, but I can tell you the first three lots were sold as a group. The fourth homeowner held out and received substantially more for his lot, and then they went to I guess the upzone. I don't know exactly understand how that worked. I can't comment on that. I know how the sales went, but my understanding was that the developer wanted the fourth lot so he could increase his FSR, and he got 3.2 with the fourth lot.
So the zoning, the prescribed zoning changes exacerbated a pretty significant acceleration in lot assembly.
I would say yes.
Okay.
I can't comment to the specifics because I don't know, but I would say absolutely. And then I should point out that we spoke to you and Councillor Carr and Councillor Wiebe and several other, and Councillor Swanson and some of you also about that particular project. We have a 125 name petition from the immediate neighborhood residents opposing that project as it sits today. And I'm sure we'll be back to speak when that project comes up for rezoning eventually.
So is then one of your concerns that the rest of the proposal for 2300 block will exacerbate a lot more lot assembly and
it's a combination of things. It seems to be being done in isolation. And I'm on the south side of Kitchener Street, which many of us are. We're going to have, we'll have large buildings built across the street from us with potentially young families who will be going to a school, by the way, that's at capacity now, because it's a new school and it was built smaller than the old one, and it's at capacity, as well as the play school, the preschool there. So you're adding capacity to a neighborhood that doesn't really have capacity right now to deal with it. And if you want to we have people in our neighborhood that have to have their kids go across to different schools, cross either Nanaimo or First Avenue to go to different schools because they can't go to Lord Nelson. So I guess my point is, either you develop a rezoning in continuity with a neighborhood as opposed to in isolation. That's our problem here.
Okay.
It affects residents throughout the area, not just the particular blocks. So, and I should point out, this has nothing to do with the density per se. It's the way this thing is being approached and planned. That's the issue here.
Yeah, no, I hear that. Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. Mr. Payson, you had you talked a little bit about the approach that you saw in maybe you said you weren't opposed to density, but that there would be single-family homes next to a higher, denser, possibly form of development in this case. In the case of land assembly, unless the city's dealing with expropriation ourselves, we can't determine whether or not someone is choosing to sell their land. So they're a landowner, it's their choice to sell their land. Mm-hmm. So in this case, it's my understanding, and reading sort of the policy report, that this has come together as an assembly. But if that were to fall apart, we might never see that again. So how indeed could we, other than in this instance, be assured that there would be that type of heightened density in the neighborhood? Is that a concern of yours?
Actually, I would take issue with what you have to say. It's not it's not the density per se. It's the way it's being planned. I don't think anybody here will oppose, I may be wrong, but most people aren't disagreeing with rezoning, but you can't rezone it in isolation where you're going to have a block with single family homes here, you're going to have a 6-story building here, possibly a 6-story building here with a bunch of who knows what townhomes and infill. So what we're saying is it really makes an incongruous and really kind of ruins the neighborhood. Right now you have a variety of character homes in the neighborhood. If they go, they go. But what I'm asking you is to plan the transition appropriately throughout the neighborhood, not one single core block on two sides. So that's all I'm asking.
I understand, and what I was trying to do in asking my question was stating that it wasn't about heightened density for me. I'm not asking about that. I heard loud and clear from you that that wasn't the issue. What I'm asking is, we could zone well past this area as you're discussing here today, and we may not have land assembled because homeowners may hold out and choose not to sell their homes. I've seen land assemblies where there's a single family home in the middle of an assembly. So how can we be assured that that won't happen? I mean, here we have a tangible assembly that the applicant is presenting to us. I'm just wondering, it's one of those gambles where sometimes you don't get another shot at that.
I should point out the city is the one making the rezoning application here, not a developer. So
I understand.
I guess if I may for a moment, what you're asking is, you're saying, well, a homeowner may not decide to sell their home. Well, that could happen now. Even if we've approved this, somebody in the 2300 Kitchener or somebody young Charles could say, no, I want to stay here. So
So my question also is in future, it could be a developer, it could be another entity that comes to the city that chooses to move forward in the way of a spot rezoning, instead of the city going to meet with, as we've heard from our staff, this group that has decided they want to engage in conversation and moving forward. That's what I heard from our staff. I'm hearing your concerns. I'm just concerned that maybe I'm not hearing you properly, but I'm wondering, are you concerned that this opportunity might not come up again?
No, I'm not. I'm confident it'll come up again. All I'm asking for is that the city table it, go back to the community with a wider reach in terms of what it's looking at. Put a time frame on it if you want, but engage the neighborhood so you have a comprehensive plan for the development of the area, as opposed to an abrupt situation of one block.
So I thank you. I'm going to ask one more question with the remaining time I have. I have a background in real estate development and working with the nonprofit sector too, and land assembly for the nonprofit sector. And looking at that, going back a second time, you can see prices increase and rise. It might not be the fourth or the last homeowner holding out. Do you have a concern that this will actually cause the price to go up and ultimately housing in our city?
The market being what it is, we see a dip right now, and I was reading today in the paper that we see an upturn in the real estate markets. I can't control what will happen a year from now, and quite frankly, even if you approve this tonight, there may not be a development 2 years down the road, so the property may be worth substantially more at that point. If I could predict the future, I wouldn't be here, I'd be in a beach in the Bahamas, to be honest with you.
That's a good note to end on.
Thanks so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Beach in the Bahamas. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, so I'm trying to figure out how many secondary suites are in this area, and the staff is saying, I think, 13.
That'd be about right, I would imagine. There's other people that live on those blocks that could address it better than I. I live across the street, so.
Do you have any idea what the rents are in those secondary suites?
I won't speak for who's charging what, but I do know that they range anywhere from $700-800 a month up to about $1,200, depending on the suite.
Okay.
That I know of. I can't speak for others, but it's in conversation with people, that would be the range.
Okay, so that'd be a lot cheaper than a condo or...
I would think so. That's why they live there, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
No problem.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions?
That's it for questions.
Thank you very much, all. I appreciate your attention and time. Thank you.
Thanks for coming in. Okay, we've got Mika Wasco. Micah Wasco. Hey, thanks for coming in. 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you for giving me this time. Just by the by, as I sat listening, I was thinking how odd it is that an income category is 30,000 to 80,000. Now, I know what 80,000 was like, because when I taught at Douglas, that's approximately what they paid me.
Can I get you to move to the mic a little bit so everybody at home can hear you too?
This
Yep,
thing?
just move a little closer to that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, should I repeat that?
Sure.
Okay. I find it very, yes.
There we go.
Odd.
Right here. There we are. Thanks.
That a major category for incomes with reference to housing is $30,000 to $80,000. I know what $80,000 is. It's a fair amount of money if you're careful. I cannot imagine how to live on $30,000. Why is that one category? I want to know what proportion of those people are between 30 and 40, what proportion are between 40 and 50, and whose benefit is it to create a ridiculous statistic like that? Who gets misled by that? Just by the by. Okay, on to it. The Grandview Woodland Plan had two very strong policy notes repeated over and over and over. One is gentle density. Don't overwhelm us. We'll go with density, but don't overwhelm us. Two is, no more upzoning. Now, as Councillor Fry pointed out, and my friend thinks is not the case, I'm quite sure it is the case, that all of this current project around Charles Street and Kitchener is window dressing to enable the original C1 lot plus one being turned into a 6-story behemoth. Didn't make it through the urban design panel, but they'll be back. But the rest, one of the key problems and one of our key arguments against it was that there was no transition. This creates that transition. And it's backwards. The cart's hauling the horse. This doesn't make sense. We're being overwhelmed. Now, the other thing is, for some reason, people don't seem to be aware of what's actually happening on Nanaimo Street. The city's left hand often doesn't know what the right hand is doing. Yes, they've done all this sewer stuff, which they're still in the midst of, but they have also removed essentially 2 lanes by creating them parking with a cutout thing. They're going up and down, all the way up and down. Now that means that there are 2 fewer lanes, and the plan calls for a bicycle zone. And the plan, I believe, called for some kind of median down the middle to slow traffic. So is it arterial or isn't it arterial? It's well in the process of becoming not arterial. It's useful to realize that. Beyond that, my neighbor has pointed out these kids aren't going to get into a school. It's going to be a safety problem of major proportion with all those people going in and out and the kids going to and from school along Charles Street. This is a creepy idea from beginning to end. Now, for what it's worth, 2 people live with me in my house. Adolfo pays me $300 a month and gives me an hour's worth of yard work a week because I'm getting old. Shane lives downstairs and he pays $450 a month. See if you can beat that. So I also want this thing referred and dealt with directly, not tucked in around this other stuff with Grandview Highway. That's goofy. You shouldn't be trying to decide on both as one package. Please.
Thanks. And you have a question from Councillor Hardwick?
Were you involved in the Grandview Woodlands plan?
Along the sidelines. I was not a member of the Citizens Assembly. I went to many
If you could just move back to, if you can move back to your
Oh,
microphone.
sorry.
Thank you. That's good.
So you weren't part of the Citizens Assembly, but you went to the more general.
And I knew people on the Grandview Woodland Area Council Board who were part of the Citizens Assembly.
So what brings you out specifically tonight?
I live at 2336 Kitchener. My backyard has been an organic food garden for the last 25 years. If I lose light, because stuff is higher across the street, and it will spread because we're next on your kill list. When they finish with this, they're now going to look at the rest of along Nanaimo, and I live mid-block. So this matters deeply to me. It matters deeply in a personal sense that I want to leave a house to my kid, because there's no other way he's going to get one. And it matters to me because it's unfair. It's simply unreasonable and unfair.
So my line of questioning earlier was about what's been dealt with in terms of public consultation in the immediate area versus the larger Grandview Woodlands space. But you're in that immediate area, correct?
I am, yes.
So We heard earlier about surveys and activities, door knocking, getting this out to I'm not talking about your petitions, I'm talking about what staff described had been their process.
Yes.
That's what I'm getting at, because the numbers I heard were relatively small and originally expressed in percentages. So what I'm trying to understand in the larger context is you as a hyper-local person, what was your experience versus what I'm trying to understand the larger Grandview Woodlands community? Did you receive the package that staff described that they went door to door? Did you receive the surveys, the things that staff described in their report?
I might have. But at this stage, I'm going to get into trouble here. I'm going to really try and keep it clean. I have had enough dealings over the years with planning that I do not trust them as far as I could throw them.
Well, you're right, you have to be careful.
Now, you've got a copy of this petition with 120-some signatures on it. We went door to door, and we only went within the immediate area. We didn't go too far away because people don't understand the issues necessarily. We got a much better response. We got 125 people. And that 126 people includes 5 out of 7 houses on the 2300 block North Kitchener, 3 out of 3 available houses on Charles. The other 4 belong to the developer. There's the people in the apartment building in the C1 across the Charles Street. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of those. In the 1200 Garden block, which is also in the area, we've got 10. And they all say, we do not want that original, Pete's original that he referred to, that building on the northeast corner. They do not want that rezoned from the C1 that it actually is to C2. That's why they bought for $3 million that 4th house. And when I saw this, with a 4th house included, I saw C2 all over again.
Okay, that's getting a little bit ahead of, but that petition that you got, have you shared that with the city? The paper petition that you have there?
Oh, no. They received previously a petition from, I believe, 29 people on the far side of Nanaimo, which they reported to council as one opposing vote. So no, they don't get this. They don't get anywhere near it.
No, but have they seen it, the physical petition?
Unless you showed it to them.
Okay, well, I haven't received your physical petition, so that's all I'm trying to say is that if you've gone door to door and got those signatures, then and you can give that as evidence, it would probably be useful to staff.
The meeting,
and we just
people
have
were frightened.
I'm out of time, but I was just trying to point that out.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, and that's it for questions. We're on to Tom Wong. I guess just remind speakers, we're not here to impugn anybody's reputation, and if we can just make sure we're courteous to everybody, that would be great.
Well, I was asked about my experiences.
That's true. I understand. That's why I kind of let it go, but just a reminder to the folks. Thanks so much for coming in, sir, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council, planners, everyone. I appreciate Andrew Tass for doing all this work for the possibility of rezoning in area. I'm one of the owner in the area 2, which is area 1, 3, and 2 in the study. All the previous owners were on our side, area 2, were here last Tuesday evening, but due to the delay till today, they couldn't make it. So I'm the one who will be more or less speaking on behalf of the area 2. The reason I'm here is to just to say that we got 13 properties altogether, area 1, 2, and 3. Our lot is, on our area 2, is all 50 feet lot. And pretty well same as North Granville Way, the area 3. Area 1 is even bigger. They probably range from 60 to 70 feet in frontage. So the amount of kicking out the tenant is not that great. I mean, we got only probably, like Andrew has mentioned, only about 20. We have a basement suite. The reason I'm here is just to say I'm not opposing. Of course, I'm supporting it. If you look at the picture, we just want to ask, if you want to look at the picture 1, which is our property, which is about 2.5 stories, and then picture 2 is looking at north view from our highest floor. Towards the north, we could, as you can see in the pictures, hardly you can see the North Shore Mountain. And then same as pretty well on picture 3 and 4. Picture 4, we are on ground level, looking across from our house onto the other property. Same as the picture 5, 6, from our south side of East 12, 2400 blocks, looking towards the north, like 7, 8. And so on. And then picture 9 and 10 is more or less like from the street level looking towards north, east, and same as picture 10. And then picture 11 and 12 is the end of the block, looking towards the Westview, the same as picture 12. And then now on picture 13 and 14, we are in the Backling Alley, looking between North Granville Way and East 2400 block, East 12th Avenue. That's looking towards west, same as picture 14, 15, 16. As you can see, the elevation between the two, the East 12th Avenue and also North Granville Way, the elevation doesn't make too much of a change. 17, 18, yes, so forth. So my asking is to at first we had the zoning in area 1, 2, 3 applying for the possibility of rezoning altogether. That's more or less like one, stick to like one zoning, but we more or less like we've been slightly reduced to RM8 instead of RM2. I'm showing you the photo is just because of the elevation across the street is quite a bit higher than we are. I would say about 10 feet to 12 feet higher. So even though if we, right now, the possibility of rezoning is only to 3 levels townhomes. So I was saying even 3.5 level townhouse wouldn't be affect the view of the north side of East 2400 block, 12th Avenue that much. So that's why I'm taking all these pictures. I've been living in this property for about the past 26 years.
We're just at about 10 seconds.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to speed up.
Well, you've got 5 seconds now. So
sorry. Yeah. Okay. So therefore, I've been living in Vancouver for the past 50 years. Vancouver is changing every year, and many people wanted to stay in Vancouver. It's not like the good old days, 60s, 70s, 80s, even the 90s. No way they can afford a house in Vancouver. Many people would still like to live in. So by adding a little bit more onto our floor space ratio on area 2, would benefit mostly to not only the city, but
okay, and
to
I'm
the
giving you an
public.
extra. Thank you very much. I've given you an extra 30 seconds, but thank you very much for coming in. And there's no questions.
No question.
Thank you very much.
Great.
Okay. We have Carol Rossett.
Yes, good evening, Mayor, Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm here to speak about the recommendations A, B, and E, and specifically parts of B and E that pertain to Charles and Kitchener that you've been discussing. I've owned and lived on the 2300 block of Kitchener on the south side, so I would be looking at the rezoned area for about the past over 25 years, and I did participate in the Grandview Woodland community planning process since it got underway in 2012 and ongoing. So first, with respect to recommendation number A, to amend the Grandview Woodland Community Plan to revise policies, I oppose that recommendation, and I support the positions taken by the Grandview Woodlands Area Council and the Coalition of Vancouver Neighbourhoods that have written as to why that should be deferred and sent to consultation. So speaking specifically to the Charles and Kitchener rezoning, what I'm asking for is that Council defer deciding on the rezoning proposed in B1, 2, and 3 until after there's a complete analysis and consultation with the other 2,300 blocks from Charles right to Gravely. And this also includes paragraph E. I'm just noting that at page 14 of the staff's report, referral report, the recommendation E, the basis for that is it says, as noted above, staff also tested general support for the idea of additional planning work for the blocks between Kitchener Street South and Gravely Street. Approximately 55% of respondents support or somewhat support further work in this regard. Staff are therefore recommending further engagement and planning be undertaken when the Vancouver plan is sufficiently advanced to inform this work. So my view is like, what better time than now when everything's focused on this little sub area to undertake that further analysis and work. The link between saying, yes, most people that responded do want to engage in that further work, as the other speaker said, to have some kind of a coherent context for looking at the area. This seems to be the time, and that seems to make more sense to me rather than a piecemeal type of rezoning. I have a handout. I don't know whether that's possible to pass around. It's one of the city map, one of the maps that was in a earlier report. That was from a 2018 report. So I just wanted to now talk about why I oppose the specific rezoning that's sought. The handout talks about the Nanaimo sub-area. First of all, I just want to go back to what the Grandview Community Plan said about that area is at page 101 of the plan. And it says, and it's been clear ever since the 2016 time period, that the rezoning that would happen and what the community wanted was, yes, rezone on the arterial street of Nanaimo. So it says only those parcels that front onto Nanaimo Street will see future change, with blocks that relate more to the Grandview sub-area remaining unchanged, i.e. all those side streets like Charles, Kitchener, Grant, Gravely, Parker, William, go down. Those, if they're not facing Nanaimo on the arterial side and they're just east-west running blocks, they will not see future change, is what the Grandview Woodland Plan said. So I think what we're seeing tonight is really significant because it's the first major incursion into the neighborhood, if you want to say it. Since 2016, staff has presented recommendations that have seen more densification on what they call the shopping node.
Just 15 seconds left.
Okay, connecting what is 6-story bookends and now 4-story with commercial at grade in between. So the handout I gave you, I've sort of highlighted in yellow The area that I think a lot of us are asking be included be sent back to staff for technical analysis and community consultation on that particular area.
Okay,
It's bookended by 6 stories with 4 stories attached, so if there's going to be changes, it makes sense to get the whole context.
Thank you. You do have a
Thank
question
you.
from Councillor Hardwick?
Hi there. Still trying to wrap my head around this. So you live in the immediate area. What we heard from staff is that there were a handful of residents that live in the immediate area that went to the city to request this rezoning. Does that surprise you?
No, it doesn't. And I can tell you, I was at those meetings, and I was at a meeting in the Wise Hall. It was something about some of the rezoning. It was back probably 2017, even early 2018. And I was one of those people, even though I'm not on those 2 blocks. But I talked to staff and I said, look, if you're talking about putting a 6-story building on that corner, and that is the motivating factor that I think all of us felt was, oh my gosh, they're talking about 6 stories into the neighborhood. That's not arterial facing, that's into our neighborhood. That's going to radically change everything. So, and then we had the relocation of the elementary school right onto Garden. So I think all of us felt, well, those 2 factors plus the what's evolved with Nanaimo Street and having a continuous shopping node with commercial at grade, the impacts of all that are drastically changing the area so that I think we felt as a group we wanted to engage with the city. And unfortunately, the city staff limited it to those 2 back-to-back sides, north side, south side of Charles and Kitchener. And I wrote letters and I complained about saying, hey, why limit it to that? Look at the whole area up to First Avenue, but, and we're still basically saying that's what makes sense in this case. But what motivated people was that 6 story. So that comment about the cart pulling the horse kind of thing is apt, because as we know, that's still in the process. It's still C1 and RT5.
But unpacking that.
Yes.
On the one hand, you've got residents in the area that, everybody recognizes that we're going to need to enable greater density. And I don't think anybody's arguing that point. But then on the other hand, what I'm hearing is sort of a concern about a 6-story precedent being set in there. Normally, I would expect that precedent, that 6-story ask, to come from a private developer that wants to build it. But instead, it's coming forward from the city, and the city is saying that they are doing this on the basis of an ask from the people that live in the immediate area.
I think
that's what I heard.
It's a private initiated rezoning application. It's not a city initiated, it's private. It's a spot rezoning. And that's what I think we're all reacting to, is privately initiated spot rezoning. So that's when your question about what motivated people to approach staff and say, hey, let's look at rezoning our lots. That was what it was.
My point is that this rezoning is being requested not by a private developer, but by the city.
You mean
what we're talking about here and now?
Okay, right. Yes. And that the limitation, I guess my point was restricting it to just that area, given, and I think all of us in attending these meetings and responding to the surveys felt that, okay, if we could choose no change, if we could say, instead of a 6-story, can we talk about a 3 or a 4-story on that corner? It would be a whole different scenario. Than going, oh my gosh, 6-story. Well, maybe it's sort of the domino. Then everybody started saying, well, what's going to happen to us? Our values are going to go down. Who's going to want to live, in a single-family house that's up against a 6-story multifamily dwelling with commercial at grade and commercial on the side streets?
Okay, I still am not getting a clear picture on who the handful of residents were that requested this, but
all I can say is that I was one of them, and my partner was one of them, and we live we don't live on those 2 blocks. We wanted to start a discussion with the city because we're kitty corner to the new school, and we would be looking at the 6-story building. So so we asked for it. I don't know about the other folks, but we weren't included in it.
And we're just...
I'll follow up with staff. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you very much. Some of my questions may have been answered. I'll be asking staff some of them. But a follow-up question to this is, you often will see an applicant developer come to us after they have assembled land. And we hear from residents that this is developer-led. It's not community or neighborhood-led by homeowners. Do you feel that this is more community-led or neighborhood-led if this group of homeowners has chosen to approach the city? Or I'll make sure I clarify that if the city has worked together with these homeowners, but it's my understanding that they invited the city from the presentation to make a presentation to them. And that's what I'd heard earlier in staff's presentation to us. So do you think that might be a better way to go than a developer application? And I ask because that's specifically what we're talking about here and what you've been questioned about.
Okay, I'm not sure if I'm understanding it correctly, but the community, my neighbors, our area, have consistently expressed concern to the city staff at all of these meetings, whatever little sub-area meetings are going on, concern about the 6 stories, and that's evident in the staff report. They go through the history of all the public meetings, and they note neighbors express concern about the 6 stories. So that's been an ongoing thing. And then in 2018, people started to say, okay, there's a development sign on the corner. There's this, huge building that's going to be going up that looks not very nice. So what are we going to do about it? So I'm sorry, what was
sorry,
your question?
I was asking, I know that there's a number of meetings here. I will ask staff who initiated the contact. But for you, I thought I'd heard you say, and I just wanted to clarify, did you say that you wanted it to extend and for you to be a part of this?
Yes.
Okay. So you're opposed to it because you're not a part of it. Is that correct?
My request is that the city defer approving this rezoning and direct staff to look at the 2,300 blocks from Charles all the way to Gravely Street South. So all those 2,300 blocks, which have commonalities in that they're bookended by 6 stories, they've got 4-story commercial at grade across, be considered because of the common context, rather than doing things piecemeal. Because you'll see, I think it's a much better option for exploring land use options with that whole group that has this common neighborhood context.
Okay. Do you know if there's any heritage concerns that go beyond this, which I'll also ask staff about, and that was pertinent to them choosing this specific area, not going beyond? Did you happen to know if there was any specific reasons or considerations that your block wasn't chosen, or that up to Gravely? I know what you're talking about. So.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Actually, no, I don't. Not aware of any heritage concerns. As far as I know, I'm not exactly sure why the line was drawn there, even though there were repeated requests to extend it further. And other than maybe it would, I have no idea. I could only speculate why staff.
Thank you. I have listed questions for staff.
Okay.
Thanks very much, Councillor D'Amato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of follow-up questions, because I want to be really clear on this. Is when I read the report indicating that residents on 2 blocks of 2,300 block Charles and Kitchener Street had requested reconsideration of recent land use changes and housing policy implementation work. Were you among those residents in those blocks? Are you one of those?
No, I'm actually on the south side of Kitchener in the 2300 block. So I'm directly facing those two blocks, but I was one of those people who way back when approached staff at one of the, at the Wise Hall, at one of the open houses.
Okay.
And
No, that's helpful. I just wanted to clarify. My second question was just with respect to the lots in question in Block A. Are any of them for sale currently, to your knowledge?
no, none of them are for sale.
Yeah. And then just a follow-up question for you is, there's been a lot of time spent on the northeast quadrant there, and that's really not the subject of tonight's public hearing. We actually can't address that today. But currently, as I understand things, and I'll be following up with staff, you have the potential for upwards of, I think, 10, probably more than that, duplexes based on the current zoning. So from being a resident and a neighbor, are you supportive of that if suddenly all of those lots sold, in the next 10 days and there's duplexes? Are you comfortable with that?
You mean the current zoning?
Yeah, that they could be duplexes with secondary suites.
I think if you look at the survey results, the options that were given, the greatest number of people that responded wanted no change. That was, so it was, I would be fine with that if I don't know. So it's just the big question of the northeast corner that's driving this thing. Based on what is in the city report, of those 10 lots, 8 have secondary suites and there's one laneway house. I know on my block, pretty much everybody has a secondary suite. 5 of the 10 lots are pre-1940 character houses. Parking's a problem, traffic will be a problem, we know that. And just wanted to say, Garden Drive is the only north-south street that really goes through between Nanaimo and Victoria Drive. Mm-hmm. So the neighborhood accessing all their homes and their visitors often come in on Garden Drive because Templeton, Lakewood, and Semlin don't go right through from First Avenue to Hastings. So there's already a lot happening on Garden Drive. There's parking for school staff, there's parking for parents, there's resident parking, and I just don't know how it's going to all work. I mean, I think the proposal is not going to make it safe for the kids going to the school, so I think it needs to be deferred and just go back to the drawing board involving those other blocks and make a cohesive plan that'll work for the neighborhood and provide, more housing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Just a reminder to council, we're at 5 to 8, and we just to get through, and then a couple of council motions left over from the other evening.
Thank you. Yes, thank you so much for coming in. And I have to say, even just by a number of questions, I still remain confused about what you're supporting and what you aren't supporting in the recommendations. So I did hear you say that you're against A, which are recommendations to change the policies in the Nanaimo sub-area, as well as in the Grandview Broadway commercial station area plans. Are you opposed to both of those, or only the Nanaimo sub-area?
I share the views of GWAC and the other organization around changing the plan without consultation, and that rewriting it, and the appendices that are attached don't contain the language that's proposed to be in there. So and the wider community wasn't advised that would be on the agenda tonight. So I share those concerns, but my main reason for being here is because I live across the street, and I've been very involved in the sub area, that A.
The sub-area, but specifically the Nanaimo Street sub-area. Is that right?
Nanaimo Street sub-area, but then tonight you've got the Charles Kitchener, and then you've got those other ones on 12th around Grandview. I'm just talking about the 2,300 blocks in Charles and Kitchener.
Right.
And
you're, I'm sorry, you've said a few things that you don't want the, I'm just verifying, you don't want the intrusion of 6 stories into the neighborhood?
Yes,
Yes.
that's inconsistent with the plan.
Right.
And it's, to me, it's a significant shift from what was in the plan. And
Okay. And commercial? So, and the commercial zoning, is that, extending beyond or off?
yes, yes, commercial at grade
that's what
off of the arterial is also a significant change.
Okay. And in terms of the, sorry, there was an earlier speaker that seemed to imply that the changes, overall changes to the plan should be separated out and sent back, but the sub-areas were okay. So I'm just getting a different message from people who are like still referencing the same letters, like the Grandview Willows Area Council letters. So I'm sorry to
Well, I
sound
think-
confused, but I am on this.
And part of it, like when I read the staff recommendation report, it does say if points B, the rezoning, says that it's subject to the changes to the Grandview Woodlands Area Plan. So perhaps if council doesn't approve recommendation A in amending the language in the plan, then perhaps B will not go ahead anyways, because that's the way the recommendation is worded.
Right.
It's premised on A being passed. So if that's the case, then I've just been
And
wasting your time talking about specifics.
Totally, I understand what you're saying. They certainly they are related. However, there are changes that that are involved in B, which have to do with work that has been happening for the last 3 years. So I'm a bit confused as to whether or not you want to see changes that reflect. And the appendix is full of lots of these statements. Update to reflect implementation changes undertaken between 2017 and 2018. In other words, things have happened, and there are corrections in the policies and the bylaws in order to, specifically the bylaws, to make sure that there's no conflict between the policy work and the bylaws. So do you not want that work to happen? I mean, these are not indicating, in what staff said, these are not changes, creating changes. They are simply reflecting changes that have already happened.
Okay. Well, in that regard, I mean, I just sort of defer to the views expressed by the Grandview Woodlands Area Council and the Citizens Committee Coalition. I mean, I just think typically if a planning process took years and there's a document that exists, that if there's amendments that are going to be made, then people should have access to the exact language that is being proposed and the drawings that are being proposed to be put into those amendments, rather than just sort of, vague things like minor.
Thanks very much. That's the 5 minutes. On to Councillor Swanson.
Yes, thanks for coming. You said there was lots of secondary suites in your block?
Yes.
How many would you say?
I can think of 6 or 7, and well, there's 7 lots, but I mean, I was just counting Micah's as 2. She has two subtenants, so that would be 7.
And do you have any idea what the rents are?
I think they are probably, well, Micah said that her rents are more in the $300 and $400 range. I think more, that's unusually low. I think they're probably more like around the $800 range.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks, and that's it for questions. Thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you.
That's it for the speakers list.
Marissa was, I think there were, and Margaret were both on the list.
Well, actually, I don't. Clerk, yeah. I mean, I don't have you on the official list, but there is an opportunity to speak now. So, so I'll ask you just to come up, and you have your 5 minutes each, if you like, and then there might be questions. Thanks very much. If you just want to state your name.
Good evening. This is Margaret Wayne. I live on 2316 Kitchener Street.
Okay.
I understood everybody was exhausted. Especially, I experienced 4.5 hour waiting on last Tuesday, and this afternoon, another 2 hours. I think for the rezoning, it is a challenge for everybody.
Yes.
Mayor and the councilor and the citizen as myself.
Thank you for staying.
One thing I didn't do a good job was I just came back a couple of weeks ago from almost 2 months holiday. And in between, I read the note. So when my neighbors asked me about this one, I thought this is very important. And as a retired real estate agent, I thought the proposal, the plan, is not doing it very well because they are only concentrated on a very small portion of the Nanaimo and the Woodland area. I was, for my own opinion, you think about when city developed on Canby from King Edward all the way up to 57th, that I used to have friends live in that neighborhood, and you know what is the change for the first block on Canby. Maybe in the future, maybe second. And not just Canby. There's quite a few lots of other development, including on 41st, 49th. Those are the things I'm thinking is, if city, as we understood, wish to get more lands, more development, then why not put it as a whole picture? Not just the small particular ones right on Charles and the east side, north side of the Kitchener and south side of the Charles. That is very peculiar. Why did someone make this kind of decision? For me, I'd rather, if city want to do, probably use East 4th Avenue as a cut. North of the 1st Avenue, you can go all the way up to Charles or even up to Hastings. Then Garden maybe is just a block. Okay, just make sure this area can be rezoned, maybe multifamily or something, after a good discussion. Otherwise, you keep on having so many rezoning development meetings, takes years. This is totally a waste of everybody's time. And I don't think it's a smart way of doing it. So my suggestion is, hold it. Don't be rushed to jump into something. But I don't know the planner was saying everything was correctly because the number could not show, and I'm not saying he is wrong. But you can see just from our blog, I have asked probably 10 out of 7, they are not happy. I could not talk to everybody, but to myself. That's the way. And I just want to express it. For any development, this is a small development. And this one is not a very good one because the not really a fully good consultation. And if you want to do many things, I believe everybody should focus for another 10, 20 years or longer term. Not just, hey, this one, we want to get it done. And I also understood on our north side of Kitchener, at least there are 3 very new houses, probably built within the last 10 years. And why city approved to them and give them build? Now say they are wanting to put that neighborhood as a townhome zoning. That's also not nice. And to me, I used to live on both sides. I live on the west side because I was a realtor, and then for something, I live on west side for 20 and another 20 years in the east side as well. So I knew there are all lots of the development going on, and I hope city and every councillors will consider everything is southfully and have a better focus.
Thank you. That's 5 minutes. Thank you very much for coming in. Somebody else wanted to speak as well. Yes, come on up. And up to 5 minutes. Sorry, no questions for you. Thank you. And just whenever you're ready, I'll start your timer 5 minutes. I'll try to give you a little warning as we get closer to 5.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor Stewart and councilors. My name is Marisa Genovese. I believe I'm the most qualified person to talk about this block in question because I've lived on this street for my entire life. I grew up at 2356 Kitchener Street. Then I moved across the street to 2365 Kitchener Street when I got married. My house was built in 1929. It is the corner house, Kitchener and Nanaimo, and it's very cute. I went to Lord Nelson School and have just lived through over 2 years of dirt, dust, and noise while the new school was being built. It will break my heart to see my beloved old school being torn down, but I know it's a necessary change. Lord Nelson was an oldie but a goodie. New Lord Nelson is safer and smaller. We are a neighborhood of older homes, big trees, lawns, gardens, flowers, people, kids, and lots of dogs. And we are all thriving in this wonderful area. We had been asked if we could do gentle densification, which we have done with basement suites, duplexes, townhomes, and lane houses. We did this and still kept the look and the feel of our neighborhood, which we love so much, and we welcomed many new residents into our neighborhood. But now, wanting to change the zoning to allow a 4, 5, or 6-story box with market condominiums to be plunked in the middle of the block simply in the name of densification would make no sense and would start a domino effect, which would spell the end of a beautiful neighborhood. I have attended every single meeting and open house regarding my neighborhood, and I feel like the changes proposed are not appropriate. Many of my neighbors feel the same way. There's nothing wrong with apartments, condos, and townhouses, and there are many, many streets and neighborhoods where that type of building would be very appropriate and very welcome. Currently, there is a proposed 6-story building that is to be constructed within feet of my backyard. I will have a huge, ugly, unaffordable 6-story building staring down at me while I'm in my backyard. During the open houses regarding this proposal, many of the residents had concerns about the size, the stories, and the design. According to the Grandview Woodlands proposal, 4 stories was supposed to be the limit. This is a prime example of a wrong building in the wrong spot. Please do not push through rezoning for the wrong reason in the wrong location and destroy the special feeling of this neighborhood. It will not solve the housing crisis, but will have a negative impact on the neighborhood with increased traffic, noise, and parking. The beautiful thing about Vancouver is its numerous and diverse neighborhoods. Please remember the residents and neighbors who care very much for this particular neighborhood. This initiative and the rezoning is definitely a city-led initiative, not by the residents, not led by the residents. Thank you.
Thanks very much. You have a question from Councillor Hardwick.
So I would take it from that you weren't one of the handful of residents that went to the city and asked for this rezoning.
I went to every single meeting. Every single meeting I was invited to. I did not ask for this rezoning. I did not want my home replaced by a C2 apartment building. Makes no sense when we've all discussed duplexes, and there's so many duplexes now in my neighborhood, and they look fantastic. Duplexes, lane homes, beautiful. This would ruin the neighborhood. Why do townhouse duplex and then this box, as it shows in the picture, where a box is here, then there's an alley, then there's another 6-story monstrosity, which was never part of the Grandview Woodland plan.
So this is important because, from what we've heard in the staff presentation, this whole rezoning was precipitated by a local ask of residents in this immediate area. And you've been part of all of this, and this is so I'm going to obviously come back to staff and ask further questions about this. But I appreciate your comments around gentle density, and I am mindful of the infill and the complete communities that this approach takes. So you view these kinds of projects as, for want of a better description, wolves in sheep's clothing, or something that is inserting another form into the neighborhood.
Exactly. We were asked by the city to do gentle densification, and we embrace that. Duplexes, lane homes, basement suites. Many people fixed up their basement to rent out a nice place for someone who wanted to live there. It's an old, beautiful neighborhood, and I've seen it from the time I was 4 years old. This will ruin this neighborhood. That 6-story building proposed on Charles and Nanaimo is a monstrosity, and it's not right. That's not what we all voted for.
But I want to be clear, we're not talking about that.
No, we're not talking about that, but that has started this snowball effect of all this change. That, with the sign and the picture, that has started all this change to our neighborhood where we can do it, we can densify in the proper way to keep the heritage, to keep the feel of our neighborhood. People love neighborhoods. 6-story, 8-story, 10-story apartments are great in certain neighborhoods. They fit, they look great, they add to the neighborhood. You have to think about that before you just jump nilly-willy into rezoning without thinking of the long-term effect.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, questions?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor, and thanks for being here. I did just want to follow up on a point you made there around the gentle density and accepting that in the neighborhood. And so were you, because I want to deal with this rezoning. I think the Northeast Quadrant has come up quite a bit tonight, and I think we've got to deal with these separately because that's not before us tonight. But are you opposed to the proposed RM8, which would provide townhome style, kind of ground oriented for families? Is that because that's, to me, in my mind, gentle density, but I heard you say that we've already accepted gentle density, and what we're dealing with is going from duplex option to potentially more townhouse style homes.
Townhouse style homes are fantastic as long as they reflect the feel of the neighborhood, as long as they're designed. And I've seen quite a few duplexes even down my street on the way to Victoria. A couple of duplexes have gone up front, back, keeping the feel of the neighborhood, the heritage style, the peaked roofs. If that is, and just to keep that feeling of our neighborhood, it is great, it's unique. And if townhomes are built with that, to reflect that, that would be fantastic. People should live in our neighborhood, but they should live in it the way it is. East Vancouver, Kitchener, and Nanaimo. That's what they want to move there for. That's what they should get.
Okay. And then with respect to the C2, mixed use up to 4 stories with ground floor retail commercial uses, how do you feel about that? That was in the Block A, Section 3, fronting Nanaimo.
Definitely not. I've put down my feelings about that it does not fit. It's like an eyesore. It'd be like a pimple in the middle of your face. It would not fit the neighborhood. And I think it would just be the start of the end of our neighborhood. If that went up, that'd be the end. Ella, which is going up a block from us, 4 stories on a corner, sort of L-shaped. There's nothing I can do about that, but it stayed within the 4-story Grandview Woodlands guidelines. I don't know what it's going to look like. Hopefully it will fit in and blend. It'll never look like a heritage home, but as long as it blends with the neighborhood, that's different. But the description, this big square thing taking up the majority of the block, no.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Boyle.
Thanks for being here. I'm just curious, you said these types of projects are fine in another neighborhood, but not here. Do you have a sense of where else you would recommend that this type of...
Well, I can't really recommend any. It has to fit with the neighborhood. I see what happened to Cambie, and you see the change, and it was a domino effect that happened to Cambie. It would kill me to see my neighborhood become like Cambie, because we have old homes, beautiful old homes, gardens, big yards, flowers, huge old trees. Why simply say, why do it because you can? Why not think about it and think, let's keep this neighborhood as this neighborhood? There's lots of great neighborhoods that have apartments, 4, 6, 10-story high. They look great. They look modern, sleek. People want to live there. That's not why people move to East Vancouver. If you move to East Vancouver, you want a yard, you want weeds, you want flowers, you want to do your snow in the winter. You have to respect the feel of these old neighborhoods.
Okay, I'll just leave it at that.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi, thanks for being here. That's quite something to have lived for a lifetime on one block. My question to you, because you referenced sort of the character of the neighborhood and the history and said, you support duplex or townhomes. What do we do for people that can't afford those in terms of other housing types or choices?
We can't all live where everyone wants to go. If you make duplexes, it's expensive everywhere in the city. I don't think East Vancouver should be singled out as a place it is expensive everywhere in the city. If someone wants to have a nice basement suite or a duplex, I'm not going to solve the housing problem with my 3 little 5x5 block neighborhood. Duplexes, townhouses, lane homes, they've all gotten more expensive, but Vancouver is an expensive city.
Okay, I think that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I also live in East Vancouver and just had a question for you. It's not specifically about East Vancouver. It's about, you had said you aren't going to be, I don't want to quote you, but that you as one person might not make that impact on the overall housing crisis. But if we're looking at moving the needle, and I think about my daughter, I think about, the next generation of people living in the city. How are we going to make sure Vancouver is not a resort town if we don't try and push for affordability and more housing at more affordable?
Of course, we can push for affordability housing, the right type of housing, townhouses, duplexes. The answer to everything is not a high-rise. The answer to this problem is not a 6-story building. That's not the answer. You have to think of other things as well. It's easy to build a square block, 6 stories, plunk it there. Sure, it solves a problem, but is that really the answer? You have to keep neighborhoods, do what you can, ask the neighbors, get their basement suites, build the duplexes. We already have the duplex zoning, and every house that goes up is a duplex. I've seen old homes that my friends used to live in being raised up. The main floor stays the same. They've added an upstairs. They've made a beautiful basement. We are doing it in our neighborhood. The answer does not have to be to construct a box, a 6-story box. That's not the answer for every neighborhood.
So a question in the land economics of duplexes and blanket rezoning, and I've asked this of others before, but because you brought it up and we're specifically talking about this neighborhood and this proposal and what you would prefer to see, which doesn't necessarily mean that will happen, my question to you is, do you have concern that, in fact, a single-family residential lot detached would then the price would be inflated because you can now build and stratify that lot into 2 homes and sell it?
I don't know how to answer that question. Price goes up for everything. When I bought my house, I paid $257,000. Now it's worth way more than that. It's all relative. It's all relative to what's happening.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's it for questions. Thanks for coming in tonight. Anybody else want to speak to this application? Doesn't look like it. Okay, thanks. So I'm going to call one more time. Nobody out in the lobby. We're good. Okay, thanks. Thank you very much for coming in. So we're going to now close the speakers list. And we're going to close receipt of public comments and move on to hearing closing comments. So does staff have any closing comments on this one?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. A few, I think, notes of response to some of the comments that were made this evening, which I hope address some of the points that were raised and answer some questions that I heard Council ask of the community. First and foremost, yes, I just wanted to clarify what we're talking about tonight, particularly with the 2300 block, are the 10 lots that are being proposed for rezoning to a combination of RM8A and C2, not the 4 lots in the northeast corner that are currently covered by a separate rezoning policy that was approved in 2016 as part of the community plan. Important side note to that is that that rezoning policy for that 6-story site can proceed anyways. It's approved policy already, and the changes that are recommended here tonight don't necessarily bear on that. It can proceed anyways and come in and proceed. However, these are intended to try and address some of the broader transitional questions which emerge in terms of the relationship between buildings, but they are not a driver for it. I think there were a few points that were raised about the implications, in particular for the C2 building, and can't that just go to 6 stories or more as well? No, the answer is no. That is covered by the C2 district schedule there. It has a separate set of height restrictions and built form guidelines tied to that. The 6-story and the 4-story were both referenced in terms of whether or not they would be arterial facing. That is the intention with the 4-story form, and also, as I understand it, with the 6-story as well. So they would be facing Nanaimo Street there. The C2 form, which we're talking about this evening, we feel is particularly appropriate in a street like Nanaimo, 100-foot right-of-way. It's the sort of form that is used in many areas of the city and was proposed and approved for other parts of Nanaimo Street as well. A couple of other comments that were made about the idea of doing a comprehensive plan for the neighborhood. I guess I'd like to suggest that was actually the community planning process that we did for 4 years, where we spent quite a lot of time discussing different ideas for built form, different ideas for public realm, for all manner of things, including the Nanaimo Street area. And as I mentioned earlier, we had an array of engagement activities around that. So the intention behind tonight is not to sort of focus the sum total of our planning attention on these 2 blocks, but rather to say that this is sort of one of the very remaining pieces of implementation work that we're trying to do as part of this much more comprehensive process. You heard from a number of residents who live south of the proposed area about some of the concerns. I think my read of them is that they had to do with questions around height and form, particularly with townhouse and 4-story form. So I just wanted to alert council to the fact that right now, the allowable height under the RT5 that is there is 35 feet. RM8 puts a maximum height of 38 feet. So there's a 3-foot difference there on those building types. Of course, the C2 is higher than that, but closer to the Nanaimo Street area. A few other questions were raised about heritage concerns. I just wanted to remind council that we actually put a lot of focus on character and heritage in the Grandview sub-area immediately to the west of the area that we're talking about here. The RT5 zoning that was introduced rezoned approximately 4,800 properties into a state of what we believe is enhanced character protection. And so there was considerable focus on that. As always with the community plan, when you're dealing with a large neighborhood, there's an effort to try and balance quite an array of objectives in terms of how things are distributed spatially throughout the neighborhood, where different building types go, and the sort of broader urban design considerations. As I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, the commercial nodes were areas that were identified through the planning process and with community input as being areas where we could focus more planning attention and increase the sort of land use allowances tied to them. Lastly, I just wanted to confirm some of the comments that were made. The parts of the recommendations tonight that deal with amending the policy are about planning work that has already taken place and about implementation work that has already been approved by council. So all we are asking for is the opportunity to amend the policy document
so it reflects the regulatory tools that were approved in 2017, 2018. It's not an attempt to introduce new building types by stealth or anything like that. It's just to make sure that there is no dissonance between the regulatory tool that people refer to and the policy document. With
Thanks.
that, if there are any further questions, happy to answer them.
There are. Okay. Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks.
Up to 5 minutes.
For questions of staff. Well, there are so many, I may have to read my correspondence, and I have been following along with the policy documents, but there were some claims made of speakers, so I'm just trying to go back, fact check, look at all of the correspondence, take a look at the information we have as council. And one of the questions that I have is, who initiated this? There have been complaints. There's a developer, or there's a developer in waiting, or that each and every homeowner is an applicant, or that someone's holding out, so there might not be an assembly, or that there's an assembly, or there's no assembly. Mm-hmm. So can you help to clarify that? Because I heard your comments, and I tried to ask speakers questions regarding them, but maybe I wasn't clear.
Yeah, that's. Thank you for that question, and maybe just helpful run through the key milestones in this process. So, we were doing other engagement work along the street when a handful of residents approached our implementation team that was working on this. So it was coming from the residents of the 2 blocks in question. Now, you heard from some speakers tonight who don't live on the blocks that are being rezoned, that talked about when they came into the process. And so I just wanted to distinguish how we did this. We were approached by residents of the block. Our first step in this was to say, okay, are the sentiments that are being proposed by you folks, are they shared by other residents of the block? So the first step was to actually call a meeting of residents on the block, not outside of the block, no adjacent flanking blocks or anything like that. And that was what took place in April. And it was based on the input from these residents. And we tried to get to as many people as we could. I can't recall the full percentage, but we certainly had, I think, a good and representative amount of people. We asked them if there was interest in additional consideration of additional land use, and the point that we made at that juncture was that we would need to seek some guidance on this from council. It was based on that initial meeting that we then reported to council. That there was this interest and that staff felt there was merit in the reconsideration. And it was at that point, after having received direction from council in the council report and the motion that I showed earlier, that we then went out and brought in folks from the surrounding blocks. So we did it in stages. And we just wanted to make sure along the way, first of all, that there was interest in these changes, and then secondly, wanted to bring into the discussion the surrounding neighbors as well.
Okay, so just to put this in context, and I'll ask you. So it's fair to say that this was accidental in the sense that staff didn't go out to consult on this. However, a number of residents approached you, and they were acting on their own behalf.
Correct.
And they're landowners, and they approached the city in hopes that something like this could come together on their own without a developer at the time?
Correct. And I heard some comments about assemblies and things like that, and I am not aware of any assembly work taking place on these remaining lots. Thank you. So I don't know, and I have not heard anything of that.
And then I have limited time, but I may have to go for another round. I wanted to ask you what was the consideration for not extending this? And I understand there's the exempt area, but then I understand from knowing the area and also bringing up maps here that some of the speakers were talking about areas outside of the ones that you were talking about specifically being considered.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, as I said, we were initially approached by the 2300 block on one side and the 2400 block on the other side. We reported that to council. We got charged through direction from council to engage on those blocks. In the course of those conversations with the surrounding area, we did hear from a number of residents to the south that they felt we should be also broadening the exercise to include them. As I mentioned, I mean, that is a recommendation that we consider this as part of future work. But because the direction from council relates to the 2 blocks in question, our immediate recommendation is around those 2 blocks in question. We're not trying to preclude the future work. As I said in my presentation, we're just suggesting that at this juncture, we focus attention on these 2 blocks and then open up the possibility of revisiting that in future once the Vancouver plan has been advanced further.
Thanks very much. That's the 5 minutes. On to Councillor Hardwick.
Hi. So what's the hurry? We went through an extensive Grandview Woodlands process, which we've heard about at great length, completed in 2016, which is only 4 years ago, not even. And we're embarking in a citywide planning process, the Vancouver plan. What's the hurry? Why not wait? And we've heard from the Grandview Woodlands Council that they are not happy about not being consulted on this. It's been a very hyper-local consultation. So I'm still having a hard time connecting the dots on this. Can you help me?
Sure. I guess I hold a slightly different perspective on the speed at which this has taken place, having been doing the planning work in the area since 2012. I actually think that this is intended really to be one of the final pieces on what's already been almost 8 years of planning work. The intention really on focusing on these blocks is to try and square off some of the outstanding issues that were raised. The previous implementation work covered a much broader swath and was trying to introduce the directions of the community plan and to ground them in the appropriate regulatory and implementation tools. And this pair of blocks was identified as being something of an outlier, given the considerations related to the adjacent properties and the lane that I mentioned earlier. But I wouldn't say that it feels like we're rushing it. If anything, it's been a couple of years since we've started talking about these blocks.
Yeah, but the reason to do a rezoning is to invite development. That's the reason. Normally, we have a developer that comes in and makes that rezoning. The city, in this case, is doing it, but by implication, you're saying, come on down. We're going to rezone this. Some developer come and put up something that will fit into the newly defined criteria. So again, what's the hurry, especially, and I'm sorry, I heard from the Grandview Woodlands folks and the extent of everything that was gone through, that it was highly detailed and it was right down to the block. It was a granular exercise. So again, what's the hurry, unless we have developers banging on our doors saying we want to get this rezoned so that we can start upzoning it right away, especially in the light of a community that's gone through an extensive process and the city that's going into a broader planning process. To me, it's the city doing spot rezoning instead of the developers coming at us and doing spot rezonings.
Again, I think I have a slightly different perspective on this. The community plan sets out directions for roughly 3 decades of anticipated growth and change in the neighborhood. And the essence of the planning process is to really determine key directions and approaches for an array of different considerations, including housing, local economy, and so forth. When you conclude a planning process such as we did with Grandview Woodland, what you want to do is you want to enable the opportunities in there, but you don't necessarily do it because there's a developer knocking on your door. We set out with Nanaimo Street comprehensively an array of implementation tools. Those will probably be taken up over the course of 3 decades.
Now, I understand this. I'm a planner. I also know that when we see all of the models that come in here, we have the acrylic, this is what we could anticipate going on in the neighborhood. I totally get it. But we're talking about a very site-specific, three segments here that are kitty corner, as I understand it, to a larger scale development that's going in. So to me, that sounds like a magnet for development that is being contemplated here. I just don't understand why it wasn't contemplated as part of the Grandview Woodlands Community Plan, which did go down to a block-by-block level, why we're doing it now instead of, again, we're in a citywide planning process. It feels preemptive to me, and again,
seconds.
I'm concerned about the timing.
Just 30 seconds.
Okay. I guess just to reiterate, there was actually back in 2012, 2013, some discussion around townhouses in this area. At the point in time there, it was actually intended to be an approach that we might take between Garden and Nanaimo all the way up the street. At that point in time, we received feedback from the community that they wanted a more nuanced approach. In developing the different district schedules that we did, we introduced RT5 into the area. We were then approached after by folks saying, we're not sure this is actually the most appropriate given these other approved changes that you have with Lord Nelson with the approved rezoning policy. And we felt that was fair grounds to take another look at that.
Thanks very much. That's on to Councillor Kirby.
Hi, I'll try to be brief. I know it's getting late. So that we've heard from some speakers, there's suggestions about sending this back for further consultation. What would that hypothetically look like?
I guess it would depend on the scope of consultation that you were talking about. I think from our perspective, we did a pretty detailed look with this particular block. We did the technical analysis. We actually spent a fair bit of time going over the options with our urban designers, discussing with them with the community, looking at the pros and cons of each. I'm not sure specifically what more you would want us to look at in the context of that one block. If, however, the geographic scope were expanded and you were to look at blocks further south, you might approach a similar exercise in that. I think some other speakers have noted that the existing conditions on those blocks bear some similarities, maybe without the constraints of the elementary school and so on. Okay. So you could use that as a basis, and it might involve further discussion there, but I don't think it would necessarily need to involve further discussion of the 2300 block of Charles Kitchener.
Okay, and two other questions. I'm just going to try to get through them the time I have. There was the question around timing, like why now? Why do we need to do it? What's the urgency around it? What would your response be to that?
As I said to Councillor Hardwick, I mean, we've been looking at this community plan process. The planning work was 4 years long. The implementation work has been another 4 years. What we're trying to do is bring a sense of closure to these implementation, the implementation pieces of the work in that respect. So I think it's really just an intention to try and provide that resolution on those issues.
Okay. And then my other question is just to get a crystal clear clarification on what you spoke to earlier around this, and I think I quote, you said along the lines of the 6-story site can proceed anyway separate from this. And can you just very clearly articulate why that is so that everybody's clear on it?
Sure. So the 4 lots that are covered by the 6-story rezoning policy have a set policy in the plan right now. It's in the Nanaimo sub-area plan.
So that's the specific policy that applies?
Correct.
Okay.
And it sets out the window through which staff will entertain a rezoning on the site, and it provides parameters around building height. It provides parameters around the maximum FSR that can be considered. Noting, of course, that rezonings are always at the discretion of council. It provides a window, a policy window through which someone could bring forward an application. So it's not contingent on the decision tonight at all.
Okay, thank you. I just want to clarify. I'll leave it there. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. I have a few follow-up questions. Just with respect to, I just want to clarify, when you talked about the C2, just to be clear that that's up to 4 stories?
Correct. In fact, maybe I'll ask my colleague in urban design if she wants to just share any sort of general comments about C2 for the purposes here. And I might add, with the work that we did create separate area-specific C2 additions to the guidelines. But Maureen, do you want to answer any questions there?
Sure. So as Andrew said, I can confirm that C2, the height limit is 45 feet, which generally enables a 4-story form. So there would be no opportunity for that site at the southeast corner, the C2 zoning, to go to 6 stories.
Thank you.
Other than that, I think Andrew also mentioned earlier that the C2 building on that site would front on Nanaimo and allow for that continuity of retail use to strengthen that retail node. So it wouldn't front on the local street, it would front on Nanaimo.
Okay, thank you, that helps. I want to follow up, and I'm hoping you'll clarify this. I thought you said this in your presentation, but maybe I read it in the plan, I thought that this transition was originally proposed, or maybe not proposed, that's the wrong word, was contemplated by staff or contemplated by the plan to have townhomes, not simply duplexes. And I was looking at one of the visuals, and I think I wrote down the reference, I don't have it at my fingertips now, in the Grandview Woodlands plan that showed Nanaimo, and then it showed row homes, townhomes, then it had duplexes fronting onto Garden. And so I was sort of under the impression that was contemplated previously or as part of the planning process, and then we ended up with RT5, which then you said people had concerns about. Is that right?
Yeah, I think you're referring to a section of the plan where we talk about some of the prior planning work that we did as part of the 4-year planning process. This goes back to 2012 or 2013. We had proposed a set of land use changes that would have allowed townhouse forms between Garden and Nanaimo, pretty much the entire length of Nanaimo Street in the Grandview Woodland area. And at that point in time, that was part of our emerging directions, which we took out. This was an initial round of policy ideas that were tested with the community. And at that point in time, we got a lot of feedback from community members saying that's sort of too broad brush an approach. And could we do something more nuanced? And so that, with another 2 years of planning process, evolved into the approach we have now, where block orientation is one of the key drivers. And it provides, I think, the nuanced approach that people had asked. As it happened, this block here ended up going to the duplex, but because of these other factors, that was the motivation for the reconsideration.
Okay. And just to be clear, with the current zoning, it would be duplexes essentially, and with potentially secondary suites.
Correct. So the area is zoned in the 2300 block to allow RT5 and RT5N.
Okay. And then, sorry, going back through all my questions. I'll maybe leave it there for now. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle.
Thanks. I just have one question, actually, which is my understanding is if there's land lift in these changes in rezoning, that would come to us when the actual rezoning process is, or are there targeted CACs for this type of proposed change?
So for a city-initiated pre-zoning, you wouldn't see a CAC on these sites. However, 2 of the zones in question, the 2 townhouse zones, RM8A and RM12, have what's called an amenity share. So it sets out a base allowable zone, a base allowable density, and it's a density bonus form. So if anyone wants to go to the townhouse form, they end up buying what they call an amenity share. That helps to offset city investments in area amenities or affordable housing. So in a sense, it functions similarly to a CAC, but it's not a CAC. A CAC comes through privately initiated rezonings.
Okay, but it still gets negotiated based on
it's
land
not
lift
negotiated. It's set out in the district schedule.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that the case for both of these zones that we're looking at?
It's the case for the RM8 townhouse zone and the RM12 townhouse zone. It's not the case for the C2, the 4 lots that are being proposed for C2.
Okay, got it. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. I'm going to start with some of the comments that were made by the first speaker, Mr. Boas. He talked to us about incorrect texts and diagrams. My first question is, do we correct diagrams, i.e. going backwards, I guess, to correct a diagram that might be in an original plan to reflect changes, or do we just do text amendments without diagram changes?
I'm not entirely sure which diagrams he was referring to. I guess I would say that there's sort of an order of magnitude. If there is some sort of minor typographical error that gets discovered in the course of publishing a plan that doesn't really affect the content, then it might be the sort of thing that gets corrected. And when we first published the community plan in 2016, there were a few of these things that emerged, bullets that were in the wrong place and stuff like that. What we're asking for here really is just a sanction from council to actually deal with changes that have been approved already and are already embedded in published district schedules. So this is not a matter of things being incorrect in that sense that I think was implied, but rather just ensuring that the subsequent work that planning has done is properly reflected and aligns with the policy document itself.
Okay. Did Mr. Boas forward any of his specific concerns? He cited things like incorrect text and diagrams, but did he forward any of the sort of incorrect text issues?
I have not received any correspondence from Mr. Bohos. I'm just looking at my colleagues.
Okay, thank you. In terms of one of the amendments here, Appendix C, which shows the change in zoning to C zoning off Nanaimo, 4 lots deep. There's 2 different diagrams that show that, but it's and it says that that's to be in accordance with an amended Gravy-Whittle community plan. So this is not saying it's going to happen, it's saying it has happened, or am I clear about that?
I'm sorry, I'm
So
just looking at Appendix C here.
Yeah, Appendix C that talks. It has the diagrams show 4 lots deep of commercial. Well, three, and then grouped, and then a 4th, which is interesting. It's a different diagram.
Right.
So I'm just wondering if that's what's being proposed as okay, or if that's just reflective of something that's already happened, or...
No, that's what's being proposed tonight for rezoning. And the reason there are 2 different diagrams has to do with the prevailing zone that's there now. The 3 lots that are closest to Nanaimo Street that you see on page 10 of 12 are zoned RT5N. That N creates additional acoustic regulations were they to develop as RT5 or as duplex. The one lot immediately to the west is RT5. It doesn't have the acoustic regulation in there. And just as a matter of practice, when we do city-initiated rezonings like this, we set out maps that sort of say anything from one type of zone going to something else gets its own map. So that's why there are 2 of them.
Got it. Okay. I've got a few more questions. Do you ever do public consultations on text amendments that update zoning and policy, that mesh them?
Not that I'm aware of, and particularly given that I mean, of this sort, there are, of course, a separate category of rezoning text amendments. But in this instance, particularly because these have already been approved, I guess what we would be consulting on under those circumstances would be, should we make the planning document the same as the regulatory tools? Yeah. And presumably, since they have the force of...
I have 2 more questions. I guess I could go back on the list.
Yeah, just
some of the comments we have received noted that there should have been reviews of the plan. Like at certain points, the plan called for a 3-year review, such as on I think the older apartment buildings and the rate of change. I'm assuming this is not the forum for that. But what is the forum? Like, where can the public get confidence that those kinds of reviews either have or are going to take place?
You're correct. The comments that were made at that point in time were about an entirely different part of the community plan and the community and Grandview Woodland for that matter. And they specifically refer to a set of policies in housing about areas that are zoned RM4 and RM3A, so the apartment areas. And there is a policy in the plan that asks staff to review what's called the pace of change policy.
Right.
And that's something that staff are due to do as part of our work planning.
Thanks very much. We're on to Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks so much. I had some questions regarding more than just the process, the actual public hearing process is, if this were to not pass, could staff bring back the same suggestion to us at a later time? I'm just considering the fact that the Grandview Woodlands plan, although completed 4 years ago, as Councillor Hardwick noted, took several years to come to fruition. So I'm wondering what is the process there? Sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm not quite sure. I know that if an applicant comes to us once, they can't come back another time with the exact same application.
Great question. I guess I would defer to our legal staff who aren't here tonight about any of the complexities about what sort of equivalent recommendations, how equivalent they can be in that respect. More broadly speaking, I think the idea of revisiting the community plan, we intended with the planning work to set out a document that would guide growth and change for 3 decades. And I think the recent discussion around the Vancouver plan said that given the significant investment of time, volunteer effort, city resources in that every intention was going to be made to let the community plans proceed through various implementation exercises. So we don't anticipate looking at the neighborhood plan anytime soon.
Okay, and then a follow-up to that, in our housing strategy, although we are working on this in the Vancouver plan, we're still having public hearings, we're still building housing, trying to meet our targets for rental housing. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so is it fair to ask, is that a reason that staff has come to us? Because this is an opportunity that otherwise our staff don't go out and ask single landowners. As you said, they approached you. And is there any concern that this may not come to fruition at all if this doesn't move forward as recommended?
Well, as I mentioned a few times in my presentation, I mean, we did undertake a number of implementation exercises already and introduced land use changes in the area. We do recognize that the proposals on the table do go further in addressing some of the housing goals, in so much as they create opportunity for a wider array of housing choices in those areas. Having said that, we're dealing with 2 blocks, and I know that the total number of lots is probably on the order of, as I said, 10, 18, somewhere in that. So I guess that's a question of how big the changes are that are being proposed. But I think at this point, we're trying to honor the request that was made from the community and looking at it in the context of the engagement that we had more broadly.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted to ask a point of information through the mayor.
Sure.
Just in hearings, I've been trying to follow along and look at my correspondence and pull each piece up. It corresponded with what the speakers were saying, but I'm having trouble doing that in the time frame and period we have here. I'm wondering if at all we could refer debate and decision on this so that council, although we can't speak to anyone about it, we can review our correspondence. And again, the staff report.
We can.
I'm not asking if I could do that now. I see others on the list. I just wanted to know how frantically I should continue to go through my own questions here to find this.
Well, you need to take all the time you need to make decisions, but I guess we can put it to council after.
Okay.
We are closing on 9 o'clock, so
I know we have some business.
My feeling as chair is if we could get the decision this evening, that would be a good thing, because we're probably not going to get to the other items. There does seem to be some amendments floating around and that type of thing. So if we had it in us to get there, but of course it's your right as decision makers to take the time you need to make decision. But I'll leave it there for your information.
Thanks very much.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Just to follow up, one of the questions I asked earlier was around the 4 lots that were commercial. Again, in one of the presentations, or one of the pieces of correspondence, rather, we received, the question was posed as to whether there needs to be a lane behind commercial zoned areas, and I didn't see that on that particular map in that appendix. So is that true? Is it obligatory to have a lane behind commercial or not?
The answer is no, but if you want a bit more detail, Marie can help.
Thank you.
Yes, the answer is no. Sometimes commercial zones do have a lane behind. They have more of a T lane intersection. But this site is served by a lane on the north side, so a flanking lane. And we've done testing, and the site can be developed under the provisions of C2 and be served by that flanking lane.
Great. Okay, thank you. A final question. There's very different input from the public on different components of this this set of recommendations in this public hearing, and yet some of the amendments. So, for example, the amendments related to Grandview Highway are in the same section, Section A, as the ones for the areas off Nanaimo, and there's ones that relate to those two that are also in that same Appendix A, including the changes as updated to reflect implementation undertaken between 2017 to 2019. So they're all together. So it's really hard. But we can't really separate any of those out if there's a will amongst any members of council to vote in support of one thing versus the other. They're just really all together, aren't they?
I'd have to look at all of them, but what we had in Appendix B, for example, which does cover a number of different sub-areas, including Grandview, parts of First Avenue, as you mentioned, previous parts or parts of the Nanaimo sub-area, parts of the Broadway commercial station precinct. We put those together in one appendix because they are all previously approved implementation work. So we thought that was sort of the best way to cluster them. They're all things that council has already said yes to, but are not reflected in the policy document as it
Can I just ask another question, just exactly on what you said? So I've been looking through the appendices and looking for that language. So in Appendix B, what you just said, if I heard you correctly, was that everything in Appendix B is reflective of implementing changes undertaken between 2017 and 2019. Does that mean even if it doesn't say so in the specific line of the table? So most of them say it, but not every one of them do. But I think, if I'm hearing you correctly, actually all of them are really around just implementing changes that have already been undertaken.
That's 100% correct.
Okay.
As we say at the beginning, the following changes to policy wording, they're consistent with previously approved implementation work. So every one of those items that you have in there has already been dealt with through council decisions and through the creation of a district schedule or guidelines.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Dominato is on the list, but not in the chamber. And again, councillors, we have to maintain quorum here in case anybody else wants to go wandering. Well, that's the way the ball bounces. So we're done. Questions to staff. Councillor Boyle?
I I'm happy to move the motion if we're there.
Okay, we seem to be there. Great, so we have a seconder. Seconder, we have the motion moved. We have a seconder. We have Councillor Kirby-Young seconded. So we move to debate and decision with Councillor Boyle. You have up to 5 minutes.
Sure, I'll speak to this now. I live in this neighborhood. I have 2 kids that go to school in this neighborhood. I have a number of friends with kids in the neighborhood whose kids used to go to Garibaldi Annex, which was the catchment of which was merged into the Lord Nelson Elementary School because there weren't enough kids for the annex, and so the annex shut down a couple years ago, which is just to say it's true that Lord Nelson is pretty full, but there is additional capacity that we actually had to reduce because there weren't enough kids to support the annex. And so I know my friends who live on the other side of Nanaimo would be happy to be sending their kids back to the annex if we had more kids again in the neighborhood. I mean, similarly, I'd just say I welcome the local businesses along Nanaimo and the chance to be that close to some small shops and coffee shops and whatnot to do the sort of errands that I actually never have time to do, but aspire to do one day in my neighborhood again. I will respectfully disagree that these rezonings would ruin the neighborhood. I think there is capacity in my neighborhood for more neighbors, and I would welcome them. So I'll be supporting.
Thanks very much, Councillor Hardwick.
I've put in an amendment.
Right, we can pull it up on screen, but I have, since we had to time to sit here a bit and conferred with legal that as your amendment's written, it is out of order. Mainly, that's a different one.
Yeah, I
okay.
pulled the amendment that I'd put in before and put in a simplified one.
Okay.
And this is a referral motion. I'd like to refer this back to staff for further public consultation and integration moving forward into the Vancouver plan.
Okay, sure. So it's a different one. I'll leave it there. Do we have a seconder for this motion? Okay, we've got a seconder, but before the second, I have a point of order from Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. Mr. Mayor, I would like to ask you to confer with legal to see if this is indeed in order, because I'm concerned that it's not in order.
Okay, any reason why?
The specific reason would be that I understand that it's redundant to what staff is proposing. And
okay.
Yes.
Okay, thanks. That's fine. Okay, thanks. I'll be right back, Council. Yeah, we've had a look at this, and it is in order. So, Councillor Fry, are you seconding this? Okay, so it's seconded. And Councillor Hardwick, I'll just keep the same. Actually, that's an amendment. Yeah, so we'll go to amendment queue. If anybody would like to speak to this, please put yourself on the list. Councillor Hardwick, to 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Listening and hearing from the community on this and being abundantly aware of the long and intensive process and the countless volunteer hours from residents in the community contributing to the Grandview Woodlands plan, I can understand why there is concern in the community about having a more fulsome public process than just looking at the individual blocks that are involved in this proposed rezoning by the city. I note oddly, though, that since it was residents that were promoting this city rezoning, we haven't heard from any of those people here, that they didn't come out to say that they were in favor of having these blocks rezoned and treated separately from the broader context of the Grandview Woodlands Plan. I think that the devil is in the details, and there's a lot of detail in this report, and taking a little bit more time for that alignment, particularly since we are embarking on such a thorough process in the Vancouver plan, I think it's wholly appropriate that we take another look. As staff have indicated, there is not a rush on this. There's not an urgency. And for these reasons, in the aggregate, what we're hearing from the community, the nature of the plan historically, and where we are moving forward into the Vancouver plan, I think it's appropriate that this be referred at this time.
Thanks very much. Councillor Boyle.
I'm going to speak against referring this. These are, as we heard from staff, proposals or policy changes that would still have to come back to us for public hearing, where we would still hear from all of the public, and particularly neighbors, on any proposed changes. I don't think it's the case that because we haven't heard this evening from people in favor of this, that the neighborhood isn't in favor of this. I think, quite frankly, a lot of these neighbors aren't able to be here for multiple evenings, or these changes seem minor and so aren't what they would show up for. I know that the Vancouver plan will take a while to hit this level on the ground. We're having broad discussions. It's going to stretch out. And I am concerned about the length of time that we would spend on these changes when I know so many families who are having to move out of the city who certainly can't afford a single-family home or a duplex in my neighborhood. I couldn't afford a duplex in my neighborhood if I were looking right now. So I want to create housing options for families to stay, to reopen Garibaldi Annex and more. And I think this is one of many good places across the city to do it, and I would be disappointed to see us continue to delay and stretch out this type of small change that helps families to stay. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I mean, I struggle with this a little bit. I honestly didn't appreciate some of the comments about apartment buildings and character of the neighborhood and that kind of thing. I think that really actually turned me off a little bit, because I think that we can accommodate density throughout our city, and that's what we actually need to do, and in order to achieve affordable housing. And I don't appreciate that kind of perspective on rental housing, because I think it's important, and I think it's somewhat stigmatizing when we take that approach. That being said, I think that we did go through a planning process for Grandview Woodland, and we've, through that process, have identified a pretty significant opportunity for adding additional density. And in light of the fact that we have, so I don't think given that there's not any immediate decisions that this is impacting, and that we do have opportunities for density in the neighborhood right now, and that we're embarking upon the citywide Vancouver plan, I'd like to see this get off on the right foot as far as the Vancouver plan goes, and I feel that amending an existing community plan, as it were, without the opportunity to have that fulsome input from the community large, and as Councillor Boyle alludes, there's lots of people who were unable to speak to this today, so I would like to see some more work go into this in a planning context, and a really participatory planning context. So I'll be supporting the referral.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
So I have a point of information, a question through you, Mr. Mayor. Now it's become more apparent that I need it answered right this second instead of reviewing my correspondence. And the staff report and the rules of public hearing. So my question to you, and maybe it's a question for the city manager, is if this referral moves forward, that would mean that this specific recommendation would be not only linked to the Grandview Woodland community, but integration into the Vancouver plan going forward. So we could expect not to see this come back until the end of the Vancouver plan, which may not be ended by our term, but may actually just, we might get a summary of where that's at. Is that correct? And could staff even bring something back in between that time? Because I see that as very much linked to the Vancouver plan and Grandview Woodland community. I'd just like to know how many months or years or decades this could take us.
Well, just in terms of looking at the Vancouver plan, we have our principals coming back in July, I guess, somewhere around there. And then we have broader public consultation. But, I mean, we're hoping to have the Vancouver plan done by 2022, or somewhere around there, 2021. So if it's going to be hooked to that process, although there are off-ramps possible, if it was going to wait till the end, I mean, if it is just fully integrated in the plan, I would expect that this would be at least 2 years, 2.5 years before it comes back, if that's the direction of council.
Thanks, yeah, and I see Neil standing up too, so maybe I'll direct this to him, but through the mayor, it's hard to know how to interpret this because we've done broad consultation, so really this leaves us with confusion of what more is expected for consultation unless it really does get wrapped into the Vancouver plan, which is a citywide process that will last us for multiple years. So, yeah, I'm left, if this is passed, I'm left not really clear on does council really want this back anytime soon, because we've done pretty thorough consultation, as you heard. And yes, there are some residents that are not satisfied with it, but part of the challenge is you do a neighborhood plan, and there are a lot of loose ends. And it is like we leave the staff on the ground to fill those loose ends.
One more
Without those, the community components are unfulfilled, and that's not a satisfactory way to end a community planning process. And so this is what this process is about. Neil, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that, or
I have one more question as well.
Okay.
But if you have a quick response, do you know how long this would be, years wise?
So per the mayor's comments, the Vancouver plan will conclude roughly in 2022. And as a point of practicality, it will be then council's discretion about where to prioritize staff time to have the greatest impact and benefit to the city to advance the goals that have been articulated through the Vancouver plan. In all practicality, I cannot imagine us coming back and doing a fulsome rezoning of an area that has a recent community plan to it. We will certainly be open to looking at opportunities for tweaks and bringing to alignment of existing community plans, but I imagine council would want the biggest bang for their buck in how to...
One more question. I'm sorry, I don't have very limited time. So the other question is, would staff see this, a point of information through you, Mr. Mayor, sorry about that. Would staff consider this a downzoning then of the area? Would this essentially be considered what we would consider a downzoning of the area at this point?
As a non-planner, non-lawyer, I would say no. That is not how I would see it, and I think that's the indication I'm getting from the planning team as well. But I do want to just riff off the point that was just made. We have limited staff time. We've done a massive amount of work to bring this here. If council doesn't like it, turn it down.
I have 30
seconds. Just referring it back just really gives us, takes us away from other work that we have on our work plan.
Just really quickly, is this budgeted, Mr. Mayor, through you, is this budgeted in the Vancouver plan? We just went through a big budgeting process. I need to know if we have the budget to do this.
Well, we just heard that.
Maybe not.
No, I mean, it's...
yeah, I mean, we would divert other work.
Thanks.
Okay, thanks. On to Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I'm going to support the referral. And it's a bit of a hard decision because I sense all the work in this plan. But the reason I am is that I'm looking at sort of the Vancouver plan itself, and we all recognize that the Vancouver plan, in being launched, was clear that there would be ongoing planning work. So what is that ongoing planning work? Like what keeps going that's separate from the Vancouver plan, and we attempt to integrate or not? And some of that work, I've very much supported to be done in a parallel and hopefully at one point integrated way, such as the planning for the Broadway corridor. It's an urgent project, needs to happen. The Grandview plan was passed by council. It's being implemented. And some of this particular document is to reflect the changes that have accrued through implementation and make sure that there's consistency. And I'd love to just be able to separate those out and just say, let's vote for those. And because it's just at least consistent. But some of those changes are ones that I think the public in Grandview Woodlands is going to want to discuss through the Vancouver plan. And for example, duplexes in RS zones. Maybe that's something that they want to discuss. It was controversial at the time that duplex zoning came in. So in RS zones. So, I think for me, having gone through the Grandview Woodland planning process, I was on council at the time, I'm really cognizant there were a lot of unhappy people. It was a controversial process. I don't think the Citizens Assembly was one that brought people together. And I'm hoping the Vancouver plan will. I really, really want that to happen. And I think this is an opportunity for the people of Grandview Woodland who felt unhappy about the way their plan process unfolded. They have an opportunity to really engage in the Vancouver plan and take a look at things that may have been implemented out of the Grandview plan, but they never were happy with because they were never really happy with the outcome of the Grandview Woodland plan. So that's why I'm supporting it.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor Kirby-Young.
Hi. I wonder if I could ask a clarifying question of staff through the chair. And it's just a follow-up on the part of the proposed referral that says integration of the Vancouver plan process going forward. It's correct that when the Vancouver plan, this is probably best directed to the city manager, comes back in 2022, that's staff have advised council that is intended to be a high-level plan, and we will not get to actual zoning specificity by that point, 2022. It will be subsequent years where we'll actually get into zoning at that point. Is that not correct? So we're talking longer than 2.5 years if we're getting into zoning detail. Is that right?
Yeah, through the mayor, I think that's correct. I mean, I think what we're trying to get to is kind of the bigger vision of where are we going as a community.
Right. So I just wanted to clarify that. It's not a 2-year. It could be 4 or longer, 5.
I think so, yeah.
6.
I think that's correct.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thanks. Okay, so no more. Well, I'm just going to weigh in on this referral. I mean, I think that this is basically a kill it kind of motion. Like, it's just, we're not going to consider this, and the zoning will just sit there as it is. So that's really what I don't think there's much difference between just voting to kill it or voting for a referral, because essentially we're years and years and years down the road. And I can say that when we roll out city plan, or Vancouver plan, we'll have much bigger things to consider. So you could see this also getting bumped down the agenda. So this is the time to decide. So I won't be supporting the referral. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, it's hard to figure out what to do. I have no problem with increased density. I think there has been a lot of community consultation happening. But what I'm really worried about is that guy that's paying $300 a month in 1 week of yard work, 1 hour of yard work every week, and the other one that's paying $400 a month, and some of the other ones that are paying $800 a month. Because when those secondary suites go, there is literally no place for their tenants to go. There's virtually nothing. And as a council, I think we have to do a lot more than say, anything denser than single family is good. There has to be an element of affordability in there, and especially when some people who are paying really low rents are probably going to get evicted for the higher densities. If we had a stronger tenant relocation plan, this wouldn't be an issue. If there was actually a way to ensure that these people could go on and get a new place at their current rent, that wouldn't be a problem, but we don't have that. So I think before I'm going to go for measures that can reduce the amount of low rent accommodation, we have to have better tenant protection.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Deschanova.
I was hoping, Mr. Mayor, I could speak to this also, just because I did spend my time with the point of information. Really needed to have all those questions answered as public hearing. I won't be supporting the referral, and it's for the reason that this is not project specific right now. This is not, what we're talking about is, are we going to consider moving forward with our housing strategy, with our targets and our goals? And I didn't type up an amendment and send it out before hearing from speakers tonight. And I came here with an open mind, but I'm also concerned that we don't get another chance if we move forward with this referral. However, project specific, the housing, that will come to us. To Councillor Carr's point, although I'm not supporting the referral, that will come to us, but will tie the hands of those who could possibly build, to Councillor Swanson's point, the most affordable housing in that area and in that neighborhood. If we don't, or if we do support the referral. So for that reason, I'm not going to be supporting the referral. And I'd urge my colleagues just to take a look at the fact that, this is I asked if it was going to be a year, 2 years, a decade, because I see this as it's not about when the Vancouver plan comes back. It's when the policy from this goes out to Grandview Woodlands. And I think it's a great opportunity for people to consult. And I just want to remind each and every councillor here that, or council member here, that I'm really sad when I look at Little Mountain and I see how affordable housing could have been. So I won't be supporting this referral.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I was going to wait till we did more closing comments, but given the referral, I think I'll comment now. And I've been reflecting on the conversation today. I think there's a lot of misinformation in terms of, I think staff addressed this earlier, and so the comments around clarifying Appendix B and what they're trying to do in terms of just reflecting work that's been done in terms of implementation and making sure. And so I think there's some misinformation out there. But specifically to the referral, I look at this and I look at you've got 4 property ownerships sold. We can't control that. That's already done. Done deal. They've sold. And so in all likelihood, regardless of whether there's a change made tonight or not, those other adjacent properties are probably going to sell. Those owners are probably going to go down the path of selling at some point. And right now what I see is the current zoning allows duplexes. So you could have 10 duplexes, possibly 20 homes. The market for a duplex is half duplex is $1.5 million. I think many people around this room, as we've talked about housing and housing affordability, is that is not attainable. We've talked about wanting to have a range of spectrum of housing, affordable home ownership to rental and supportive housing. And I don't think that achieves that in any way, shape, or form. And what staff are presenting is some more options, which was reflected in the intent of the plan, is to have up to 4 stories, which could be, I believe, strata or rental, but then also townhomes, which is actually one of the things that we've been sorely lacking in this city. Let me tell you, that is the one thing I heard categorically time and time again with families is that I'm living in a strata condo. I can't afford a single detached home, but I'd love to get into a townhome. But guess what? There aren't enough of them. In our data, and I don't have the numbers, but our staff have presented them, we have a huge shortage of townhomes. And then to the question of pace, are we going too fast? Are we going too slow? Councillor Carr's point about we'll have real engagement around the Vancouver plan. Well, what was the 4 years of planning around the Grandview Woodland plan? Was that not real engagement? I wasn't part of that, but I struggle. Perhaps it wasn't, and I'm sorry if that was the case, that we ended up down a path of a plan that people didn't feel there's engagement. I know there's been different perspectives on that. I believe that we need to look at our needs, and this is like the staff they spent several years on this, and that's some of the concerns we hear, is that we're going at a snail's pace. So if we punt this out to 2022, I think there's a huge need for along that Nanaimo stretch that's got public transit. It makes perfect sense to me to have retail commercial on the fronting Nanaimo, and having more family-based housing. So I won't support the referral at this time. I really think we need to be focused on those broad outcomes, and for that reason, I won't support it.
Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young?
Thank you. I'll try to speak briefly. I think there's a lot of things being conflated here tonight together. And I think that's a challenge sometimes when you have complex reports that have sort of a number of different and varying recommendations. And so I think it's really important to distinguish that and delineate. And we've heard spoken by some of the other councillors and by staff around sort of the separate context and process around the 6-story site. And we've also heard about sort of how passionate this community is and a sort of a very robust engagement process that happened. And I really appreciate the spirit of this community and their desire to kind of steward the community and continue to be involved. However, I think that there's a bit of an underlying storyline that's going on here, and I can't support protecting one neighborhood as a museum and giving it different and separate and special status than the rest of the city. We're talking about very gentle density here. So if council were to not support all of this report or components of this report, and I think Councillor Domnaz put to it, we wouldn't even be supporting townhomes. And townhomes is really gentle density and infill. And we wouldn't be protecting, pursuant to some of the other points that were raised, some of the current rental suites, because duplex is already allowed and change will inevitably happen. So I can't see what good we're achieving, honestly, in what is, I think, intended to be and perhaps not being perceived as an attempt to ensure that there's some congruency between, I think it was said, the district schedule and the policy pieces. And I think that there's a lot of sort of an underlying storyline that's being conflated here. And I think we have to be mindful of that. I also think that this referral, by tying into the Vancouver plan, it's not 2 years. It's a minimum 6, 7, because we're not even going to get to zoning where you get to high-level visions for the city by 2022. I have my own disappointments around that in the sort of Vancouver plan and how long that process is going to take. And that being sort of an extended process, but it's a necessary one. But it also doesn't mean that we can stop everything either. And it means that we have to do things in parallel in a reasonable way, not in a way that feels punitive to neighborhoods, but that we still sort of continue to move forward, but respectfully. So I can't support the referral for a number of those reasons, because I think we're conflating different issues than this report in terms of what it's actually asking us to approve tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else on the list, so we can call a vote on this one. Okay, that has failed with Councillor Kirby-Young, Dominato, Boyle, Dejanova, and myself in opposition. So we're back to the main list. Councillor Hardwick, anything else?
Again, I've already said what I have to say about this in large part. The Grandview Woodlands plan contemplates significant additional density. And generally, we are contemplating significant density across the fabric of the city. So to suggest that this 3-block area is going to have any kind of dent in that, in terms of townhouses or otherwise, I think is just boggles my mind. I am respectful of the community, and I'm hearing loud and clear from the community that that they felt that this is a spot zoning by the city that is not respectful of the long and intensive program of public consultation that led to the community plan. So I've done what I can. Hopefully the community will see that. Disappointed in the outcome, and just an overarching concern. I will state again, if every time I hear we're not meeting our targets, I am going to push back and say that I have grave concerns about the targets that we are putting forward, and there is still tremendous opportunity for gentle densification in the missing middle through this community and others within the existing zoning.
Councillor Swanson.
Can we sever this when we vote?
I don't know. 1 second, please. Councillor Swanson, it doesn't look like we can sever because the clauses are all connected, so they all need to pass as a group. So that's my answer. Anything else that you'd... Okay. Councillor DeGenova?
Thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. I've been trying to weigh the correspondence that we had coming in and the speakers. I really do appreciate the speakers coming back. If this does pass, you're going to have to come back again. And the reason for that is because this really articulates consideration for something in a neighborhood. And it's my understanding from staff that there's still, from my questions to staff here, that there's still a number of checks and balances. This wouldn't be the end of the story and then everything just goes up and it comes back to council never again. So with that being said, I think that we have to open our minds to considering what will come back. And I would rather that. I would rather, instead of sitting here talking about the possibilities, see what does come back. And often I hear other council members, and I'm not naming names, talk about, how there's a developer who's behind something, or, there's someone in a neighborhood that's running around doing a land assembly who's being paid for it. But this is very different than that, and I'm amazed that we're not kind of celebrating it. That this is homeowners themselves choosing to come together and who approached our staff, which we heard here in the testimony of the public hearing, and said, "Could we do something?" So that's different. That's what I thought we wanted to get towards, and being neighborly and having community, and that's what I'd like to see. And for those who have said, who asked you to come tonight and speak, and are you here on behalf of yourself or somebody else? I think that it's important to encourage those people. Maybe they couldn't be here tonight. Maybe they have families. Maybe they're just trying to afford to live in Vancouver. Maybe they couldn't make our meeting time of 3 p.m. and they weren't sure what time we'd get to this item. At the same time, I share some of the concerns that are shared by others. I mean, I heard someone here tonight say that 6 stories is a tower. And that may well be in the context of that public hearing. To others, 30 stories is a tower. So I think that really there's an opportunity for broader community consultation here as we move forward with the processes, but we're never going to get that if we don't move forward. And I just think back to, I'm not going to talk about meeting our targets. I'm going to talk about the commitment that I've made to the city to provide more housing, to not see it become a resort town, to not see the inequity with the lowest of the low rents, because that's what BC Housing is funding, and the highest of the high luxury rents, and no one in between, where we have stores closing because they can't find people who are willing to come into Vancouver to work and then commute home. When I look at my daughter who's 2 and her generation and what's there going to be for that generation. I felt very fortunate to be able to purchase my home. I won the bid by $68. So that being said, it's still not affordable. It's still not easy. But if I'm going to not just talk about this and I'm really going to walk this, then I need to support this. And that being said, it doesn't mean that I'll support every application that comes back within this. I'll view each of them with an open mind, but we're shutting this down and we're not even going to get there if we don't support this. And I look at not only Little Mountain, but I will go back to a quote that I ended with at a public hearing where I was where I was struggling with a decision. If we don't start somewhere, we're not going to get anywhere. So for that reason, I will be supporting the recommendations.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Mayor, I'm going to ask you, if possible, to consider again whether some specific areas can be severed. And I'd like to specifically ask whether recommendation A, subsection 2, which is the Appendix B, which staff had indicated to me were all related to previously accomplished changes, if that can be severed. And I have 2 other sections. And whether section B, subsections 4, 5, and 6, which have to do with the East 12th, 2800 block, Nanaimo and North Grandview Highway, whether that can be severed out, those 3 together. And finally, whether E can be severed, which I think it can.
I did give a ruling on this, but because I have, I guess, a more specific question, we can just confer.
I'm seeing some nodding, yeah.
So we'll come back.
You'll come back to me on that? Thank you.
Okay, taking a look at it, there are most of the clauses that you mentioned are interlinked. However, the last clause, which is E, could be severed out. And what that would do, if that didn't pass, would mean they just wouldn't go for the future consultation on that section. So that's so we've had a bit of help from law. We've talked to the planning experts here as well as the city manager and clerk, and that's what we've got. So we're going to sever out something. It would be E. Which, sure. Yep.
Thanks very much. Yeah, I am happy to support E. I would have been happy to support the reconciliation of policies as well, but if that can't be severed, it can't be severed. I just wanted to be able to support the work of staff to do all that specific work to reflect what has already happened within the community. And I would have been happy to support the rezoning of the 2400 block East 12th, 2800 block of Nanaimo, and 2400 block of North Grandview Highway. I did not hear one person, nor through correspondence, indicate that that area was a problem. It more focused on Nanaimo Street, so I would have been happy to, where I don't see controversy, I would have supported it. I'm sorry I can't. There's the way that it's all written, but I do want to acknowledge, number one, that I think it's number one, that thank you, staff, for the work you've done, and if I could have voted for that some bigger chunk of that work, I would have liked to. I really want to thank the community for always coming out. It's really important to hear from the community, so thank you all for coming multiple times and staying multiple hours to speak. And I really want to encourage the community to be involved in the Vancouver plan. It is another opportunity. I know there was frustration prior around the planning process, but this is another opportunity. I was very happy to see, and I am very happy to support E, which does say, let's defer future land use changes in some specific areas in order to wrap those specific areas into the plan, into the Vancouver plan. I do think that there's going to be implementation work arising out of the Grandview Woodland plan as is. I mean, it's a plan in place. There's work that's going to happen because I don't happen to agree with, because of the controversy around it with some portions of this, doesn't mean I don't think the whole plan should be stopped. The plan, like all the plans in the city, are unfolding as the Vancouver plan occurs. But I do think there's opportunity in the Vancouver plan for course corrections in everything we've done. Otherwise, why have a plan? That's what it's about, is to actually look at where we may want to see some differences from what has happened in the past affirmed, suggested by, embraced by, affirmed by the public. So encourage that participation.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I'll be abstaining. I don't want to vote against this entire suite because I think there are some good pieces in these recommendations. And, you know, further to what Councillor Carr was saying, I think that there's a missed opportunity here for, I think, positioning this as the culmination is the Vancouver plan in 2022 or whatever is a missed opportunity to actually really engage in a more robust planning process that can bring people along, and it can be an iterative process. We don't have to do all the work and then have one final plan. I thought the intention was to have an ongoing planning process that included some of these opportunities. And I would say the one big disappointment for me, in addition to the fact that we're not really embracing the spirit of the Vancouver plan in this opportunity, my big disappointment is there's a real lack of sort of land economics considerations in here. You know, we did a bunch of rezonings today that were essentially spot rezonings. And I've been recently communicating with a small business owner who's in a downtown business spot, who's in a double D zoning, and his landlord is warning him that he's seeking a rezoning to go to a CD1 and that he can expect a massive tax increase that will effectively put him out of business. And so they're negotiating a buyout. And so when I consider what these outright rezonings are going to do to the land values and to the property taxes and to the possible vulnerable populations that are in all these various identified areas that I don't have the capacity to fully digest and understand, I worry that there are some unintended consequences here when we lift this land up through this outright rezoning, and it worries me a lot because I think that we are driven by, yes, a need to deliver affordable housing, but we also have to protect affordability for people who are already there. So, but I won't vote against this. I'll just abstain on those grounds.
Thanks very much. On to Councillor DeGenova. You just have 30 seconds left.
Oh, sorry. That was a holdover. I put myself on.
Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll also keep my comments brief. And just to close, is to reiterate a couple of things, is thank you to the residents and neighbors who came out. I appreciate where you're coming from. I also appreciate you may be frustrated ultimately that in terms of some of us who may have not supported a referral around this. I firmly believe in what I heard through our staff, through the review of our package, the discourse, that what is proposed is in alignment with the plan that was developed. And it seems to me an enormous amount of time and energy and public input went into that plan and those policies. And I think that when I look at the current state of, as I said earlier, duplex zoning and the opportunity based on, and Councillor DeGenova actually made a really good point, is that we often hear that residents don't have input or they don't have any opportunity to influence. And here we actually had residents and neighbors come forward and say, we think there's a disconnect in terms of the transitions and the type of housing being offered. Would you revisit this? And I actually think that it speaks volumes, and obviously there's a significant amount of time that's gone into this. But I think that was a really valid point, is that those individuals came forward, and I think that it does align with, when I look at the plan, it did indicate, aside from duplex, having row houses, townhouses, that being right off of Nanaimo, and also supporting those shopping nodes. And I do know the area very well, and I think that, again, back to sort of broad outcomes, we do need to have a diversity of housing. And it was categorically one of the number one things I heard when I was out meeting with people, is that we did not have that diversity in the city. And that example of that family that lives in Grandview Woodlands, that lives in a strata condo today, that was their exact point to me, was we can't find something else. We want a townhouse, we want a row house, and it doesn't exist. We go out and there's so much competition because there's so little supply in that particular type of housing market, and they can't afford the $2 million, $3 million single detached home. And so they live with their 8-year-old daughter in a 2-bedroom condo, even though they would like something different. And so to me, this is going to provide more options. We would still need to see any proposed developments come to council as part of a rezoning. And so I am in support of this, and I think that there's a lot of robust work. I look forward to the Vancouver plan that my colleagues have referred to, but I think, as I've said before, that when we embarked on doing the Vancouver plan, that we'd have to build the plane as we flew it, and that you can't just stop everything in the city. We still have to move some things forward. That doesn't mean we can't do a robust engagement process around our neighborhoods and around the city to look at neighborhood-based issues, as well as broader outcomes that we want for all of the city, so that people can live here, not just today, but also children, grandchildren, future residents. So I am supportive of this application.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick.
So for those of us that have been around and watching this for a longer period of time, there has been a progression going back to the 90s and the citywide planning process there, and the Grandview Woodlands plan being one of the plans that came out of that process. And all of it has always contemplated additional density and making room for population in the future. This is just because we're in this moment in time doesn't mean that this hasn't been going on all along. I also, again, I've said many times that I think we have to be really realistic about population growth and what kind of supply is needed where in the city, and I'm still not satisfied that I have a clear enough picture on that. Having said that, again, I will reiterate, this is a rezoning that the city is facilitating, so any developer that comes on the scene will have done the heavy lifting for them already. So once the only reason that a developer would have to come and do a rezoning is if they were going outside the scope of the rezoning that's anticipated here. Otherwise, it would be a development permit process. The community plan, which was long and extensive, if I'm a member of the community and I see a spot rezoning going on just 3 and some years after it's been approved, I've got to ask myself, why did I volunteer and spend all that time going through this process in the first place? And supposedly for a handful of residents that came forward that are notably absent from this process, it just makes me really question why this is happening and why the urgency, because I mean, it just doesn't compute to me. So I hear Councillor Fry and his desire to abstain because nobody wants to rain on the parade of creating more density through the city. But I'm concerned about the elimination of the public process and just bringing it down to a couple of blocks for this spot rezoning. And I certainly do have higher hopes for the citywide planning process, particularly since so much of this work has been done, again, going back to the mid-90s. So it's really tough for me to support this. This is why I tried to refer it back. I think the community would have, at large, would have appreciated that. So I'm just finally going to come down to whether I vote against it or abstain, and it'll depend if there's a severing of E, which I don't see as problematic. Thank you.
Councillor Swanson, just to remind Council, we're going to need an extension shortly. Councillor Swanson, we'll see how you do here with just 4 minutes.
Yeah, so the city is always talking about housing choices and how everybody is making different housing choices. And I just wanted to say that the type of choice you make if you're a family with a kid living in a 2-bedroom condo and wanting to move to a townhouse is a way different choice than if you're a single person on a low income paying $300 a month and getting evicted because another type of use is coming to your lot. And to me, it's really important that we protect those low-income units and the people in them. So I'm going to have a hard time. I won't be able to vote for this. I can vote for E, but I can't vote for the other. I think we have to realize that some choices are different than others. Some are more urgent, some are life-threatening. And I want to stick up for the people that are having the hardest time here.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else in the queue, so we can call the vote on this. We'll vote on the first section, A to D first. So let's do that, and then vote on E separately. So the first vote on A to D. A through to D. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Hardwick and Swanson in opposition, and now we'll go to vote for E. Councillor Swanson? Councillor Swanson, need you to vote on E. And that's passed with no opposition. Thank you, Council. So I need just a motion to adjourn. I think that's right, Clerk? Yep. Councillor Hardwick's hands were up. Seconded by Councillor Dejanova. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, so we're adjourned, and now I'm going to move back us into regular council. Can we have the roll call, please, Clerk?
Mayor Stewart is in the chair. Councillor Carr. Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Fry. Councillor Swanson. Present. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Weber is absent. Councillor Boyle. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly is absent. Councillor Kubia. You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much. On January 22nd, due to time constraints, Council referred debate and decision on the following motions to today's reconvened council meeting as unfinished business, but given the time that we have 2 minutes left, I suggest that both items be referred to the council meeting on February 11th as unfinished business. I need a mover. Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, seconder Councillor Dejanova, all in favor. Any opposed? That's passed. Thanks. Can we have a motion to adjourn then? Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. I saw Councillor Boyle, I think. So all in favor? Any opposed? Okay, we're adjourned. Thank you very much, Council. See you on Thursday.